Chapter 41, We Must Find Tang Lauda. Yu Sheng's condescending attitude made Wen Shu angry. She finally made up her mind and decided to make a big move. She suddenly smiled brightly. Yu Sheng, I'll give you 10 million. You belong to me tonight. As long as you serve me well, I'll believe that you two are allies. This is a surefire move. Even if Yu Sheng is capable, he will never do it at the expense of disgusting Jenny. Yanni was disgusted, but she couldn't stop it. It was like slapping herself in the face. How could an ally be involved in the bedroom? Yu Sheng suddenly smiled. Pay first. Wen Shu turned to look at Jenny. Yanni just smiled, as if she really wasn't angry. What are you looking at me for? Oh, I see, I can be your witness. No one is allowed to renege. Wen Shu, do you have any money at all? Wen Shu was speechless. Don't you know if I have money or not? You're deliberately challenging me, aren't you? Give me your account number. Wen Shu directly transferred 10 million to Yu Sheng. After the transfer, she felt a pain in her heart. Damn it, if this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. Fine, whoever backs out is a dog. Let's see who can't hold out first. She really didn't believe that Yu Sheng would sleep with her in front of Jenny. After receiving the money, Yu Sheng laughed. Girl, you don't dare. Although you're not a virgin, you can't buy a man's first night. You have to give an account to your family even if you have money. Do you know how I know you don't dare? Do you remember the secret to judging people I told you about? Do you want to know? Wen Shu widened her eyes. Yes. She really wanted to know. She thought that Yu Shan was too accurate in judging people. Yu Sheng smiled with a sense of accomplishment. The secret is, give him time and see where he uses it. This is a priceless secret of reading people. Since you bought it, we're even. Stop. Wen Shu jumped up like she had been stepped on. Are you trying to swindle me? I didn't buy it. I'm not a fool. You either give me service or give me my money back. Yu Sheng turned to Jenny. Please judge. Yanni was already laughing and smiling, and she was actually acting like a judge, ready to give the two of them a fair trial. Yu Sheng, before you announced your secret, did Wen Shu know that your secret was worth 10 million? Yu Sheng immediately nodded approvingly. You're so cooperative. I was going to say it anyway. He solemnly raised his hand and swore, I swear she knew. I said it more than once this morning. Wen Shu was furious, but I didn't say I would buy it. You didn't say you were going to have sex for free either. Yu Sheng glared at her. Yanni just laughed. Wen Shu grabbed Jenny's arm. It's time to test your character. Is that all you have to say? Is it worth 10 million? Yanni finally said something seriously. Unless you can give him back the secret, the contract is established. Wen Shu let out a sound of surprise and almost choked. She heard it, but how could she return it? She suddenly had an idea and screamed, no, the secret we received was worth 5 million. Ha, Yu Shan laughed. The farce ended with Yanni's compromise, with Yu Shan giving Wen Shu a 5 million yuan jade, at least giving her an explanation. Kai Yuhua, who had overheard the entire process, secretly cursed Wen Shu for being stupid, and Yu Sheng and Wen Shu had been swapping concepts all along. Wen Shu's 10 million contract was for her first night, so how could Yu Sheng unilaterally decide to change it to a secret? The secret is owed. As a result, Wen Shu, the fool, did not even have a chance to hire a lawyer and the case was closed. Choi Yakhua felt sorry for her. If Wen Shu had been smarter, she could have proven that the two of them were not allies and directly exposed their tricks. When he heard that in the end, Wen Shu had forgotten about him, he was so angry that he hung up the phone. Wen Shu did forget that she had her phone on. After dinner, she took Jenny to bed to talk, so Yu Sheng had no chance to take advantage of the situation. What he didn't know was that Yu Sheng didn't have time at all. He turned off his phone as usual, then left the villa without being seen. He walked far away and took a taxi to the home of the Thief King. He knocked on the door. A thin, dry middle-aged man came out. He looked at Yu Sheng with a puzzled expression. He thought he looked familiar, otherwise he wouldn't have opened the door, but he couldn't remember who it was. Let's make a deal. Let's talk inside. Okay. The Thief King stepped aside. Yu Sheng entered the door and waited until he had closed it before saying, Today, you opened the lock on my door, didn't you? The Thief King instantly remembered why he looked familiar, and he was so shocked that his scalp exploded and he took a step back. Yu Sheng waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm only making a deal with you. Tell me where Tang is, and I'll forget about the 2 lockpicking incidents. The Thief King's head was buzzing, and he blurted out, You know it was me the first time? Of course. I followed you home and was going to give you a chance, but you opened the lock again. Tell me, can you find Master Tang? If not, you're dead. Yu Sheng wasn't bluffing at all. If he said he didn't know, he would be stabbed to death. The Thief King knew he had kicked the iron plate. He said very bravely. Actually, I was forced to do it both times. I couldn't afford to offend them. The first time was someone from the special department, and the second time was Chang Gu. Of course, I knew he was one of Boss Tang's men, but I'd never met Boss Tang. He's a big shot, how could he deal with a little thief like me? Yu Sheng asked calmly, You couldn't find him, right? He took out a dagger straight away, which Yang Kai had just bought. He had thrown away the military dagger from yesterday. He would use any weapon once and then replace it. It was the most ridiculous thing to keep it around as evidence. Including the extremely precious ricin, he only used it once and it disappeared completely. The Thief King saw that he was really going to kill him, and quickly changed his mind. I remember, once when I was doing a big job, I saw Tang Lauda in a villa in Taoyuan, but I'm not sure if he's still there. Take me there. If I can't find you tonight, you're dead. Yu Sheng checked again, and there were no strangers in the house. The Thief King was helpless. He was just a Thief King by name, and he didn't even have any disciples or apprentices. How could he compete with Boss Tang? Now he could only take things one step at a time and find Big Boss Tang. He changed his clothes, put on rubber-soled shoes, and even took his lockpicking tools with him, then walked to the door. Yu Sheng whispered, You go first. Don't look back and don't take the car. Okay. The King of Thieves didn't think much of it. It wasn't far to the Peach Blossom Spring. The King of Thieves opened the door and walked out, and Yu Sheng followed him, closing the door behind him. An hour later. The Thief King easily entered the Peach Blossom Villa area, found a European-style villa, and then stopped and said, This is it. Find a way to get in. Yu Sheng spoke inaudibly from behind. The Thief King said with a heavy heart, Brother, what exactly did they take from you? If it's not particularly valuable, just forget it. We can't afford to mess with Boss Tang. He's one of the top 5 gangsters in Jianhai City, with thousands of underlings. This villa is obvious at a glance, but I was exposed the last time I went in. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been caught. Yu Sheng said calmly, As long as you can get the people inside to open the door, you'll be fine, and all grudges will be forgotten. The King of Thieves' eyes lit up. Just ask them to open the door? That's easy. Chapter 42, Saving the Big Star. Yu Sheng never imagined that the Thief King didn't even have to go in, he just threw a stone to test the way, and the door was opened. Yu was shocked. He had planned to let the Thief King take the blame, but he didn't go in. Then don't blame me. He smashed the back of the thief's head with a knife. Then he helped the thief who had fainted to get up. He took the thief's cell phone out of his pocket and put it in his own pocket. He then manipulated the thief's hands and feet, posing as if he were hiding. Soon, the 4 underlings found the hidden Thief King. One of the underlings kicked him in midair, and the Thief King fell down with a cry of ow, and then the 4 surrounded him and beat him up. The Thief King was manipulated by Yu Sheng, and he never revealed any flaws. Even the screams were fake, and the 4 little brothers thought they were knocked out. In the end, the Thief King was captured and taken back to the villa. Tang Lao was in the living room meeting with guests when he heard the report and went out to the courtyard to check it out. He recognized the thief at a glance and personally searched the thief for various hidden lockpicking tools. Tang Lauda was both amused and saddened that the Thief King had actually come here to steal. He waved his hand and said, Make him disappear. Yes. One of the gang members grabbed the thief's head and twisted it, and then snapped it. Then he put the thief in a sack and put it in the trunk of the Wrangler. The 4 brothers drove off in the car. Tang Lauda pondered for a long time, feeling a little abnormal, but he couldn't figure it out. He sat down in the living room with a frown. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut sat across from him, with half his face hidden by large sunglasses. He asked nervously, Did someone follow me here? Don't worry, it's the King of Thieves. Even if he really followed you here, it's all over now. I've stuffed him into a concrete pillar and he's completely disappeared. Tang Lauda said it as if it were nothing. He has a construction company that specializes in contracting projects. The main purpose is to completely destroy the evidence. Every building his company has built has buried a number of bodies, even living people. The man in sunglasses let out a sigh of relief. Jia Xiaoshan's control was getting stronger and stronger. In addition to Yanni, who was uncontrollable, there was another person you should pay attention to, Yu Shang. The two bodyguards by his side were undercover agents that Yanni had arranged. Tang was shocked. Undercover? It's just an identity, for the purpose of carrying a gun. They are bodyguards, only protecting Yu Shang, and they don't do anything else. You don't have to worry about them. Just don't provoke Yu Shang. Everyone in the Jingfang, except for Yanni, privately thinks that Yu Shang is extremely dangerous. Think about it, Tiger Fang was able to kill 4 of your men in an instant, and yet he was completely helpless under Yu Shang's control, and was stabbed in the back of the head. What kind of strength is that? Even a king of soldiers wouldn't be able to do that. Tang Lauda felt his eyelids twitching. He had fought with Yu Shang today, and was lucky that Yu Shang had not found him. Suddenly, the phone rang. Tang didn't avoid the sunglasses man, and picked up the phone directly. Who is it? You don't need to know who I am. But I know you kidnapped Wen Shu. Yu Shang let you kidnap her on purpose, in order to use her as bait to find you. It's a pity that he failed, otherwise you would have been dead. Remember, Yu Shang will never let this go, because he needs to make a name for himself with Jenny and get promoted and rich by stepping on your corpse. If you don't want to be reduced to ashes, do as I say. Tomorrow morning, Yu Shang will go to the airport and board a plane to Pingzhou. At 1 p.m., he will be at the Jade Garden to gamble on stones. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your luck. After that, he hung up the phone. Tang looked at the man in the sunglasses with cold eyes. Who is this guy? Kai Yuhua, a top young man in Beijing, came to Jianghai with Wen Shu, with the goal of seducing Jenny. The man in sunglasses said softly that he dared not hide it, because Tang had more than one spy in Jingfang. Tang Lao thought for a long time and nodded solemnly. No wonder he wanted to get rid of Yu Shang. It seems that I have no choice but to be this sharp knife. The man in sunglasses didn't want to know about Tang's plans. After all, he was a spy, so he had to get up and leave. Tang Lauda ordered his men to escort him back, so that no one could see him. He never mentioned the name of the man in the sunglasses, and Yu Shang had never seen the man in the sunglasses, so he didn't know who it was. Tang Lauda sat there, thinking silently, muttering to himself. If he wants to be completely silent, there is only one option left. When he gets off the plane, he will get into a taxi and kill him in the car. He immediately took out his phone and began to make arrangements. Yu Shang listened in horror. If he didn't know, he would really be fooled. Stealth is useless. Can you fly in a car? But once you sit down in the car, you're dead. The trap is in the seat, with a hidden poison needle. Damn it, when I find out where the drugs are, you're dead. Yu Shang gritted his teeth in hatred. He didn't want to kill Tang Boss quietly, exposing himself for nothing. He had to let Jenny catch him. Helping Jenny is helping himself. After arranging everything, Tang returned to the bedroom. Yu Shang, who had become invisible, was stunned. He saw a beautiful woman lying on the bed, with long hair like a waterfall, snow-white skin, and closed eyes with long eyelashes, like a princess from a fairy tale. Isn't this movie star Su Bolian? Judging from her state, she seemed to be delirious, and it was obvious that she had been drugged. Yu Shang instantly understood. This was a drugged-up movie star that Tang had kidnapped and was going to drug and send away after she was done. The movie star dared not make a fuss. After all, the price could be a ruined reputation. In the end, it was as if nothing had happened. At this point, after looking at her for a while, Tang took off Su Balian's clothes and carefully inspected her. If Yu Shang wasn't invisible, he would have been bleeding from the nose. It was too visually impactful. Is she really a virgin? I thought she was just innocent looking, but there are still miracles like this in the entertainment industry? No, Su Balian's background is not as simple as it seems. There must be a big fish hiding behind it. Tang Lao was surprised to mutter to himself. It was not in line with his principles to act without knowing the background. At this moment, the phone rang. It was his right-hand man, Zhao Yongbua. He was in charge of all of Zhao Yongbua's business in the white world. Boss, there might be some trouble. Han San, the third master of the Han family in Beijing, called and asked if Su Bolian was with us. He said that if she was, he would release her immediately and that he could pretend that nothing had happened. Tang's face fell. Who leaked the news? No one leaked it. I guess he called everyone one by one. After all, not many people can do this. Then we can't admit it. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. We can't afford to offend Master Han. I'll quietly send the person away. Okay, I understand. Zhao Yanghua hung up the phone. Yu Sheng's eyes lit up. There was no need to wait for the drugs. This was an opportunity to destroy Boss Tang, resolve the crisis of tomorrow, and repay Han Sanyi personally. If Yanni could take credit for rescuing the movie star, they might even find the drugs in the villa. The benefits were already great enough. How could Tang let him go quietly? Tang was about to dress Su Bolian when Yu Sheng suddenly threw an ashtray at his back of the head. Bang! Chapter 43, Take advantage of the situation and crush. Tang Lauda fell to the ground and died of direct suffocation. Even an ashtray, which was a small improvement in Yu Sheng's physical fitness, caused Tang's skull to collapse and killed him instantly. Yu Sheng took out the King of Thieves' phone and started to send Yanni a message one by one. Immediately mobilize manpower to surround the villa of Tang Tianze in Peach Blossom Land. He kidnapped Su Bolian and stripped naked in the master bedroom on the second floor. You take Wen Shu with you, so that she won't look for me and find out that I'm not at home. Remember, it's about the reputation of the actress, and to repay Han Sanyi, don't let the man in or touch her when you save her. You two are responsible for the whole process, because she was drugged. Tang Tianze was killed during your rescue, and he was killed with an ashtray. Don't forget to search for drugs, which are likely to be in this villa. This is the phone of the King of Thieves. He was killed by Tang Tianze when he came to steal things and was poured into a concrete pillar. There is a trader in your bureau, with a Mediterranean haircut, around 50 years old, who has been providing Tang Tianze with insider information. Before Tang Tianze died, he had a phone call with Kai Yuhua, who provided him with my exact whereabouts, allowing Boss Tang to kill me. Pay attention to extracting the call records. Call Kai Yuhua and record the conversation. He will definitely deny it, and then, case, please call me. I think I can help you clear up a lot of things. Yanni was waiting for him to say that. Chapter 44, The Protector of Flowers. Yanni quickly said, I have a recording here. I hope that Master Han can help me send it to the elders of Kai Yuhua, in the hope of gaining their support and understanding. I don't mean to target the Kai family. Then she sent the recording to Master Han. After listening to it, Master Han understood that Kai Yuhua would definitely obstruct the investigation. Whether or not he was directly involved in the kidnapping, he and Boss Tang definitely had secrets that could not be revealed. Master Han had to admire how accurately and skillfully Yanni had grasped the rules of the upper-class game. He immediately sent it to the Tsai family. They would investigate it themselves without any explanation. Kai Yuhua never expected that his father would call him personally. Dad, what are your instructions? I only have one question. Were you involved in the kidnapping of Su Bolian? Oh my god, was Su Bolian kidnapped? I don't know. Don't lie, or you'll lose all family resources and status. I swear I didn't participate. Then why did you call Boss Tang? Well, I had a little scheme. You know, I came to Jianghai to chase after Jenny. So I wanted to use Boss Tang to get rid of my rival, who is Yu Sheng. I just told Boss Tang that I had arranged a bet on the jade market with Yu Sheng for tomorrow. This has nothing to do with Su Bolian. I see. Call to cancel the bet, and you return to Beijing immediately. Don't interfere with Yanni's investigation. He hung up the phone directly. Kai Yuhua felt like he had just eaten a fly. Asking him to cancel the bet on his own? What's the difference between that and admitting defeat? But he dared not disobey his father's order, so he summoned up the courage to call Wen Shu and asked her to tell Yu Sheng that the bet was off. Wen Shu was stunned, and she was almost embarrassed for him. She really regretted agreeing to help him, making herself look like a joke. She was so depressed. After Yanni had handed over the drugs and money, she finally had time to call Jia Xiushan. Jia, we have a mole who has been providing information to Boss Tang. It's normal to have a traitor, someone who is corrupted by money. But if that's all, what are you trying to tell me? My informant said that this person has a Mediterranean haircut and is about 50 years old. Jia Xiaoshan shuddered and said with emotion, "Your informant is really awesome." He was completely convinced. While the big star hadn't even reported the case yet, Jenny's informant had already been rescued, and in the process had seized countless US dollars, dozens of kilograms of drugs, and had also killed Boss Tang and incidentally discovered the mole. The key is that he is alone. He kills gods and Buddhas alike. If solving a case is 100 points, then the rest of his life is worth 1,000. Well, there is only one person left who meets the requirements, Deputy Director Qin. Director Jia reported directly to Li Changqing, and then Deputy Director Qin was secretly invited to tea. Oh, to be precise, it should be, at the specified time, at the specified location, to explain the problem. It was morning. Yu Sheng turned off his computer and turned on his phone. Yu Sheng, Kai Yuhua has to go back to Beijing for some business, so the stone gambling event has to be cancelled. When Shu's phone call came in. Don't say sorry, in fact, I should thank you, because I don't understand gambling at all, and I might lose everything if I really gamble. Ha ha ha. When Shu suddenly became happy. Let's have lunch together today. Su Baolian is treating. You can get a close-up look at the big star. Yu Sheng thought to himself, I saw her most private parts last night, I don't need to feel it. I won't go because my plane ticket is already booked and I'm going to Pingzhou soon. I wish you all a good time. Are you stupid? You can cancel your plane ticket. No need. If a poor person doesn't do anything wrong, he will remain poor for the rest of his life. Yu Sheng hung up the phone. Is he crazy? When Shu turned her head and saw the three people in front of her looking at her strangely. Yanni, Su Baolian, and Master Han. When Shu was a little angry, what are you all looking at? Su Baolian said with a smile, Sister Wen Shu, I can tell that they are all experts. You really think they don't know how to appraise jade? Only super experts need to keep a low profile, but amateurs need to be loud to make their presence felt, so as not to be crushed into dust. When Shu was embarrassed, and Master Han even added, the rest of your life will be very complicated. Third Master is becoming more and more interested. After he hurried to Jianghai to learn more about the rescue, he felt it was incredible. Yanni dared to go all in with just one text message from her informant, and she won a fortune. It was clear that she had great confidence in this informant. Behind every successful woman, there is a man who is quietly making sacrifices. Yanni really has one, and it's super powerful. It's not that much to say that a man was killed by an ashtray, but Yanni was as precise as an assembly line. Both men had a collapsed back of the head. Were they both blind? The key point is the collapse. Could Yanni do that? But the rest of his life fits the characteristics of this bull. The superstar invited him to dinner, and he didn't even ask why. Shouldn't a normal person ask why? But he wasn't surprised. Su Baolian was also obsessed with the man who saved her, because he must have seen her naked. Although the other two men also saw it, they are both dead. She wouldn't hold a grudge against the dead. How about we go to Pingzhou too? Su Baolian was after all younger and less focused, and she spoke first. When Shu immediately nodded, I agree. Let's go see what he's up to. We must find out all his secrets. She glanced at Jenny in passing. Yanni smiled lightly, I understand what you mean. You're not inviting me to lunch, are you? No, Jenny, we'll go together. Su Baolian quickly took her arm. I don't have time. You go ahead. We'll get together again when you get back. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yanni said goodbye to the third master and left. Third master smiled and said, Baolian, you go and have fun. I'm going to see an old friend. I think you can trust anyone that Yanni trusts. So you don't need to bring a bodyguard. Those people are useless. They're just in the way. Godfather, I understand what you mean. Don't worry. Su Baolian nodded obediently. Su Baolian is a very smart girl. She once asked Third Master what kind of man she could trust with her life. Third Master said there was no such man. A woman must rely on herself, there is no man she can rely on. But Third Uncle did not oppose her pursuit of love. After all, she was in her prime, and she should not be prevented from blooming. Therefore, in the opinion of Third Master, if one must suffer the bitterness of love, then a protector is the best choice for the rest of one's life. So she told her not to bring a bodyguard, and Su Bolian understood. Only when Shu was depressed again. She felt like she was a bit like the legendary silly deer. San Yi, a big boss who has seen countless people, is encouraging Su Bolian to pursue the man, but she keeps pushing back. She is not a rival in love. Isn't this a disease of the brain? Chapter 45, equivalent to a best friend. Yu Sheng is going to take Feng Taizhan to Pingzhou, and ask Yang Kai to stay at home to guard the house. It is very important to guard the house. The safety of the cultural relics and the US dollars is secondary. The key is that there are still 25 kilograms of drugs inside. If the drug squad were to take it, that would be a great injustice. It's not the same as a drug dealer hiding drugs. He doesn't sell or use drugs. Well, it's just for planting evidence on the enemy. As soon as the Mercedes-Benz had just left the gate, Su Bolian and Wen Shu walked over with smiles on their faces. Yu Sheng got out of the car in puzzlement. What are you two doing? Didn't Jenny tell you? We're going to Pingzhou with you. Oh, and this is the big star Su Bolian. She's giving you a chance to protect your idol. Are you excited? Wen Shu's eyes were sparkling and she was smiling and teasing. Su Bolian kept looking at Yu Sheng, and he was completely different from the tough guy she had imagined. He was actually quite gentle, and he was dressed very plainly in clothes from the assembly line. The most special thing about him was his gaze, which seemed strange. Thinking about the fact that this man had once looked at her naked, Su Bolian couldn't help but blush, and she actually forgot what she wanted to say. Yu Sheng suddenly smiled. Where is your bodyguard? Su Bolian was even more embarrassed. Could she say that she didn't bring a bodyguard because of him? Wen Shu was furious. Are you crazy? What do you need us for? What are two beautiful women like us doing following you around? She regretted what she had said. She felt like she was having a seizure, and she couldn't help but go crazy when she saw Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was not angry, but only explained, what I mean is, what if your fans surround you? He looked at Su Bolian patiently. After all, she was young, and he had seen for himself last night that she was still a virgin, which made it easy for him to feel protective. Brother Yu, I have a scarf. No one will recognize me. Su Bolian quickly said this, and took out a light purple silk scarf from her handbag to show him. Okay, get in the car. Yu Sheng understood. Su Bolian obviously knew who had saved her. The two women sat in the back seat, looking at Yu Sheng in the passenger seat. Yu Sheng closed his eyes and thought, these two people are in the way. I have to be invisible to search for jade on a large scale. If I'm not invisible, I'll have to touch them one by one. Pingzhou is not like Zhanghai. It'll take forever to touch them all. Only Feng Taizhan looked straight ahead, driving straight to the airport. Yu Sheng, why don't you express your excitement at seeing your idol? Are you dissatisfied with your idol? Tell us the truth. Is your purpose in getting us in the car to plot something? Wen Shu's words had some unclear and ambiguous killing power, and she herself didn't understand. Yu Sheng slowly looked back at her. You're the one who followed me, and you're the one who said I was up to no good. Can you be any more shameless? He responded lightly. Pauline has never done anything wrong. If something happens, it's society's responsibility. I'm a young person with a sense of social responsibility. How can I not care? To be honest, if you went alone, I definitely wouldn't care. This precise attack made Wen Shu's chest tremble, and she punched him directly from behind. Don't you dare meddle with me. Su Bolian suddenly realized that this was the reason why he had saved her last night. She felt a sense of happiness in being spoiled. Then she felt a little embarrassed. Did he know that she was a virgin? How did he know? After thinking about it for a moment, she felt even more flushed. Wen Shu's big, angry eyes turned and she suddenly smiled. Wang Shua said, praising a poor man for being frugal is as shameless as praising an eunuch for not being unfaithful. Do you think that's true? Yu Sheng sneered to himself. You think you can trick me with such a simple trap? He said simply, I think so. Oh my god, you are so frugal and don't mess around because you are a poor eunuch. Wen Shu exclaimed. Yu Sheng laughed, I'm not frugal, I just want to wait for Jenny to buy it for me. I just want to see when she will have this realization. And she's not sitting in my arms, so how could she not be disorderly? Auntie, what does it matter to you if I'm a eunuch? You son of a bitch, who are you calling auntie? Wen Shu punched him angrily. Feng Tieshan's body trembled, and even the Mercedes-Benz shook. Su Bolian smiled to herself, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. It turned out that he really only had Yanni in his heart. Wen Shu suddenly turned her head and whispered in Su Bolian's ear, "Try it. It feels great. It's different from other men. It's all muscle." Su Bolian was shocked by these words and quickly changed the subject. "Sister, we're almost at the airport." "What? We're already at the airport?" Wen Shu couldn't help but sigh. She used to be so pure, too, but time would eventually take everything away, and it only took a few short years. She didn't have the courage of Jenny and could only accept the family's arrangement. Soon she would be married to someone she didn't love. This is a political marriage. Marriages in the family are never a matter of two people, but of two families. Fortunately, marriage is not the end of the world, and she can secretly taste her own love. Of course, the man could do the same. This was the tacit understanding between the two of them. When Shu looked at the rest of her life and a wild fire rose in her heart. "Your mother slept with me. That's your family's ancestral grave emitting smoke. How dare you ask for 10 million? What's even more hateful is that you took the money and didn't give me a happy ending. How dare you play the bad guy?" The eerie silence was suddenly broken by the sound of a phone call. When Shu realized it was Kai Yuhua and her heart leapt. She deliberately said loudly, "Kai Yuhua, I won't help you anymore. You actually ran away from the stone gambling competition, and you've completely humiliated me." "I really didn't run away. My father asked me to go back to Beijing. What could I do? By the way, when are you coming back?" "I'm not going back. I've taken your bet. I'm on my way to the airport to fly to Pingzhou to bet 100 million with Yu Sheng to show you what it means to be a hero in life and a ghost in death." "Okay, you don't have to back out on me. The time and place are still the same. I'll just ask a friend to go and bet with him." "Okay." When Shu hung up the phone directly, saying triumphantly, "Yu Sheng, everything is the same as before. It's time for you to make a name for yourself." Yu Sheng was at a loss for words. He really didn't want this fame. Making a fortune quietly was the way to go. But now he had no choice but to go with the flow. They arrived at the airport. The four of them boarded the plane without a hitch. Feng Taishan and Yu Sheng were originally seated together, but Su Bolian and Feng Taishan changed seats. When Shu tried to change seats again, but there was a problem. The man sitting on the other side of Yu Sheng was a middle-aged man who said with a smile, "I'm not going to change. It's rare to sit next to Brother Yu. This is fate." Yu Sheng then realized that this person was one of the dozen collectors who had bought his ancient jade from Su Haoping's home. His name was Yang Chaoping. It turned out to be Brother Yang. Yu Sheng laughed, shook hands with him, and ignored Wen Shu. Su Bolian looked at Yang Chaoping curiously. She remembered what Third Master had said, to understand a person, you must first look at his friends. So is this Yang Chaoping a friend of Yu Sheng? Yu Sheng asked curiously, "Brother Yang, do you also go to the jade market?" "I'm from Pingzhou." Yang Chaoping laughed heartily. Yu Sheng's heart leapt. "Do you have a car?" "My Hummer is parked at the airport." "You four, right? There's enough room for everyone. I'll take care of everything. Please, brother, give me a chance to show you around." Yang Chaoping was full of enthusiasm. Su Bolian sighed to herself, this is definitely a friend, equivalent to a best friend. Chapter 46, The Middle Game of the Stone Gambling Bureau. Sand Sculpture Airport. Tang Tianlong sat in the taxi, watching the planes in the sky slowly descend towards the runway. He checked his phone and everything was already arranged. "You're all dead, and you're all going to be buried with my brother." He glared at the airport exit, and finally, his subordinate called him. "Brother Long, they have an extra person." "Oh, they have their own car, a Hummer. It's a local license plate." This accident made Brother Long's heart sink, but fortunately, he had a plan. The second plan was implemented, with each person taking turns following the Hummer and changing vehicles at each fork in the road. 10 taxis, like an arm, followed the Hummer. In the Hummer, Yang Chaoping drove the car, and everyone was laughing and joking. Yu Sheng kept looking at the taxis in the rearview mirror. "Yang, the boss of Jade Yuan, what's his background?" "I'm not sure. The manager is a junior, and the real boss is very well hidden. He's not from our circle, and I think he's a second-generation official. Okay, let's go to the hotel near the jade shop. No problem. Yang Xiaoping knew that Yu Sheng was gambling at the Jadeite Club, and that it was at 1 p.m. He asked casually, "Who are you gambling with?" "The people arranged by Kai Yuhua." Yang Xiaoping was shocked and suddenly felt guilty. How could he not get around it? He didn't want to get involved in the fight between the two men, either of whom could crush him. Fortunately, Yu Sheng was very considerate and added, "Yang, don't meet with Kai Yuhua's people. I think that if they lose, they won't admit it and may even start a fight. So I'll go alone." Yang Xiaoping immediately changed his mind. "Okay, I'll take them out for a walk after dinner." Wen Shu was displeased. Kai Yuhua was not that shameless. You don't know the top young masters very well. Su Balian's brows were already furrowed. She came to see the jade, and she wasn't even allowed to follow? Feng Taishan, however, widened his eyes. "Boss, you're going alone? What am I supposed to do?" He felt ridiculous. Isn't his job to take the bullets? Who is protecting who? Yu Sheng said seriously, "Your task is to protect Su Bolian and Wen Shu. If anyone causes trouble, send me a message immediately. Be careful, don't call. My phone may be bugged." Okay. He knew that the content of the message could not be checked. Yu Sheng looked in the rearview mirror and suddenly said, "Yang, we're being followed. Those taxis are all in cahoots. They change taxis at every intersection. Look carefully at that taxi. It's time to change again at the next intersection." Yang Xiaoping looked at it for a while and exclaimed, "Sure enough, it's a different taxi. There's always a taxi following us." Wen Shu and Su Balian, who had been dissatisfied, were also scared at this point. So Kai Yuhua is really shameless. Yu Sheng said calmly, "This is no simple stalking, it's an attempt to kill me. Brother Yang, when we get to the hotel, I'll go down alone, you guys keep going. They won't chase you, don't worry, just wait for my text message." When Shu finally realized how stupid she was. The bet had been cancelled, but she had insisted on continuing it. She had no idea how wrong she was. Kai Xiao thought that after Tang's death, the assassination was cancelled. He could kill Yu Sheng behind his back, as long as he was not implicated. But now that his father knows, the assassination will be pointed at him. How can he continue? "Boss." Feng Taishan was in a terrible state. Yu Sheng patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "Protect the two of them well, don't let them get hurt, that's your mission." Feng Taishan nodded solemnly, "Don't worry, boss. I'll show my badge at critical moments, and they won't attack the police." Yang Xiaoping and the others were shocked. Feng Taishan was actually a police officer? A security guard for Yu Sheng? It's true that Feng Taishan is quite resourceful. His words gave Wen Shu and Su Bolian a sense of security. The Hummer drove past the Jade Edge door and stopped less than 100 meters away at the hotel entrance. Yu Sheng jumped out of the car and waved his hands vigorously, signaling to hurry up and leave. Yang Xiaoping drove the car away quickly, and Su Bolian and the other two looked worried, as if they had left their hearts behind and only pulled away a shell. Yu Sheng strolled into the hotel, and the taxis behind him stopped one after another. Sure enough, none of them chased after the Humvee. Yu Sheng went straight to the bathroom and then came out again. He then saw several taxi drivers following him into the bathroom, obviously planning to kill him there. But Yu Sheng couldn't kill anyone here. Someone had to take the blame. So, he left the hotel directly, and just passed by Longda, heading straight for the Jade shop. Jade Yuan is a shop front facing the street. Even if you drive by on the road, you will see a large number of raw stones neatly placed on the shelves. They are all dozens of kilograms of material, with no windows or leather shells, purely gambling on the material, and you can't see anything with a flashlight. It's extremely risky. Only true gamblers come here. At this time, there were only two middle-aged men in the shop, leisurely sitting at the table, one drinking tea and the other smoking. Yu Sheng was in a state of invisibility, with his four-dimensional perception fully open, and was surprised to find that there was something wrong with the jadeite rough here. After a closer inspection, he immediately understood. These rough stones are all fake. Many of them are cut and then glued back together. Don't doubt the high-tech methods, the glue used to stick the stones back together is just as good as the original. In addition, a hole is drilled with an electric drill, the quality of the center of the stone is checked, and then the hole is filled back in with jade powder mixed with glue. No wonder they bet it all. If you really want to clean it up, it's easy to expose the flaws. Yu Sheng was speechless. There was no valuable material here, so how could he gamble? Mr. Wang, it's 12 o'clock, and Yu Sheng hasn't shown up yet? The middle-aged man who was smoking spoke up. He was the ostensible boss of the Jade Yuan Ming, Liang Han. Mr. Wang, who was drinking tea, smiled. Young people don't know their place. An experienced person would definitely come to take a look first and then decide whether to bet or not. But he really is going to show up. Okay, it seems that I was overcautious. Put the prepared piece of material on display. Liang Han turned and left. Yu Sheng followed with his eyes wide open, and saw Liang Han walk into the suite, open the safe, take out a fist-sized rough stone from inside, and then return to the outer room, giving Wang a glance. Remember, I'll put it in the garbage for you. Mr. Wang followed Liang Han and watched him hide the rough stone in a pile of garbage. These garbage materials are all fist-sized and are only used to attract the lowest-end customers. Normal big players won't pay attention to them. In other words, the probability of Yu Sheng picking out this rough stone before Boss Wang was infinitely close to zero. So, Boss Wang said he was being overly cautious. He laughed at himself. It was just a bet of 100 million, and he was so worked up about it. After all, it was his money, and if he lost, it was his loss, not Kaiyowa's. Yu Sheng had already completely understood. His heart was pounding. This was the first time he had encountered a top-quality jadeite rough. The stone had obviously been cut and then glued back together, and the perfect color-matching repair was so seamless that it was impossible to tell from the outside. But this inconspicuous stone was actually ice-type imperial jade. It's really dark. The other materials combined are no match for it. If I hadn't come early, I would have been cheated. Chapter 47, Where did the money go? After cursing the rest of his life, he decided to wait for the right moment to frame someone and drive a wedge between two people. As expected, Tang Tianlong found that Yu Sheng was missing and immediately rushed to the Jade Edge. He knew that Yu Sheng had been gambling at the Jade shop that afternoon. Yu Sheng waited in the doorway in stealth. When he saw Tang Tianlong coming, he quickly went into the back of the Jade shop and used the combination that Liang Han had just given him to open the safe. Inside were cash, account books, and other things. Yu Sheng picked a bag at random, put the cash in it, and closed the safe. At this time, 10 people from Tang Tianlong's group entered the Jade shop one after another, looking around with murderous intent. Liang Han and Boss Wang already sensed something was wrong, and although they were still sitting, they were extremely vigilant as they watched them. Mr. Wang whispered, "I'm afraid it's Yu Sheng's dirty trick. I'll go and hide." He left in a hurry. Of course, Tang Tianlong's men would not stop him. Liang Han was not worried. Even if Yu Sheng could see the tricks in the rough stone, he would not dare to play dirty, otherwise he would be dead. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and a light sound came from inside. This was a noise made on purpose by Yu Sheng to alert Tang Tianlong that someone was inside. Tang Tianlong was fooled, thinking that Yu Sheng was hiding in the back room. "So what are you waiting for?" He rushed in. Liang Han took out his cell phone and called his boss, saying that Yu Sheng had sent 10 people to rob the place. He was convinced that it was Yu Sheng who had ordered the robbery. Although Yu Sheng had not shown up, he had never encountered such a situation before. The people who collected protection fees were too scared to come in, but today they had robbed directly, and these people were very unfamiliar. There was no need to stop them. Just let Yu Sheng rob them. Then, how could 10 people escape? After they were arrested, they would be charged with the crime of being Yu Sheng's accomplices. Liang Han thought he was right. Yu Sheng, however, quickly left the Jade Stone shop and saw a pickup truck drive by. He threw his bag into the truck. This was a test of the driver's character. If he couldn't explain the source of the money, he would be executed as a robber. Even if he knew he was innocent, he might be blamed for the crime. Would he dare to hand it over? Wouldn't it be better to keep the money and not make a fuss? Yu Sheng sent a text message to Wen Shu in an empty place, "Notify Kai Yuhua that 10 people are chasing me and the bet is cancelled." Wen Shu quickly replied, "I scolded him, and he said he didn't do it, and he wanted the Pingzhou Jingfang to completely eradicate them." Yu Sheng smiled, thinking that Tang Tianlong would definitely wipe them out. Liang Han didn't know, but Kai Yuhua knew that the 10 people must be Tang's men. If they really investigated, they would implicate Kai Yuhua. He returned to the hotel, re-entered the bathroom, and then reappeared. At this point, he had completely cleared himself of suspicion. Otherwise, if the wellsite checks the surveillance and sees that he went in but never came out, they will definitely be suspicious. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, a motorcycle drove up and the young man on the bike said eagerly, "Brother, Boss Yang asked me to come and help you." "Great, do you have a driver's license?" "Yes, I can drive a truck." "Take me to the car rental shop." "I need a truck to carry the rough stones." "Okay." Tang Tianlong searched the back room and was puzzled. Could the noise just now have been a mouse? He felt something was wrong and quickly told everyone to leave. He said to Liang Han, "We were just looking for someone. We didn't touch anything." Liang Han sneered, "Could it be that you are looking for Yu Sheng?" "Hey! How do you know? Is he really here?" Tang Tianlong's murderous intent was back. Liang Han was shocked. "You still want to silence me? I have a camera here. I only want to know where Yu Sheng is. Stop pretending. Aren't you the one sent by Yu Sheng?" Liang Han regained his composure. Tang Tianlong felt even more wrong. Just now, when he entered the room, it seemed like he had been tricked. "There are no cameras in your room, right?" "No. But it doesn't affect the fact that you're guilty of murder." Liang Han sneered. Tang Tianlong suddenly realized, "Okay. You're guilty. Let me see what you're made of." He waved his hand and left with his subordinates. Liang Han went into the back room, checked the safe, and immediately called the boss, "Mr. Chow, all the cash in the safe has been stolen, totaling 1.6 million. "Oh, well, even with wings, Yu Sheng can't fly out of Pingzhou?" After hanging up, Mr. Chow called Kai Yuhua again. "Is it okay to kill Yu Sheng during the arrest?" "What's the reason?" asked Kai Yuhua. "He robbed 1.6 million. That's impossible. He has over 100 million in cash, not to mention assets. How could he rob 1.6 million? Okay, he sent 10 people to my jade shop and robbed all the money in the safe. They were Tang Tian's men, sent to kill Yu Sheng. Eliminate them all. There are too many connections." "I understand." Mr. Chow hung up the phone and picked up the red landline. The 10 robbers all had guns and were extremely vicious criminals, so they must all be shot. The next moment, a police shootout unfolded. Tang Tianlong and his gang never expected to be shot so fiercely. They were shot to pieces in the taxi and never understood what happened until they died. But that wasn't the end. The police didn't find the 1.6 million in cash. After re-investigating the surveillance footage, it was discovered that Tang Tianlong and his 10 men probably did not rob the bank, and they could not have hidden that much money on their bodies. After this conclusion was reported to Mr. Chow, he was silent. He had to suspect that Liang Han had swallowed the 1.6 million and framed Tang Tianlong. Finally, Mr. Chow called Liang Han to his office. "Did you see Tang Tianlong take the 1.6 million? "I saw them rush in and check the safe, and the money was gone. Although they didn't have a bag, it's very likely that they hid it on their bodies. They didn't have it on them either. They didn't take it at all." Mr. Chiao's eyes were cold. Liang Han's eyes widened, and finally sweat appeared on his forehead. "Sir, you don't suspect that I took it, do you? I have been loyal to you for so many years. Is this necessary?" "Originally, it wasn't necessary. But if you misjudged the situation and thought you could swallow it without risk, then why not do it?" Xiao Gongzi's eyes narrowed into a slit. No, I swear, I didn't take it." Liang Han was already scared stiff, and his speech was weak. He knew how terrifying Master Chiao was. Since he had turned his back on him, there was no use in saying anything. He would be killed even if he was wrong, so as to prevent him from having any other ideas. Mr. Chow suddenly said, "Is it possible that Yu Sheng was behind this?" Liang Han's eyes lit up, as if he had caught a lifeline. Yes, it was him who did it. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it is. There seemed to be movement inside at the time, which is why they were attracted in. Mr. Chow picked up the phone and said, "Find out everything about Yu Sheng. Maybe he has the money." "Mr. Chow, we have already checked, and Yu Sheng is not a suspect. He was empty-handed, and didn't even have a bag. Surveillance shows that at the time of the incident, he was in the hotel bathroom. How did he escape the 10 people who were chasing him in the bathroom? I suspect he paid off one of the gangsters, after all, he has money. Mr. Chiao was relieved. If he had only bribed one of them, it was possible. Since Yu Sheng is innocent, who should die? Let Liang Han disappear. Mr. Chiao was impatient. In a flash, Liang Han's neck was snapped, and then his bodyguard put him in a box and carried him away. Chapter 48. Yu Sheng was stunned. Yu Sheng rented a small van and drove to the nearest jade shop with his younger brother. Wait in the car. Don't let anyone see us drive here. I understand. Don't worry, brother Yu. The younger brother was very excited, and he didn't know how Yang Chaoping had inspired such enthusiasm. Yu Sheng followed the established plan, went into the stone shop, used the bathroom, then quickly came out and made a quick tour. The entire store was not used for even a minute, and the screening was already complete. Finally, he returned and went straight to the location. He first touched a piece of rough stone that was sure to lose, weighing 100 jin. Boss, how much is this? The boss looked swarthy and cunning. He thought that Yu Sheng was probably well prepared and determined to win, so he casually said, 5 million, no bargaining. Holy cow, 51,000 caddies? 101,000 kilograms? You're more expensive than the cut ones. Yu Sheng was shocked. Everything else can be cheap, but this one is probably high in color. Look at this wild. Yu Sheng waved his hand directly, I don't want it. He changed to the next piece, can this one be cheaper? This piece is the only one that Yu Sheng has selected, a glass-like jadeite of the positive yang green variety. It looks like it weighs only 60 caddies, but the jadeite inside is 40 caddies, worth more than 80 million. The boss was a bit unsure. I just feel that I have a connection with you. Take it for 2 million. Okay. If you are sincere, then it will work. Yu Sheng transferred the money directly. The boss likes this kind of local tyrant the most, and happily asked, do you want me to cut it for you? No, I'll carve it myself. Oh, then you go ahead. Yu Sheng left with the only top-quality jade in the entire jade shop, and placed it in the cargo compartment. Then he went straight to the next shop. This time, after entering the store, Yu Sheng didn't even wait to find the bathroom before he saw Boss Wang. It turned out that Mr. Wang was the owner of the jade shop. Mr. Wang didn't know him, but he could feel that Yu was full of energy. He said with a smile, you look like a wealthy man, are you going to get rich today? Are you going to bet on the jade or not? I want to buy some good material for carving. By the way, I need to go to the bathroom first. Where is it? It's inside. Yu Sheng came out of hiding to take a look. He instantly recognized the scent of several hundred pieces of rough jade. He was surprised to find that there were no fake pieces of jade, but there were no top-quality jadeite either. There was only one piece of red jadeite, which was not as good as the best iced jadeite, but it was also very rare. Yu Sheng quickly made his decision and casually asked, how much is this piece of jade? His eyes were looking at another piece of jade, as if he was hesitating which one to choose. Do you want to touch that one? 1,800,000. I'll take it for 800,000. Don't tease me, I can't even get in. The value of the rough stone has nothing to do with how much you paid for it, it only has to do with the jade inside. 1 million, if you don't sell it, I'm leaving. Yu Sheng really walked out. After all, it was not a top-quality stone. Although it was worth 7 or 8 million, he felt that the profit was too small. Sold. Mr. Wang finally stopped him. Yu Sheng turned around and transferred the payment. Mr. Wang looked at the bank's text message and exclaimed, are you Yu Sheng? That's right. Yu Sheng picked up the jade and turned and left. Wang was sweating profusely. It was too strange. Tang Tianlong and his gang were all dead, Liang Han had disappeared, and only Yu Sheng was still free and easy, as if nothing had happened. Who would believe that he had nothing to do with it? Did he really come to buy the rough stone? Perhaps he was just here to warn him. Wang was deeply grateful that he had left first. Yu Sheng walked into the third jadeite shop and was stunned again. He ran into an acquaintance, Mo Yunsong. Mr. Mo, are you here to gamble on stones? Yu Sheng asked with a smile. Mo Yunsong was a little embarrassed, I'm here to buy some bracelets. In fact, he came to see Yu Sheng gamble on stones, but when he got here, he found out that there were no stones to gamble on. Kai Yuhua had not told him that the bet had been cancelled, and he had been made to look like a fool. He finally realized that Kai Yuhua was not a Thai. She didn't even treat him as a human being. So, he didn't contact Kai Yuhua again, and went straight to the jade shop. As a result, he and Yu Sheng were reunited after 100 years of cultivation. Yu Sheng smiled, "We met at the auction last time, and now we meet again at the jade shop. We may really have some fate." Yu Sheng glanced around. "You go ahead, I need to use the restroom." He used the same trick again and finished screening the entire jade shop in 1 minute. There were no top quality materials in the shop, but there was a rare 4-color jadeite, commonly known as Fulu Shoshi. The color is very good, very full, very positive, but the water is poor and not transparent enough, so it is not a top quality stone. But the good thing is that this material is large, weighing more than 200 caddies. So the profit is very considerable, not inferior to that of the Zhangyang green jadeite. Yu Sheng said with a smile, "Boss, this material is so poor, sell it to me at a lower price. I'll buy it back and carve it." The boss immediately smelled the scent of money and said with a face full of sincerity, "Okay, I won't make any money off you. You can take it for 10 million. Damn, isn't this profitable? What does it look like? 2 million, you can do it or not." Yu Sheng turned around. "I'll go as low as 8 million. Yu Sheng walked over to Mo Yuntsong and ignored the boss, giving him a hard time. Mo Yuntsong smiled and said, "Are you really going to buy it to engrave?" "Of course. I've already bought the engraving machine, a complete set of equipment, even a CNC wire cutting machine." Mo Yuntsong turned to the boss, "You want to kill this big customer with one blow?" The boss smiled and said, "For a million, don't even think about bargaining. I really can't sell it for a loss." Mo Yuntsong didn't say anything else. Yu Sheng was sure that there wasn't much more water left, so he nodded, "Okay, deal." After the transfer was completed, the boss was responsible for loading the car. When he saw Yu Sheng drive a truck to buy the rough stone, the boss was really stunned. He felt that he had lost a lot. But there was nothing he could do. The fourth shop, Yu Sheng didn't like any of the goods. He didn't care about the millions of dollars in profit, and left directly. At the fifth store, Yu Sheng was stunned. He found the heaviest piece of rough in the store, weighing more than 300 caddies. The skin was in poor condition, with no color bands and covered in small cracks. But the four-dimensional image of Yu Sheng in his invisible state showed that the inside was delicate and smooth, without a trace of cracks. The green color was as exquisite as watergrass, as if it were swaying in clear river water. This was the best ice-type floating flower. Yu Sheng's head buzzed. He was rich. This piece of rough was worth at least 500 million. It can be sold casually, or even snatched up. Now there are so few high-end materials that the jadeite market is flooded with risky materials, which has finally led to a downgrade in consumption and a collapse in low-end jadeite. But the price of this high-end jadeite is always rising. The jadeite market has become polarized. "Boss, which is the cheapest stone you have?" Yu Sheng asked stupidly. "Over there, it's junk." The boss pointed to the corner with his hand. "Oh, I thought this was the cheapest one that didn't perform well." Yu Sheng looked disappointed. The boss sneered, "This is a huge piece of rough, and there are too many variables inside. Even if the skin is not good, it doesn't mean that the inside is not good. I won't sell this stone for less than 3 million. The boss didn't believe that Yu Sheng could really buy it, so he called a bottom price. Because Yu Sheng didn't even have a flashlight, he didn't even touch it. Yu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. This guy just shouted 3 million without even looking at it? If he knew that the stone was worth 500 million, wouldn't he die of blood loss? Chapter 49, Trying to Steal from Me? "Boss, I just need a carving block this big. If you can make it cheaper, I'll buy it." "How about 1.5 million? "No, less than 3 million, I'd rather keep it as the store's treasure." The boss wouldn't budge at all. Yu Sheng smiled and said, "You have to give me some peace of mind." 2 million. The boss realized that Yu Sheng was serious about buying the stone, and he regretted that he had set the price too low. He refused to budge. 3 million. "Damn, you win. I'll buy it." The boss was suddenly beaming with joy, and Yu Sheng transferred the money directly. When the jadeite was loaded onto the truck, the boss's smile froze. He felt that he had met the sixth brother, and this rough jadeite was definitely a loss. But there was nothing he could do. He really couldn't tell the quality. As for cutting the stone, he was even more afraid. The younger brother drove the car and said with admiration, "Brother, I used to play with jade too, and I lost everything. You are the fastest jade expert I have ever seen." Many people are so indecisive when it comes to choosing a stone, and they even take days to negotiate the price. I get impatient just watching them. Yu Sheng smiled and said, "How do you know I'm a master?" Mr. Yang said that I should learn from you. He added the last sentence himself. Yang Xiaoping did not say that, but Yu Sheng could not possibly go and confirm it. "What's your name?" "Du Qi. I'm the seventh child." "Shit, you have 7 children? Is it a family ranking?" "No, I'm the only boy in a family of 6 sisters. So my family has a lot of money, and they expect a lot from me. But I'm not up to it, and I almost sold my sisters." Du Qi was a little embarrassed, but there was a light in his eyes. It was the light of never giving up, the light of longing. He wanted to seize every opportunity. He didn't want to be a grandson, he wanted to be a grandpa. I admire him a little, but such ambitious people either succeed or die, so he is not suitable to be a younger brother, only a friend. I can't teach you how to appraise stones. It's a talent, and you can't learn it if you don't understand it. If you choose to appraise stones, I don't think you'll do well. Besides, my direction isn't appraising stones, it's antiques. Du Qi was shocked. "Brother, are you saying that antiques are more profitable than jade?" "Of course. I'll give you one piece of advice. Remember, if you want to make money in the future, you should only do the most high-end things. The higher the end you play, the fewer competitors you will have. Especially avoid competing with the poor, just like what you are doing now. Anyone can do it, then it's not valuable. If you want to do jade, then only do the best jade. If you can't do that, then try antiques. Only do the highest end antiques, so that you won't lack buyers. Buy from the poor and sell to the rich. Your positioning is like a bridge. If you can do it, you will definitely make a lot of money. Although you don't have the knowledge, that's not the key. You have the ambition that ordinary people lack the most, and that's the key. I'm optimistic about you." After all, Yu Sheng is from a venture capital company. A few casual words made Du Qi feel enlightened and extremely excited. It felt as if he had a guiding principle, and no matter how he chose, whether he succeeded or failed, he would no longer be confused and would know which direction to work towards. The 6th jadeite shop. After entering, Yu Sheng found that the shop was just like Jade Yuan, selling fake goods. He left without saying a word. These are the only places to gamble. The rest are all cut jade in the wholesale market, which are very expensive. Du Qi said. "There is still time, let's go to the wholesale market for raw stones." Yu Sheng has only spent 10 million, and 70 million is still untouched. After arriving at the market, Yu Sheng spent half an hour walking around incognito, and only then was able to screen the entire market. There were just too many. In the end, he selected 3 targets. He reappeared and walked up to the first target. This is a rough stone split down the middle, and both pieces look like Wulong ZLV. However, if one of the 2 pieces had been shifted by just 1 centimeter, it would have been discovered that it had changed species, from waxy to ice. It had become a top-quality violet. The price of jadeite with a slightly lower water content is 10 times lower. In other words, although these 2 pieces are from the same stone, the price difference is 10 times. "Boss, how much is this piece?" 38,000, the boss was asking an outrageous price, and it didn't seem like he would ever be rich. Of course, he was talking about 38 million. Jade merchants are used to using abbreviations, and there is no ambiguity anyway. No one would dare to think that such a large piece of jade would only cost 38 million. Yu Sheng smiled, "The jade is not ice jade. You're being honest. Can you get 1,800 for it?" The value of this ice-type jadeite violet should be worth 180 million yuan, so he directly quoted a price of 1/10 of that amount, and he wouldn't buy it without a 10-fold profit. "You won't give me 1,800 yuan, will you?" The boss looked doubtful. "No, that would be too ridiculous. Why don't you find a third party to arbitrate?" "No need. I'll sell it to you." Yu Sheng directly transferred 18 million to him, then declined the boss's offer of help and loaded the goods into the car alone. When he returned to the market, more people paid attention to him, and some followed him to observe him. After all, Yu Sheng was too conspicuous. For such a huge transaction, he didn't use a flashlight or touch it with his hands, and he didn't even bend down to pay. No one is stupid. No one thought that Yu Sheng was a fool. Then he must be a super expert. Yu Sheng was somewhat helpless. He couldn't keep a low profile for long. He walked up to the second target, which was a piece of scrap material weighing about 30 caddies. It looked like a kind of jadeite, but it was not valuable. However, there was a fist-sized jadeite inside, which was a glass-like imperial jadeite. Glass-type imperial jade is the most precious material, and a pair of bracelets made from it can be worth 50 million yuan. This piece of rough can be used to make 2 pairs of bracelets, not to mention pendants, earrings, and ring faces. The most high-end material will never lack buyers. The richest people may just not have the place to spend it. The rest of my life, I will suppress my excitement. Boss, how much is this? 2 million. Can you make a discount? I need it for the base of my sculpture. The boss was about to speak when a voice came from behind Yu Sheng. I'll take it for 2 million. Yu Sheng turned around and saw a young man smiling and bowing. I'm sorry, but I also need to carve a base. This is a bit annoying. Yu Sheng smiled and said, okay, you want to play with me? I have tens of millions. Let's see who will back down first. I'll offer 4 million. The young man's mouth twitched, and the onlookers were suddenly in an uproar. The boss's mouth was split open. Are there still such pretentious criminals these days? My Jing, your chance has come. Don't be a coward. Buy a villa with it. Keep it up. Someone in the crowd laughed. My Jing was sweating. He didn't know if Yu Sheng was trying to trick him or if the price was really worth it. What if Yu Sheng didn't buy it if he raised the price? Based on his experience and speculation, Yu Sheng's price increase was obviously digging a pit, otherwise there was no need to double it. After all, he couldn't afford to lose, so he finally conceded, I give up. The boss quickly grabbed Yu Sheng, you can't go back on your word, it's 4 million. Everyone laughed. Yu Sheng smiled easily. Is 4 million worth risking my reputation? He paid the bill directly and left the market with the jade in his arms. My Jing finally hit his head and regretted not following him. But this time, more people followed Yu Sheng, and they all saw that Yu Sheng had bought the jade with a truck. These speculators all sensed something, and they looked at him like wolves. Yu Sheng sneered in his heart, trying to compete with me? Chapter 50, A Fatal Mistake. Yu Sheng returned to the market and after touching it a few times, he chose a piece of jade. Boss, how much is this? Ice-type positive jade green, 5 million. Make it cheaper, and we'll be friends. I'll be buying from you exclusively in the future. Before the boss could say anything, someone else spoke up behind Yu Sheng. It was my Jing again. I'll take it for 5 million. I'm sorry, but I still need a carved base. Yu Sheng saw that he was hooked and finally smiled, since you were so sincere, I will let you have it. Pay now. My Jing's smile froze, and he felt cheated. He immediately said, I forgot, the money is not enough. I'm sorry. His reaction was quick enough, otherwise he would have paid 4.9 million directly, and the green color would have been a thin layer. There is a saying in the stone buying world, better to buy a thin slice than a thick one. This is the reason why the green stone was not sold at a high price. That's why this piece of green stone won't sell for a high price. No one dares to cut it. If it is not cut, it is worth 5 million, but if it is cut, it may be worthless. Seeing that my Jing was not paying his debts, Yu Sheng turned to the boss. He's obviously messing around, and no one is going to do anything about it? The boss nodded helplessly, his uncle is in charge of this. I see. Yu Sheng said nothing and continued walking. The people who were watching from behind continued to follow, and they felt more and more that Yu Sheng was unfathomable. Only my Jing looked sullen. Yu Sheng quickly chose another glutinous rice seed, the jade with floating flowers, which cost 4 million, and my Jing could afford it. Boss, how much is the lowest price you can sell it for? 6 million. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded. Why are you still cooperating with me? He looked back at the crowd and then turned to the boss, asking with a puzzled look, do you have a grudge against them? 6 million for this kind of water? The boss chuckled, no grudges. Why do they follow you? It proves that you are a master. This jadeite is a known seed on the surface, but it may be an ice seed inside. Variations are very common. If it is an ice seed, it is the best jadeite, worth tens of millions of dollars. Is 6 million too high for you? Fuck. Yu Sheng directly put his fist together, I'm convinced. I'll buy it for 6 million. Just as he was about to transfer the money, Mai Jing shouted with a fiery look, I'll give you 6,100,000. Yu Sheng suddenly turned around and looked at him coldly. Are you done? You're joking. The highest bidder wins. Don't mess things up, or my uncle will get you. Mai Jing looked arrogant, then simply took out his mobile phone and transferred the money to buy the jade. Yu Sheng suddenly smiled, I see how much money you have to follow. Then he walked away. He's finally buried, and he's going straight to hell. There really is a mutation in this jadeite, but it's not ice jade, it's bean jade. Mai Jing lost more than 5 million yuan in one fell swoop. Yu Sheng continued on happily, finally arriving at the third item he really wanted to buy. This is half a 80 gene piece of material. It is a semi-translucent jadeite with a bluish-green color, so it is not very valuable. However, inside is a rare blue jadeite, and the blue color is extremely pure, making it a top-quality jadeite. The true value of this piece is at least 90 million yuan. Among the tens of thousands of raw jadeite stones in the entire market, there is only one such piece of top-quality blue jadeite. Boss, how much is this piece of material? Yu Sheng asked casually. 4 million. If you can lower the price, I'll buy it right away. 3,800,000. Yu Sheng smiled and paid directly by bank transfer. No one dared to grab it afterwards, not sure if it was a scam. Yu Sheng picked up the jade and looked at Mai Jing before leaving, smiling lightly, shake your head, can you hear the sound of the sea? Then he walked away. Mai Jing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was sure he had lost. Everyone still encouraged him, Brother Mai, cut it open and take a look. Maybe it's ice jade. Mai Jing was so angry that he gritted his teeth, are you all out of your minds? Didn't you hear what he just said? The crowd looked at each other helplessly and dispersed. Duchi did a very good job. The people from the air logistics company had already arrived and quickly completed the check-in procedures. At this time, Yang Chaoping's phone rang again. Brother, come to the Golden Jade Hotel. Someone is waiting for you. It's a surprise. Yu Sheng was taken aback. There was only one person who could surprise him. Sure enough, when Yu Sheng arrived at the hotel, he saw Jenny. She was still wearing a long trench coat and long hair, looking elegant and beautiful. Wherever she sat, she was the most beautiful scenery. Yanni said with a smile, I was rewarded with a vacation for my meritorious service. Yu Sheng sat down calmly and sighed, I guess they want you to let go of the Tang boss's case so they can quickly close the case. Yanni's expression was a little unnatural. You guessed it right. There were too many people involved. She still had one more thing to say. The hounds were all pouncing on her. Tang's huge business empire was completely swallowed up by the backroom deals. This is nothing for someone else, and she still gets the credit for the arrest. She didn't take the credit for herself, but Yanni was still bothered. The purpose of punishing evil has been achieved, so other minor matters are not important. Yu Sheng comforted. In his opinion, as long as the credit is there and the promotion is like a rocket, then it's not a waste of time, and everything else doesn't matter. When Shu took the opportunity to change the subject, are you still going to bet on the stone tomorrow? Su Balian also nodded, I haven't seen it yet. Yu Sheng laughed and said, you can't bet on the jade. As soon as people see 3 beautiful women, they'll kill me. They all hate me and want to sell me the jade twice as expensive as others. It depends on whether I'm shameless enough to give up 2 pieces. The women all smiled, and Yu Sheng's implicit praise made them look like waves of light, beautiful beyond compare. As Mr. Qiao listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes gradually darkened. It turned out that Liang Han was probably innocent, and the money in the bag was found. It wasn't that the pickup driver was noble, but that he didn't know there was a bag of money in the trunk, so he parked the car in front of the store, or it was discovered by the police searching for it. After checking, it turned out that the driver really had nothing to do with it. He didn't have the time to commit the crime, and it was impossible for him to put the money in the trunk so blatantly. Even if he put it in the driver's seat, it wouldn't have been exposed. Someone planted the money on him. If you follow the iron rule of solving a case, whoever benefits is the one who did it, then it must have been Yu Shang. He was being chased at the time, so he had enough motive to set up a frame and incriminate someone else, drive a hard bargain, and then when Tang Tianlong and 10 others died, he was free and clear, and he spent the afternoon playing with the jade. Mr. Chow couldn't think of any other possibility. But how did Yu Shang manage to do it? Xiao couldn't figure it out, but he decided to get rid of Yu Shang, and he had to do it in a subtle way, without getting himself into trouble. The 3 women around him each had their own background. After some thought, he said to his trusted bodyguard, "Yi Bo, this is a very important matter. I don't trust anyone right now. You personally go and spy on Yu Shang. Install a bug and a camera in his hotel room. I want to know what he does and says at all times. If you can find a suitable opportunity, such as luring him out alone under the pretext of trading jadeite rough, and then find a suitable person to take the blame, then you can kill him. Remember, don't be too hasty. If there's no chance, give up. Be sure to be safe. It's better not to get involved than to implicate us, and even more so not to implicate the 3 women. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. They all have big backgrounds." Yes. Yi Bo took the order and went straight to make arrangements. Chapter 51, Midnight Murder. The banquet finally dispersed. Yang Xiaoping went home alone, and the rest of the group stayed at the hotel and took 5 rooms. After all, the 3 women didn't sleep well last night, and they were tired from the flight. They went to their rooms to wash up and go to bed. Feng Taishan wanted to share a room with Yu Shang for convenience, but Yu Shang rebuked him. "If you sleep here, who will dare come to the 3 of them? Do you have a grudge against them? Get out." Feng Taishan was sweating profusely, and he was about to offend the 3 women to death without knowing what was going on. He hurriedly went back to his room. Yu Shang, however, did not believe that the 3 women would come knocking on the door. He just didn't need a bodyguard at night. He took a shower first. Just as he was about to turn off the computer, there was a knock on the door. Yu Shang's heart stirred. The boss behind Jade Destiny had always kept him on his guard. After all, this was in someone else's home court, and it was easy to get into trouble. He first turned off his phone to avoid being located. He then took out his room key card and, after the lights had gone out, opened the door warily. With the light from the corridor, he could see clearly that there was a young man in a suit and tie standing outside, even wearing a tie at night. The young man said politely, "Mr. Yu, I have a batch of high-quality rough stones that I want to sell at a low price. Would you like to take a look?" "Sorry, I only need rough stones for carving. I already have enough." Mr. Yu hid in the dark and smiled to decline. He wasn't sure about the man's intentions either. After all, he had made a lot of noise buying rough stones during the day, so it was normal for people to pay attention to him. "Sorry for the disturbance." The young man didn't waste any time and politely said goodbye, and then left. This made Yu Shang extremely alert. This was not a businessman. Businessmen are not so thin-skinned. They are all determined to be shameless when it comes to profit. Yu Sheng immediately followed him out of sight, closing the door behind him, making it look like he had closed the door from the inside. He followed him into a guest room, and after the man in the suit knocked on the door, it opened a crack. Yu Sheng didn't even get a chance to go in. The door was closed as soon as the young man in the suit had disappeared inside. Yu Sheng had to wait at the door, listening with his ears, and fortunately his hearing was now much better than that of ordinary people. "Brother Yi," he refused. The voice of the man in the suit repeated what Yu Sheng had said, emphasizing his vigilance. He had first removed the room key card, cut off all the power in the room, and then opened the door, all the while hiding in the dark. "Did he find a camera and a bug in the room?" Yi Bo asked. Generally, cameras don't have their own power supply, so they would be out of action if the power was cut. He didn't have time to check, so he took a shower as soon as he entered the room. After he came out, I knocked on the door. The man in the suit's words were tantamount to a denial. Yi Bo was silent for a moment, feeling that this was a difficult situation. The man in the suit said, "Why don't you try a woman? Damn, he has 3 beautiful women around him. What do you use to test? On the contrary, you can try national treasures. He will definitely be interested. But the problem is, will it make him suspicious if two people invite him out in a row? This is a bit too obvious. Yi Bo hesitated, because this was not in line with the principle of safety first. The man in the suit said, "We only need to call him, we don't need to go to his house. That way, he won't refuse because he's on guard." Yi Bo thought about it and thought it made sense. He took out an unused cell phone and dialed Yu Sheng's number. The standard prompt sounded, "The number you dialed has been turned off. Please try again later." Why did he turn off his phone? Yi Bo was puzzled. He didn't want to be disturbed while he was sleeping. The man in the suit didn't think there was anything wrong. Yi Bo, however, had a bad feeling. If the three women had something in mind, how could they contact him? It didn't make sense. He felt that Yu Sheng was really unpredictable and inexplicable. This uncontrollable feeling made him very irritable. Yi Bo finally said, "Let's try again." Yu Sheng, who was listening outside, immediately rushed back to his room, but still didn't insert the card, and the whole room was dark. Soon, the door was knocked again. Yu Sheng waited for a while, opened the door, and there was a beautiful woman with big waves standing outside. She had a very exaggerated figure, with a smoky makeup on her face, looking very unrestrained. She smiled with her chest out and said, "Mr. Yu, I want to talk to you about a cultural relic business." "I don't know if you are interested? Is this cultural relic you?" Yu Sheng asked. Giggling, the woman laughed wildly, spraying her body with female hormones. "I'm giving it away, and the cultural relic is first class." First class, this is the official term, but in the folk tradition, it is called a national treasure. "Sorry, I don't like to take risks." "Oh, as far as I know, you have more than one national treasure." This woman is obviously bold. Yu Sheng smiled. "You see, this is the risk. You know me, but I know nothing about you." "That's okay, I can introduce myself." "Stop." Yu Sheng waved his hand directly. "Ask someone with weight to introduce, you are not qualified." The woman finally stopped laughing. She was sure that Yu Sheng had seen through everything, so she didn't say anything and quietly turned and left. Yu Sheng closed the door again, still keeping himself outside the door, and followed the smoky woman. Instead of going to Yi Bo's room, the smoky woman left the hotel directly and got into a business car with four tough-looking young men. She sat down indifferently, took out her cell phone, and said to Yi Bo in a cold voice, "You were seen through at first glance. Don't try again. I feel very bad. I've never felt this kind of crushing before." "Okay, wait for your chance." Yi Bo hung up the phone. The smoky woman rubbed her temples, looked at the four men around her, and sighed, "I even suspect that I am not his match at all, and I will be defeated in one move." "How is that possible? You were a special forces soldier, so what's wrong with him?" Some people questioned. There is nothing suspicious about his experience. He is just an ordinary employee of a venture capital company who has entered the antiques business and knows a little about gemstone appraisal. Another person said. The smoky woman shook her head slightly. "My intuition has always been extremely accurate. If I had dared to act at that time, it would have been me who died." The four men were all shocked. Yu Sheng had to admire it. A woman's intuition is terrifying. Indeed, if he wants to remain invisible, it doesn't matter what country's special forces he comes from, he's no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Not to mention that his physical fitness has improved significantly. Yu Sheng waited patiently, determined to wait until the person behind the scenes was exposed. After 10 minutes, he found that none of the five men were talking. He was impatient and returned to the door of Yi Bo's room to listen carefully. Inside, Yi Bo was talking. "After all, it seems that there is no chance tonight. No, since he has been exposed, he must be dealt with tonight. Don't wait for him to make a move. The operation will be at midnight. Turn off the hotel surveillance and get to work. After the job is done, clean up and remove all traces of the surveillance cameras." "Yes." Yi Bo hung up the phone. Outside the door, Yu Sheng's eyes were full of murderous intent. He must find the person behind this tonight. Chapter 52, Encountering a Ghost. Yi Bo called the smoky woman and set a unified action for 12 o'clock. Yu Sheng got a message from it. It turned out that the woman was called Yang Huilin, and she was Chao Gongzi's woman. He listened carefully, schemed, and waited patiently for a suitable opportunity. 10 minutes later. There was no more movement in the room. Yu Sheng rushed out of the hotel again and went to the door of the business car to continue listening. The four men inside were smoking, and the car door was open. The smoky woman seemed impatient, took a cigarette from the man's hand, lit it and took a drag, then the phone rang again. "What does the young master want?" Yang Huilin said in a sweet voice. "You don't need to participate in the 12 o'clock operation. It's enough to leave it to them. Your image is too conspicuous. Come back." Yang Huilin suddenly realized that Xiao Gongzi would feel uneasy without anyone by his side. "Okay. I'll be right back," she replied, and then said to the four young men, "You go into Yi Ji's room and wait." The four immediately got out of the car. Yu Sheng took the opportunity to get into the car. Yang Huilin looked around the car with some confusion. She was extremely perceptive, and she felt that the car had just had a slight tremor, which could only be caused by someone getting on the car. But there was no one in the car. She was a little scared. Could there be someone on the roof? She nervously started the van, left the hotel, and then began to accelerate until it reached 120 miles per hour. Suddenly, a sudden brake. A screech. A black skid mark appeared on the road. Yu Sheng had been prepared for this, and he held on to the front seat with both hands. With his strength, he was completely still. The car stopped, and Yang Huilin stared at the front in disbelief. There was nothing there. Could it really be an illusion? Damn, it really is a lame-ass, weird thing. She cursed and adjusted her emotions before continuing to drive. Soon she stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. This is Mr. Chow's property, his lair, and the penthouse is his own luxurious palace. The rest of the day, she followed Yang Huilin into the elevator. Then Yang Huilin was stunned again. The elevator display said, 2 people. She looked around, but there was no one there. She felt extremely frightened and uneasy. If the business car was an illusion, then was the elevator an illusion too? It was just like a ghost. No, it's just a ghost. At this time, Mr. Chow, dressed in his pajamas, was waiting for Yang Huilin in the spacious dining room. He wasn't waiting for her to eat, but the elevator was in the restaurant. Finally, the elevator door opened and Yang Huilin came out pale-faced. "What's going on?" "I've seen a ghost." Yang Huilin sat down beside Mr. Chow and told him the whole story in detail. Mr. Chow also felt a chill down his spine. He had done a lot of bad things, and he felt that if there were really ghosts in the world, it would be normal for them to come after him. He estimated that they were already in the room. The more he thought about it, the more he felt guilty. He decided to pick up the phone. "Yibo, you all come back, the plan is cancelled." "What happened?" "Let's talk about it when we get back." Mr. Chow hung up the phone, nervously looking around, and finally, to ease his fear, poured 2 glasses of Romanicanti and handed one to Yang Huilin. "Do you remember the saying, 'Money can make ghosts push the millstone'?" Mr. Chow asked, holding his wine glass and thinking quickly. Yang Huilin's brain almost short-circuited, and she answered with great difficulty, "Do you want to burn paper money?" Mr. Chow suddenly became determined. "Why not give it a try? Maybe it's just a matter of money. We don't have paper money, so how about burning some newspapers?" "Fuck, you can fool people, but you can't fool ghosts." "Wait." Mr. Chow put down the red wine in his hand and left the restaurant. He went into the master bedroom, pressed the light switch on the wall and did not let go. 3 seconds later, the hidden secret door in the wall opened and he walked in. Yu Sheng followed him in stealth, and was immediately stunned. He thought it was a place to hide treasure like the Rongxing Group, but it turned out to be a safe house. It was a place to hide from danger, with all kinds of emergency supplies, including a bed, food, water, canned food, all kinds of electrical appliances, and enough to hide here for half a year without going out. There was also a surveillance screen that could see every corner of the building, and Mr. Chow had the highest authority. Xiao Gongzi walked to the corner, where the only valuable thing was a safe. Yu Sheng couldn't help but wonder how much money could be stored in a safe. Even if it was all in US dollars, it would be a few million at most, which didn't match the identity of Mr. Chow. What's even more strange is that the safe needs to be opened with a face recognition, iris scan, fingerprint verification, and digital password at the same time. What kind of security level is this? No one can open it except for Mr. Chow. After a serious operation, the safe was finally opened, and Yu Sheng was completely stunned. In such a large safe, there was only a small jade bracelet lying there quietly. And it was a fake. There was no need to look at it a second time, it was fake. It might be possible to fool the common people at the bottom of society, but anyone who knows a little bit about jade can tell that it is man-made. But Mr. Qiao, who is so important, is hiding a fake bracelet. Yu Sheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head in surprise, and he saw Qiao Gongzi carefully put the fake bracelet on his left wrist. Then he closed the safe, exited the secret room, and let out a sigh of relief. Yu Sheng realized that he had not entered the secret room to take the money, but only to wear the bracelet. Mr. Qiao went into the cloakroom and quickly changed into a suit. Yu Sheng suddenly realized that he was preparing to escape. The safe house is good against enemies, but not against ghosts. This is interesting. Why only wear a fake bracelet when escaping? Yu Sheng was filled with endless curiosity. Mr. Qiao dressed and went into the storage room, where all the valuables were kept: ivory, rhinoceros horn, agarwood, tiger skin, various watches, and all kinds of luxury goods. Yu Sheng suddenly had a thought. Could this be the legendary customs confiscated goods warehouse? Mr. Qiao casually picked up a box and returned to the dining room. This is 1 million. You can burn it later. Mr. Qiao placed the box on the dining table, pushed it to Yang Huilin, and picked up his wine glass. Burn it at home? Shouldn't it be at the crossroads? No, it's in the kitchen. Okay. She wasn't a serious person either, and she had no psychological barriers to fooling around. The two of them agreed, settled down, touched their glasses, and drank. Soon, their eyes went straight. There was a drug in the wine. Yes, but it was too late for them to realize it. This was the medicine that Yu Sheng had stolen from Tang Laoda and had always carried with him. His principle was that a technique should only be used once, so that no one could guess who was behind it. After all, it was only necessary to link all the deaths together to firmly identify the only suspect, which was Yu Sheng. So, since it can only be used once, let's use it all. The amount of the drug was enough to kill, and it was enough to make people suspect that it was Tong's men who were taking revenge. After all, Su Bolian was kidnapped after taking this drug. Mr. Qiao and Yang Huilin lost consciousness. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Yu Sheng quickly removed the fake bracelet, and without taking the time to look at it, he put it directly in his pocket. Chapter 53, must be taken away for investigation. Yi Bo and the other 5 people walked out of the elevator one after another. Yu Sheng seamlessly connected, and just before the elevator door closed, he got into the elevator. The elevator door closed, and then he stopped moving. Because this elevator not only needs face recognition, but also needs to pass fingerprint recognition to operate. Otherwise, anyone could get in, so how could Mr. Qiao's safety be guaranteed? Yu Sheng's face definitely failed the test, not to mention his fingerprints. He could only wait silently, thinking to himself that the best outcome would be that someone downstairs would need the elevator and he would be taken down. The worst-case scenario is that Yi Bo and the other 5 realize that they can't escape and are afraid of being buried alive with Mr. Qiao. They all get into the elevator together and try to escape, leaving Yu Sheng trapped in the elevator with nowhere to hide and completely exposed. Even if he killed all 6 of them, it would be useless. The cameras would record everything. Yi Bo and the other 5 walked up to Qiao Gongzi, and sure enough, they immediately realized something was wrong and became panicked. Young master, wake up. Huilin, what's going on? The 4 bodyguards were trying to revive the 2 men, but Yi Bo seemed to have frozen. His heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. If there was still a chance to save him, the enemy would have stabbed him again. There was no way they would leave him alive. After checking the wine glass, the man in the suit nervously said, "Brother Yi, this is sildenafil, the dosage is enough to kill, there is no hope." Why did they commit suicide? Yi Bo's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and he said in a low voice, "This can't be suicide. Mr. Qiao asked us to come back because he sensed danger. And he was dressed and had his money box ready. He was obviously preparing to run away. How could he suddenly commit suicide? This is probably a revenge by Tang Tianlong's men." They instinctively ruled out the possibility of Yu Sheng because they had been guarding the hotel and had not seen Yu Sheng come out, but something had happened at home. What kind of brain hole could connect this to Yu Sheng? How did this man do it? The man in the suit looked incredulous. That's not the point. The point is that Mr. Chiao is dead. How will the boss explain this? Yi Bo asked in return. Everyone looked pale. As his bodyguards, they could never forgive themselves for this mistake. Joe's father, Joe Haitao, was not a forgiving person. If we report this to the boss, I'm afraid we'll all be buried with him. One of the younger men said timidly, his voice low, but loud enough for everyone to hear. The second brother added, so we run away? Yi Bo closed his eyes in pain. He could not betray his boss because he had a family and was already too deeply bound to the Chiao family, but he also did not want to let his subordinates die with him. Those who want to leave can open the storage room and take as much cash as they can. You have 1 hour, which is enough for you to leave the country. The four brothers breathed a sigh of relief, picked up Chiao Gongzi, and walked together to the storage room. Without Mr. Chiao, they couldn't open the door. He was now a tool for picking locks. The man in the suit picked up the suitcase with the 1 million in cash and whispered to Yi Bo, Brother Yi, even if you die with the others, it may not necessarily save your family. On the contrary, if you run away, they will be afraid to harm you, and your family may be able to survive. After that, he walked directly to the elevator. Yi Bo never opened his eyes, but his mind was alive. The man in the suit got into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Perhaps his heart was filled with the desolation of a dead end, but he didn't realize that the elevator display said there were 2 people. He left the hotel without a taxi, because someone would surely suspect him and then collect evidence. All the taxis that passed by would be checked, and it would be easy to match him up as long as they had his photo. Fortunately, Yi Bo gave the boys an hour. Yu Shang walked back to his hotel without leaving a trace. But when he returned to the door of his room, he faced a new problem. The camera would record that he had opened the door, so how could he explain opening the door in the middle of the night? His solution was simple. After the door opened, he quickly entered the room, then reappeared and went directly to Jenny's room, pretending to knock 3 times. After waiting for a while, he returned to his room and closed the door. He still didn't plug in the charger, otherwise it would be inconsistent and people would easily suspect that he wasn't in his room when he wasn't plugged in. At breakfast, everyone gathered at the table again, and there was no time to talk to Yu Shang. Yanni and the other 2 women didn't even ask Yu Shang for his opinion, and they were already in high spirits, discussing and deciding to go shopping and making plans for their trip. Feng Taizhan winked at Yu Shang. He really wanted to ask if someone had knocked on the door in the middle of the night. Which beautiful woman was it? But just then, 4 uniformed inspectors came to their table. Yanni asked in surprise, "What is it?" "It's none of your business. We need Yu Shang's assistance in our investigation. Please come with us." The lead officer had a solemn look on his face. "No." Yanni suddenly opened up her aura, stood up, put on her trench coat with one hand, and said defiantly, "I suspect that your actions are not legal. Ask any questions here. Here are my credentials." The 4 men had a headache. They already knew about Jenny's identity, and even about Wen Shu and Su Balian's identities. "We must take you in for questioning." They didn't back down, and they didn't dare to be too aggressive, but they solemnly reiterated. Wen Shu had already risen gracefully. "Was it Kai Yuhua who ordered this?" "Oh, you probably don't have access to that level. Maybe your leader knows." "We can investigate, but we must be present. If you dare to use any tricks, I guarantee that I will have all 4 of you stripped of your skin." Feng Taizhan immediately upped the ante. He took out his ID and flashed it. "Without evidence, you have no right to touch my protectors. Any investigation must go through me, and you will be responsible for exposing my undercover narcotics officer identity today. If anything happens to me, it will be your responsibility." The 4 were completely dumbfounded. Feng Taizhan was an undercover agent? They had no idea. They haven't even asked any questions yet, and they've already made a big mess. If Feng Taizhan gets into trouble, it's going to be a big problem. They didn't know that Feng Taizhan was an undercover narcotics officer, and that only Jing Cha and the bodyguard were real. The leader, Jing Cha, had to ask openly, "Mr. Yu Shang, where were you last night?" Bang! Yu Shang slammed his hand on the table and became furious. "Where was I? Can't you look at the surveillance camera? Are you trying to say that the surveillance camera happened to be broken? Did Kai Yuhua order you to delete the surveillance camera to frame me?" The four men suddenly turned pale with anger. These people were all more imposing than they were. Who was interrogating whom? Please answer our questions. The lead officer reiterated. Is my answer useful? Don't you just want to find a reason to arrest me? Come on, arrest me and see if I can strip you all bare. As Yu Sheng spoke, he took out his phone and made a call to young Xiaoping. I'll pay 10 million to fire the 4 inspectors who came to arrest me. The 4 inspectors looked extremely unhappy. They hadn't even started arresting people yet, and they were already in danger. This matter must be handled in secret. 10 million yuan will definitely give the leaders an excuse to fire them. But Yu Sheng said publicly that this was a threat. Although the 4 were angry and their faces were black, they still held their ground. Chapter 54, Car Accident or Murder? Su Bolian saw that the 4 inspectors were not going to compromise, and felt that it was time to repay Yu Sheng. She immediately called up the 3rd master and told him what had happened. He laughed and said, "Don't get excited, Bolian. Kai Yuhua is not that stupid. I'll ask what happened." At this point, Yang Xiaoping had already found out through his connections and called back, "Brother, don't blame them for this. Mr. Qiao was killed at home last night, and Xiao Haitao is already furious. All the well inspectors are looking for the murderer like crazy." Yu Sheng was stunned. Didn't Mr. Qiao have bodyguards? He really wanted to know how many of the bodyguards had survived. He heard that all the live bodyguards had fled, fearing that they would be buried alive. Only a piece of paper was left, recounting the story. By the time Big Boss Qiao arrived at the scene, the bodyguards had already left the country. Yu Sheng knew what was going on, but what did it have to do with him? It does matter a little. Mr. Qiao is the boss of Jade Yuan. Didn't you make an appointment to bet on the jade there? Oh, I see. Yu Sheng hung up the phone. Then his attitude became amiable. You asked me where I was last night, right? I was in my room sleeping. Why didn't you plug in the card to get electricity? The officer's eyes were burning. Yu Sheng smiled. You have to check my room. Why are you asking me? What do you mean? Although I haven't checked, I can tell you for sure that there are probably listening devices or cameras in that room. The 4 inspectors looked at each other and didn't dare to take up the matter. The camera was probably real. If they really went to check, it would be tantamount to incriminating Mr. Qiao. Mr. Qiao was even more furious. The murderer was not caught, but evidence of my son's guilt was found instead? Who would dare to bear this anger? Do you recognize this person? The leader of the well inspectors took out a photo, which was the man in the suit. Yu Sheng smiled. He came to see me last night, saying that he had a batch of high-quality jadeite rough to sell. I didn't think he looked like a businessman. Businessmen aren't like him. He was obviously pretending, so I politely declined. He left without even entering the door. The 4 policemen looked at each other, and this matched the surveillance footage. Then he took out another photo. Do you know this person? Yu Sheng smiled again. I suspected that these 2 were in cahoots. Not long after the man in the suit left, this woman came. She said she had cultural relics to trade with me. I was very wary because she said they were first-class relics. A person I didn't know, who didn't even have a decent identity, had national treasure-level cultural relics. This person was definitely up to no good. So I refused. The 4 inspectors exchanged glances again, and the lead inspector said, Do you know Mr. Qiao? Not the man in the suit? Of course not. Then I haven't seen him, but I can guess. Mr. Qiao should be Kai Yuhua's lackey, otherwise why would Kai Yuhua meet at the Jade Garden? If you want to find out the cause of his death, don't ask me, ask Kai Yuhua. The 10 people who chased me were related to Kai Yuhua. Yanni immediately added, Deputy Director Qin of Jianghai City can prove it. Kai Yuhua arranged a bet with Yu Sheng, and then informed Tang Tianzi of Yu Sheng's itinerary, so that Tang Tianzi could send someone to kill Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng seamlessly connected. Yang Xiaoping said that Tang Tianzi's men were chasing me and clashed with Jade Yuan, and were killed by Mr. Qiao. Then Mr. Qiao died, and you didn't go looking for the Tang drug trafficking group or the person behind it, Kai Yuhua, but you came looking for me? The 4 detectives suddenly broke into a sweat and dared not ask anymore. This is the rhythm of incriminating Tsai Yuhua. It was already airtight. Kai Yuhua was completely speechless. Fortunately, at this moment, Jingcha's phone rang, and the leader on the other end yelled, "What the hell did you do? Get your ass back here right now." The four inspectors immediately turned pale and left in a dejected manner. Then, the third uncle called. "Pauline, I've checked it out. It was Mr. Chiao who was killed at home. I've already put pressure on them to release him, but you can't be involved. You have to stay away from any negative news. Now go to the airport and hurry back to Beijing." Su Bolian stretched out her tongue and said, "Okay." When Shu immediately laughed at her, "You little coward, are you scared already?" Then her phone rang, and her face suddenly changed. "Mom, what's the matter? Get back here. What are you doing in Pingzhou? You're a girl, you should stay away from trouble. Don't you understand?" "Mom, I was just going to go back with Su Bolian." "Stop talking, I have to catch a plane." Wen Shu quickly hung up. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Su Bolian and Wen Shu were both embarrassed. Yanni comforted them, "This is normal. Everyone has their own responsibilities. I also have mine. If Jia calls me, I have to go back immediately." This is a completely different feeling from the two women, Su Bolian and Wen Shu, who feel like quails. As soon as she finished speaking, Jenny's phone rang. She suddenly had a bad feeling. "Yanni, Deputy Director Qin has committed suicide. Come back." The voice of Director Jia came through, tired. "I understand." Yanni slowly hung up the phone, her eyes full of disappointment. This is no vacation. She only came here to get the evidence, and now she has to go back to work. But she also understood that this was something Jia could not resist, and even Li Changqing had to compromise. Kai's son is really something, getting Deputy Director Qin to commit suicide so that no one can prove that he called Tang Tianzi, and he has nothing to do with Tang Tianlong's assassination. Yu Sheng sighed. When Shu and Su Bolian looked at each other, and it seemed that they were going to get on the plane with Yanni. "Are you going back?" the three women asked Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng smiled with a sense of superiority. "No, I can say with responsibility that no one can make me go back. I am absolutely free." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. The three women looked at each other in surprise. Was this scene so familiar? "Yu Sheng, do you want to know who arranged your parents' car accident?" A strange voice came from the other end of the line. Yu Sheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. After a 3-second pause, he said coldly, "That's enough. I'll find out." He hung up the phone without even asking who it was. Because he knew that whoever it was would throw out a bait and would definitely make a condition that would make him feel bad. He didn't want to be led by the nose, and the lesson of his previous life was already too heavy. The assassin on the other end was stunned. He never expected Yu Sheng to react like that, so he had to call back to his employer. "Your method doesn't work. He won't come out. He won't even ask. What should I do?" After thinking for a while, he said, "Then wait for an opportunity. In any case, don't do it in front of the three women, or it will be very troublesome. No matter who you assassinate, the forces behind them will get involved in the investigation." "Okay." The killer hung up the phone. Yu Sheng asked Jenny, "Can you find my parents' case file?" Yanni's long eyelashes flickered, and her eyes stared at Yu Sheng. "Ever since you killed Biaozi, everything about you has been re-examined, and this case is a top priority. But the result is, there is nothing suspicious, it was really an accident." Cut. Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows and sneered, "I used to believe it was a car accident, but now I don't believe it. There are so many coincidences. The essence of this society is the law of the jungle, and the word interest is a knife for one and blood for the other. It doesn't matter if you can't find it out, I'm going back." The last three words made Wen Shu and Su Bolian tremble. They wanted to laugh out loud, but after all, it was about someone else's parents, so they held back. They didn't know that Yu Sheng wasn't in a hurry to go back, but in a hurry to leave, because of the fake bracelet in his pocket. Chapter 55, The Weak Are Prey to the Strong. When passing through security at the airport, the three women looked at Yu Sheng's fake bracelet curiously and exchanged glances. Which woman gave him this? They all guessed that it was the other two women, but none of them believed that it was bought. This fake bracelet looks cheap. Yu Sheng is an expert in gemstone appraisal, so he wouldn't be interested in it, let alone treasure it and hide it in his bosom. Unless it was a gift from a woman, he wouldn't dare throw it away because it would be exposed during the security check. Otherwise, how could he explain it to a woman? The three women thought more and more. Only Feng Taishan asked stupidly, "Boss, this bracelet is too fake, right? I can't even look at it anymore. Is it plastic?" The three women stared at Yu Sheng with wide eyes. Yu Sheng scolded Feng Taishan in his heart. The more he didn't want people to pay attention to him, the more attention he attracted. He could only say with a smile, "Is it fake? There are so many liars these days. Okay, I'll throw it away when I get back." The three women looked at each other, but they all looked the same and didn't see anything. When they arrived at the exclusive waiting area, the five of them went directly to the free restaurant and sat down. They weren't there to eat, but just to sit together. Feng Taishan thought that it was a waste not to drink the free drinks, so he thoughtfully chose a drink for each woman. He and Yu Sheng drank beer. When Shu, however, asked casually, "Yu Sheng, your bracelet is really beautiful. Who gave it to you?" Yu Sheng looked sideways, with an expression of concern for mentally handicapped children, and finally sighed, "I knew you were a person with no status the moment I heard you. People with status don't bother to tell lies. Is this called good looking? Are you blind?" When Shu was furious and punched Feng Taishan in the face. Jenny and Su Bolian covered their mouths and laughed. Why was this person with status who told the truth being beaten? Feng Taishan, however, thought to himself, is telling the truth a sign of status? What about me? Am I stupid? Finally, when Shu was very satisfied with the work and sat down again proudly. Strangely, Yu Sheng also felt very relieved, and he was refreshed. "Brother Yu," Su Bolian sat upright and smiled, saying, "I have a question for you. You will definitely tell the truth, right?" Yu Sheng smiled, "Why would I lie to a little kid like you?" Su Bolian was embarrassed, and a blush crept across her beautiful cheeks. She said indignantly, "How am I a child? I'm 19 years old." "Okay, even if I'm younger than you, I want to ask, what are your criteria for choosing a girlfriend?" Yanni was stunned. She instantly knew that the bracelet was not a gift from Su Bolian. That's strange. Who gave it to her? Yu Sheng smiled and said, "When choosing a girlfriend, I have only one criterion: she must be on the same wavelength as me." The three women at the same time felt that this was a pit. The initiative is all in Yu Sheng's hands. As long as he doesn't want to, if you say A, he'll say B. How can it be on the same channel? But Su Bolian was not afraid to ask, "How can I prove that we are on the same channel?" Her courage came from her conversation with third uncle last night. She told him about the strange things that had happened that day, including how Yu Sheng had been chased by 10 people from Tang Tianlong, and how in the end, all of the people chasing him had died. Yu Sheng had calmly bought some jade and mailed it back. After telling third uncle all about it, third uncle said something meaningful. "I don't know how deep your fate is, but I know that he must be the most special scenery in your life's journey. You will never meet someone like him again. Don't give up your happiness for Jenny's sake. Even if it is destined to be fruitless, you must still try, because life's opportunities are limited, and you don't want to regret it when you are old." Su Bolian absolutely believed in third uncle. Her mother had once told her a secret: her godfather was actually her real father, but her real father didn't know about it. Otherwise, how could a godfather not touch his goddaughter? A goddaughter is a goddaughter, and he could encourage her to pursue her own happiness. Although Yu Sheng did not want to get involved with women in the entertainment industry, Su Bolian was a virgin, which he respected very much. Even if he had to refuse, he could not hurt her feelings, not to mention the face of third master. He said with a straight face, "I have one question. Don't think I'm being evasive. I can write down my answer first, and you can compare it with your answer. If they match, then it's the same channel. If they don't, then they're not." The three women were moved. This is so sincere. Su Bolian suddenly looked radiant and said excitedly, "Brother Yu, you don't need to write it down. I believe you don't need to lie. You can ask me." "Very well. My question is, if you were the richest man in the world, what would you do?" Su Bolian was stunned. She had never thought about this question. She decided to think about it carefully and not to act on impulse. But when Shu blurted out, "I would donate half of it to poor mountain areas, so that the poor could eat and the children could go to school," she thought she had seen through Yu's purpose in life. This question was about women's qualities, so she decided to brag about her own, such as loyalty, kindness, and compassion, and how great she was. Yanni sighed to herself, "You really don't know how to live." Sure enough, she gave her a look. "Can you die without lying? Can this be considered a reflection of your character? Don't talk to me anymore." When Shu was so angry that she shuddered and punched him again, but this time she raised her hand high and let it fall gently. Finally, she said angrily, "Okay, let Bolian speak first." She was afraid that if she asked now, Su Bolian would have a reference, and what if she answered correctly? Su Bolian's eyes lit up. She thought when Shu's answer was very good, and she decided to tell the truth. "If I were the richest person in the world, say with $100 billion, I would donate $90 billion to build schools in poor mountainous areas, so that all children who have lost access to education can go to school for free and be given a chance to change their fate." Yanni sighed directly. She believed that Su Bolian was sincere, but she was definitely not on the same channel as Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng said with a smile, "You are much better than Wen Shu, at least you didn't say you would donate to the poor." The evolution of mankind follows the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong survive while the weak perish. Only by eliminating the weak and selecting the strong can mankind evolve. If the weak are not eliminated but rewarded, it is charity in your eyes, but in terms of evolutionary theory, it is something that can lead to the demise of the human species. Building schools is right, giving children a chance to grow up is truly charitable. But even if it is right, I will not do it. Because that is the responsibility of the state, and the state should do what the people cannot do well, which is twice the effort and half the result, and there is a suspicion of seeking fame and profit. What I really want to do is punish the wicked and praise the good. Note that I am not confusing my reward for kindness with your assistance for the weak. Punishing the wicked is not the same as punishing the strong. These are two different things. I believe in the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution is the way of heaven. Only the strong can lead society forward. Don't go against it. Yen and I couldn't help but smile. When Shu and Su Bolian were both stunned for a long time, and they were very disappointed. They believed that Yu Sheng had not lied, because that was his character. He said that he would punish the wicked, and that was not just talk. Anyone who offended him died. But they have not seen the reward for kindness. Su Bolian suddenly clapped her hands happily and said coquettishly, "Brother you see how kind I am. Do I need a reward?" Puff, Yu Sheng was caught off guard and spewed a mouthful of beer, but fortunately he turned his head in time. At the same time, in the secret room of Xiao Gongzi, under the watchful eye of Xiao Haidao, the safe was finally carefully cut open by his trusted subordinate Qin Bo. As a result, after searching every corner, there was nothing. Chen Bo was a little incredulous. Such a high-end safe, and it was empty? Not even a single feather? Xiao Haidao's mouth twitched, and he said with clenched teeth, "That thing must have been taken by my son and then taken by the murderer. It must be found." Chen Bo thought to himself, "How can I find it if you don't tell me what it is?" He finally couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Chapter 56, No Man is Rich Without a Windfall. When the 5 people were about to board the plane, Chen Bo hurriedly arrived at the airport. "Director Chen, you've come in person. What big case are you investigating?" Pang Zhang greeted him with a smile. They weren't affiliated, and airport security was under the airline's control, but Chen Bo was after all a high-ranking official. "I want to search Yu Sheng." "A body search? What are you looking for?" Pang Zhang looked serious. "The airport is not like any other place. Every passenger is not simple. A body search without evidence is easy to leave a handle." Chen Bo whispered, "I really don't have any evidence, but this is what Big Boss Xiao wants. You should know that Xiao died last night, and Yu Sheng left in a hurry today. This is suspicious in itself." Pang Zhang was even more unhappy. "You dare to search without evidence, and then blame me for the mess?" But he didn't push it, just said tactfully, "Luggage can be checked, but there's no need to search people. There are surveillance cameras, and everything on everyone's body is on the tray, so it's clear enough to explain." He meant that you were almost done, otherwise I would have a hard time explaining. Chen Bo hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't have any luggage for the rest of your life, and that thing is so small, it must be on your body. It's okay to look at the surveillance video first. Follow me to the monitoring room." Pang was relieved. He turned on the security camera and found the part where the 5 of them passed through the security check. Chen Bo carefully examined the entire process, looking at the contents of the 5 people's plates, including the fake bracelet, and zooming in on each item. Chen Bo frowned, looked at it 3 times, and finally gave up. Nothing? Pang Zheng asked. There was nothing in the plate. Chen Bo said with certainty, if it was on the body, could the security check find it? Absolutely. They can even find it if it's hidden in your shoes. Pang Zheng said this very confidently. Chen Bo was helpless. This proved that Yu Sheng's suspicion had been completely ruled out. He said, if anyone asks, just say I searched him. I understand. Don't worry. Pang Zheng was completely relieved. Chen Bo left, and on the way back, he sat in the back seat and closed his eyes, thinking that something was wrong. Suddenly, he took out his cell phone and directly searched for pictures of the USB flash drive. All kinds of USB drives were on display, including a lighter-shaped USB drive, a light bulb-shaped USB drive, and all kinds of strange-shaped USB drives. He widened his eyes, and had a bad feeling. The USB drives he had seen before were all the same, boring and dull, purchased by the government. But these were also strange, completely beyond his understanding of USB drives, like toys. Until he saw a green bracelet. His head buzzed. His face instantly turned pale. It's over. What should he do? The plane has already taken off. Ask Zhang Haijing to arrest someone? What a joke. Why would they side with you? To offend Boss Chow for the rest of your life? Boss Chow has Li Chongqing behind him. Who would dare to do that on his turf? It is estimated that in the end, not only will the criminal not be caught, but his incompetence will be exposed, and he will be crushed to dust by the furious Boss Chow. Chen Bo decided to keep quiet and pretend he knew nothing. In fact, he really didn't know what was on the USB drive. And he was sure that Big Boss Chow didn't know that the USB drive was in the shape of a bracelet, otherwise he would have definitely explained it clearly. The plane landed in Shanghai. Yu Sheng and Jenny walked out of the airport and got into the Mercedes-Benz. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Yanni knew without asking that Mr. Chow's death must have something to do with Yu Sheng, but she didn't say anything. Boss, the Jade Ruff has been transported back and is in the basement. We've hired 2 people to guard the villa, because the risk is low, and they get paid 8,000 yuan a month. Yang Kai reported while driving. Good. Yu Sheng nodded nonchalantly and turned to Jenny. The driver who caused my parents' accident was called Kwang Hui, right? You said there was nothing suspicious about it. How did the police investigate? Yanni explained carefully. First, it was raining, so it was reasonable for the truck to have a brake failure. Second, if Kwang Hui was paid to keep quiet, he would have been in prison for 3 years by now. Wouldn't he have had a chance to kill him? But he's been living well. Third, since he went to prison, his wife has been living with a child, and they have been living a very difficult life for the past 3 years, with no extra income in the bank account. Yu Sheng nodded slightly. It sounded very reasonable, but he just couldn't believe it. He was sentenced to 5 years, right? Hasn't he ever had his sentence reduced? No. This also proves that he has no one behind him. In fact, according to his performance, he could have been given a reduced sentence. Jenny sighed. Yu Sheng smiled and said, "Can you release him?" Why? Jenny was surprised. First, he wasn't silenced because I didn't have the ability to turn the tables in the past 3 years. Although I do now, if he dies right away, isn't that like throwing money in the air? Second, he can only get rich if he is released. If you don't give him a chance, how can he make a mistake? Yu Sheng added meaningfully. Isn't it normal that he doesn't give his wife money because he's afraid she'll expose him? Even his wife doesn't know that he was bribed, so that won't give him away. At the same time, he also wants to see if his wife is loyal, and whether they will fly apart when disaster strikes. What if they just leave the kids behind and run off with the money? Yanni thought it made sense and nodded. Leave it to me, I'll get him out of jail in 3 days. With her current reputation for solving major cases, it would be a piece of cake to handle this small matter. After all, she had already been locked up for 3 years. Yu Sheng added, "Don't tell anyone that I'm the one who got you out. Do you think I'm stupid?" Yanni gave him a look, her charm blossoming like a rose. Yu Sheng looked at her and said, "Can't you pretend to be stupid again? Get out." Yan Ni's expression was embarrassed, and she lightly punched him, but it was weak and languid, and it only made the temperature in the back seat rise. The small space was filled with lingering tenderness and charm. Back at the royal garden villa, Yu Sheng went straight to the computer. He quickly took out the fake bracelet and pulled it gently, as if by magic, and the bracelet snapped off, revealing the USB port. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. He inserted the USB drive into the computer with a slightly trembling hand, as if opening the door to a treasure, and couldn't wait to verify his suspicions. Sure enough, an encrypted file appeared on the computer screen. Yu Sheng was overjoyed. He downloaded a password removal software and removed the password to the document as if he were cutting meat with a cleaver. When the document was opened, his eyes were as big as copper bells and his face was full of ecstasy. Yes, it was exactly as he had guessed. The document was full of passwords, like a book from another world, with extremely complex permutations and combinations that made his eyes glaze over. This is the private key. The private key to the Bitcoin wallet. Whoever has the private key has the key to opening the treasure chest and can take the Bitcoins in the wallet for themselves. These Bitcoins are like a mirage, untraceable and without a source. This is why Bitcoin has always been a powerful tool for money laundering and an ideal tool for transferring domestic assets abroad. Yu Sheng knew all about these things. He skillfully opened the Bitcoin software and found the public key through the private key. The public key is like a public email address that anyone can know, but only the owner can enter. When he opened the wallet, Yu Sheng gasped. There were 15,000 Bitcoins. At the current price of $60,000 per Bitcoin, the total value is over $900 million. $9 billion, an astronomical figure, equivalent to 6.3 billion yuan. Yu Sheng truly felt the weight of wealth, which made him feel a little suffocated. The 6.3 billion yuan was enough to allow him to live a life of luxury, although he didn't want to live like that, but it was completely different from the feeling of being unable to live like that. A lively and uncontrollable joy welled up in his heart, as if the whole world was cheering for him. Chapter 57. First, let's get married. Yu Sheng quickly created a Bitcoin wallet of his own, then transferred all of Xiao Gongzi's Bitcoins into his wallet, deleted the private key from the USB drive, and replaced it with the new public and private keys. The USB drive can continue to be used, so there is no need to change it. At this point, even if Mr. Qiao had a backup, it would be useless. The $900 million had completely changed hands. No one is rich without sudden wealth, and no horse is fat without night grass. Yu Sheng smiled happily, and gladly built his own happiness on the pain of Big Boss Qiao. Even if Big Boss Qiao knew, he wouldn't dare to make a fuss. He could only find other reasons to retaliate, otherwise he would be charged with the crime of having an unknown source of huge wealth. Why are theft cases so common, but never big bosses? Because it's useless to confess to being a thief. Impossible, non-existent, I didn't lose it, this is the standard answer from the bigwigs. In the basement, a group of people were busy building a safe, while another group was installing and testing various stone cutting and engraving machines and equipment. 8 jade stones were placed in a corner, guarded by 2 new bodyguards, one named Mao Zongyu and the other Guo Chun. Boss, Yang Kai and his men are investigating Quang Hui. If you have any other tasks for us, just tell us. Mao Zongyu saw Yu Sheng and immediately came over to pay him a compliment. Although they only earned 8,000 yuan a month, they were already very satisfied. This was a security guard's job, and they didn't even have to stand guard. It was extremely easy. Yu Sheng frowned. He had not asked Yang Kai and his men to investigate, but they probably thought it was their job and didn't need to be told. But this could easily scare the snake. Suddenly the phone rang, and it was the head of the venture capital company, Wang Dianga. I already quit, why are you calling me? Yu Sheng was rude. Hey, buddy, I have some good news for you. Your resignation as general manager has been rejected, but that's a good thing. You won't have to come to work anymore, but your job will be changed to a consultant position, and you'll be paid according to the standard for consultants. What do you think? Yu Sheng was stunned. The general manager was a turtle, so he definitely wouldn't be so willful. This operation was too Chinese. It's a bit like the bank employees are mostly the families of big clients. Most of the deputy general managers of state-owned companies are women. This made Yu Sheng think of the various shareholders of the venture capital company, who were all powerful and influential capitalists. You don't need me to work, but you're paying me a salary. Are you joking? Yu Sheng pretended to be puzzled. No joke. Of course, we will ask you for advice on some investment issues. You can answer when it is convenient for you, and you don't have to answer when it is not convenient. Wang Diange became more and more polite as he spoke, and he dared not shout at him as he used to. He was also very sad in his heart, and he himself did not understand why the higher-ups had done this. Yu Sheng, however, was not the least bit pleased. He said calmly, "If you want to send me money, I have no objection. A filial son is struck by thunder, and a ruthless man makes a fortune. I will be very grateful. If you need to authenticate cultural relics, my appearance fee is 500,000 yuan. What? A fee of 500,000? Wang Diange was stunned. Before he could digest it, Yu Sheng had already hung up. At dusk, a Maybach silently slid up to the gate of the Imperial Garden like a ghost. The driver was a middle-aged woman with piercing eyes, emanating a chilling aura. She slowly took out her phone and dialed a number. Yu Sheng, I have something to say. I'm in the Maybach at the entrance to the Imperial Garden. Okay. Yu Sheng didn't ask who she was. No one without status could afford a Maybach, and a killer wouldn't choose to act at the gate of the Imperial Garden. The woman seemed a little surprised by Yu Sheng's decisiveness, and the taunts she had prepared were useless. He was not afraid at all, and he dared to meet anyone. Soon, Yu Sheng walked out of the gate, still dressed in simple clothes, without the slightest hesitation, and got into the passenger seat of the Maybach. The two looked at each other, their eyes meeting, as if they were engaged in a silent struggle. Yu Sheng had to admit that he had never seen such a dangerous woman. There was a powerful sense of oppression about her, like a volcano about to erupt. The woman was also surprised. She finally believed that the kid in front of her was truly extraordinary, and that he could look at her so calmly. My name is Chang Wenxiu. Never heard of you. What's the matter? Yu Sheng didn't think this woman was looking for him for anything good, so his answer was simple and unceremonious. The woman's eyes became even deeper, and she said lightly, I am Jenny's mother. Yu Sheng suddenly felt a blockage in his intestines. He stared at the woman in pain, slowly furrowing his brows. Yenni's mother is here to cause trouble? After 10 seconds, he suddenly reached out and shook hands with Chang Wenxiu. Hello, nice to meet you. Chang Wenxiu was a little surprised, but she liked the businesslike tone, which meant that Yu Sheng and Yen and I might not have reached that point, which made things much easier. So she shook his hand formally. At that moment, Yu Sheng shuddered. He felt like he had just died and gone to hell. What a crock! Holy Mary! This woman is a virgin. How dare she pretend to be Jenny's mother? Oh my God, I almost fell for it. Apart from the age, everything else doesn't match. I felt absurd for the rest of the day. I suddenly laughed and said, You said you were Jenny's mother. Are you joking with me? Look in the mirror. Where do you and Jenny look alike? Are you trying to flatter yourself? Chang Wenxiu suddenly realized that she had been fooled by this kid. Her face suddenly turned dark, and the coldness in her body intensified. She really wanted to kill this kid right away, but when she thought of Yanni, she held back. Her expression changed several times, and finally calmed down. You can ask Jenny. Okay. Yu Sheng took a picture of her without any scruples and sent it to Yanni with a text. This woman is called Chang Wenxiu. She says she is your mother. Do you know her? Yanni replied, It's really my mother. She came from Beijing. Did she give you any trouble? Yu Sheng, okay, we had a good chat. Don't worry. Of course, he didn't believe that a virgin could be a mother, and a stepmother was even less likely, but since Yanni recognized her, he had no choice but to be polite. He rubbed his cheeks and tried to force a smile, so it really is Yanni's mother. I always thought that Yanni had suffered endless injustice and had fled to Jianghai, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. By the way, big sister, what do you want with me? Chang Wenxiu was stunned. What did you call me? Big sister. Yu Sheng's expression was one of understanding. Did you misunderstand something? Chang Wenxiu understood, but she was even more angry. She said with a stern face, Since you called me your older sister, I will accept you as my younger brother. I know that your parents are both dead, and now I am your mother. I cannot ignore your marriage. How about this? I will introduce you to a girl who is absolutely suitable for you. Since I am your older sister, no one will dare to object. You two should get married first. Yu Sheng stumbled. You're too domineering, aren't you? Not to mention whether I agree or not, you're going to arrange my marriage before I even meet the person? Chapter 58. Tong Lin made a joke with confidence. How could Yu Sheng agree to such a ridiculous thing? But he didn't want to make things too difficult, so he resorted to a trick. Sister, my parents were killed by someone, and I haven't even avenged their deaths yet. It's not appropriate to get married first. Oh? Chang Wenxiu was surprised again. She dared not refute this reason. As a woman of her status, she must stand on the moral high ground. Who killed your parents? Although it didn't match the information she had, she didn't doubt it was true because she had seen too much darkness and bloodshed to believe in coincidence. Behind all chance events was necessity. On the surface, it was Quang Hui, who was sentenced to 5 years in prison for a traffic accident. But Yanni promised to release him within 3 days, and then I will follow the clues and find the person behind the scenes. There will be a result soon. I can handle this, so I won't trouble my sister. This last sentence suddenly made Chang Wenxiu think of the many deaths surrounding Yu Sheng, none of which had anything to do with him. She didn't believe that he was really unrelated to Yu Sheng, but only that he had the ability to do so. After all, his help for Jenny was obvious, and no one could have done it so well that it was completely invisible. So, Chang Wenxiu came to see Yu Sheng in person, only because she didn't want to go too far. Her ideal situation was for Yu Sheng to get married, then stay by Yanni's side and help her forever, without any hindrance. After thinking it over, she smiled and said, "Tell me the truth, have you ever thought about marrying Jenny?" She was ready to play her trump card. Yu Sheng raised the corners of his mouth in a bright arc and said with a solemn oath, "I swear by my parents, the spirits of my ancestors, the power of the great god Panga, and the virtue of the goddess Niwa that I have never thought of marrying Yanni." This statement was a bolt from the blue. Although Chang Wenxiu found it hard to believe, Yu Sheng was telling the truth. The psychological shadow Su Meiwan left behind him was like a dark cloud covering all the sky he could see, making him feel a strong fear and resistance to marriage. He now always felt that anyone who said they wanted to marry him was trying to kill him. All love is a mirage, and desire is the essence that lies deep within. However, desire can be traded, and time is the measure. For example, how much is a night worth, and how much is a year worth? If you say it's love, that's fine, but no love is so precious that he needs to trade his whole life for it, because love will deteriorate with time until death. Therefore, I feel safer not getting married for the rest of my life. Even if Jenny was as beautiful as a fairy, she could not heal the wounds in his heart. The experience of death from the injection had left an indelible mark on his heart. Neither maturity nor innocence, nor Lolita nor goddess, could arouse the desire he had long possessed. All he wanted was a brief moment of pleasure, then it would be over, ending at the most beautiful moment, before the pain even began. Only the short-lived is eternal. So, he offered the price of a villa for the first night with Jenny, and this was no joke. Unfortunately, Jenny never agreed. As expected, Yu Sheng did not show up for dinner, and she did not give any explanation. It was strange that they didn't have this tacit understanding. She must have been having dinner with her mother. Yu Sheng had originally planned to go to Quang Hui's house to see his wife that night, but now he didn't dare to leave. He was worried that Chang Wenxiu might suddenly go crazy and wanted to see him again. Let's wait until she returns to Beijing. Yu Sheng finished his dinner alone and in silence. The phone rang suddenly, and he was stunned when he saw the caller ID. It was Tong Lin. You still have this phone number? Why haven't I been able to reach you since I graduated? Yu Sheng's question seemed a bit stupid, and at the same time brought out a hint of unspeakable sadness. Although he had long since let go, the experience of being crazy about love still lingered in his heart. This kind of love can be easily expressed, but it doesn't mean it can be recovered. It's like the deep nostalgia you feel when you visit a grave. Unless time flows backwards and the dead climb out of their graves, it will eventually turn to dust with the passage of time. Tong Lin seemed to be choking, and then said in a very high-pitched voice that was extremely false and exaggerated. Really? I've been using this number all along. By the way, I want to organize a class reunion. The circle of classmates is precious to each of us, and it's necessary to maintain it from time to time, don't you think? Yu Sheng smiled. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time for a simple reunion, or to put it more bluntly, it's not worth my time to maintain my relationship with my classmates. No matter what they become, whether they're successful or down and out, it's all the same to me. I don't look down on anyone, and I don't have to flatter anyone. I'll help anyone I can, but my appearance fee is a bit expensive, 500,000 yuan, paid in advance. Tong Lin was shocked and her mouth gaped wide open. She felt her face hurt and it sounded like it was being slapped. She thought she was lowering herself by organizing the party, and that this was a chance for Yu Sheng to do what he used to do, like a dog licking its master's feet, like paying for a 5-star hotel in her name to make her look good. But instead, it turned out that it would cost 500,000 yuan to let Yu Sheng attend the party, and the payment had to be made first. Tong Lin had the urge to strangle Yu Sheng, but the Mo family elders were watching her, and she had made a joke with confidence, which was too embarrassing for her. Recalling that she had not yet completed her task, she had to suppress her boundless resentment and say bluntly, "It seems that you don't have time, so let's forget about the party. By the way, the jewelry market is currently in short supply of top-quality jadeite material. Do you have any? Be more specific. What kind of jade are you looking for? Imperial jade? Violet jade? Ice jade? Or red jade?" Tong Lin was stunned again. Looking at the family elders around her, the public said 2 words in sign language. "We all need it." Tong Lin was a bit embarrassed, as if it was a shame to say that they all needed it. On the contrary, the Mo family all thought it was normal, as it wasn't just their family that was lacking. The most important thing is that many collectors are following the trend and collecting the best materials, leading to a vicious cycle in which the fewer the best jadeite, the more people will scramble for it. Unfortunately, the current social situation is characterized by a serious polarization between the rich and the poor. Only the best jadeite is bought, and people are scrambling to buy it, driving prices ever higher. The prices of mid to low-end jadeite have collapsed because ordinary people have no money. So now, if you want to make money, you have to target the needs of the rich. Yu Sheng has been doing this for the rest of his life, and he has already sharpened his knife. He sighed and said, "You have to wait. I just got back, and I haven't cut a single piece of rough. If you choose one, I can cut it out tonight and you can see it tomorrow." The people around Tong Lin's eyes lit up. Ever since they heard that Yu Sheng had bought rough jade in Pingzhou, they had decided that this was an opportunity. And so it turned out. He's betting on the material, and he's not even cutting it yet, and he's already saying it's the best material. And he will cut whatever they want. What does that mean? Blindfolded to identify ancient jade, that's not a legend. Whoever gets Yu Sheng will get the cornucopia. Chapter 59, Mother and Daughter Bet on the Marriage Contract. Everyone looked at each other, and it was no longer appropriate to let Tong Lin negotiate. Mo Yaobing took the phone. She was only a year older than Mo Yunsong, but she was Mo Yunsong's sister-in-law, and her say in the Mo family was far greater than Mo Yunsong's, and Tong Lin was just a figurehead. Just from the name of the jewelry company, it can be seen that it is called Yaobing Jewelry. And the jewelry industry accounts for 1/3 of the family's business. With an elegant smile and a soft voice, she said, "Yu Sheng, I am Mo Yaobing, the general manager of Yaobing Jewelry Company. I very much hope to cooperate with you for a long time and maintain a close friendship. I can assure you that my connections are your connections, and the prices I offer are the highest among all jewelry companies. This is my promise and my sincerity." Yu Sheng had heard of Mo Yaobing, who was said to be the underground lover of a certain provincial big shot. She had many suitors, but had never married. He thought to himself, this is the secret to the success of Yaobing Jewelry. There is no success in this world without a reason. It is just that the successful people have paid a price that ordinary people cannot see. He said calmly, "I also need a long-term partner. But I have a large amount of jade, and these are just a small taste. There will be more in the future, and your family will definitely not be able to eat it all. So, I will find a few more, and you will decide who they belong to through bidding. What do you think?" Mo Yaobing sighed, "I'm not stupid after all. I'm not fooled by a few nice words." She could only smile and say, "I have no objection. Just let me know when you've made the arrangements. It can be any time." "Okay." Yu Sheng hung up the phone. Then he went to the basement to hurry up and solve the stone. Not far from the Imperial Garden, a container truck was parked in the darkness, with something like a radar on the roof. The enclosed compartment was brightly lit, with unknown equipment ticking away, and a young man was looking at the monitor. This person was probably in his late 20s or early 30s, with a tall and straight posture, a frozen expression like a sculpture, and an aura of fear that emanated from his entire body, like a cold wind that would chill anyone who happened to glance at him. His name is Yang Shiji, and he is Jenny's fiancé. Suddenly, the thermal imaging scan showed that the target had disappeared after entering the basement. Yang Shiji suddenly stood up and, after making sure, took out his phone and dialed. "Auntie, it turns out that my prediction was correct. I have a way to avoid surveillance for the rest of my life." He disappeared in the basement. There is an underground escape tunnel in that villa that we don't know about. So, those people must have all died at his hands. Oh, if it was an escape tunnel, how do you explain the deaths before the move? His original home was not on the first floor, so there could not have been an escape tunnel. If Yu Sheng heard this, he would be shocked. This was his sister's voice, and it was Chang Wenxiu. A silicone mask is not that difficult to make. Any studio can make one, not to mention that he has powerful backing. Yang Shiji argued. "Yang Shiji, you're back to the agent theory. But Jenny is willing to bet her life that Yu Sheng is not an agent. If you insist on this theory, I can't help you. Your marriage to Jenny will only continue to be in a stalemate." Okay. Yang Shiji's eyes flashed with unspeakable jealousy and malice. He had already regarded Yanni as his wife, so how could he bear to see his wife trust another man so much? He even subconsciously thought that Yanni had fled to Jianhai for the rest of her life. This was even more unbearable. He was the elite of the Yang family, the leader of 3 generations, and was practically born with a golden key. He was always the one looking down on women with arrogance and indifference, and he was always the one who chose who he wanted to sleep with. He had never been looked down on by a woman. Only Yanni not only looked down on him, but even ran away. This made him furious and even more eager to conquer her. He would not allow such a fiasco to happen in his life. He clenched his teeth and said, "Auntie, if he goes and kills Kwang Hui's wife and child, will Yan and I still trust him? If he dares to kill the child, not only will Yanni not be able to tolerate him, I won't be able to tolerate him either." Shang Wenxiu said very firmly, "If Yu Sheng really did that, then he would be no different from a butcher? What does this have to do with the child?" Shang Wenxiu hung up the phone and turned to Jenny and said, "Do you know what Yu Sheng is doing?" Yanni smiled and said, "I don't know. But I'm sure he didn't go to kill Kwang Hui's wife and child. Yu Sheng is not a brainless person. In other words, Yang Shiji is a brainless person." Shang Wenxiu sighed, "Yang Shiji is not as stupid as you think. I'm afraid he wants to kill someone and frame him." Yanni was stunned. How would he frame Yu Sheng after he killed someone? Would he jump out to prove that Yu Sheng wasn't at the villa? Yu Sheng would just deny it. Besides, I don't mean to look down on Yang Shiji, but when he said that Yu Sheng wasn't at the villa, I was a little suspicious. Could it be that he had poor eyesight and made a mistake? Shang Wenxiu laughed. Yang Shiji didn't use his eyes to see. How could the military's most advanced thermal imaging scanner possibly be wrong? But she didn't say it, just said in a tactful way, "Then you can call Yu Sheng and ask him. He turns off his phone at night." She tried anyway, and it turned out that she got through to him right away. She was surprised and her eyes widened. "You didn't turn it off tonight?" "Of course. I was waiting for your call for help at home. I was going to wait until dawn." "Are you okay? Oh my God. Are you that particular?" "I'm out of danger, thank you, ha ha ha." Jenny finally couldn't help but laugh. Shang Wenxiu was flabbergasted. "When you two were making fun of me, did you consider that I might be standing right next to you, deaf and blind?" Besides, she didn't believe that Yu Sheng was at home. After Yanni finished her small talk and hung up, she said, "I want to see Yu Sheng's villa. Let's go. Come with me." But Yanni jumped up in high spirits without the slightest hesitation. Shang Wenxiu asked curiously, "Do you really believe he is at home?" "Of course, he wouldn't lie to me." "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet." Yanni suddenly felt that an opportunity had presented itself. Shang Wenxiu also sensed an opportunity, and she said with a smile, "Since you are so confident, let's bet big. If you lose, you will marry Yang Shiji." With a look of deliberate superiority, she knew she had won. The most advanced thermal imaging scanner could not be wrong, and it could capture thermal radiation even if it was hidden in the basement. To her surprise, Jenny not only dared to bet, but was also very excited. Okay, if I win, I'll cancel my engagement to the Yang family. Okay. But don't go back on your word. Of course, I swear I won't. I trust Yu Shang. He's the kind of person you can trust with your life. He's never wrong. Jenny even waved her fist a little to add to the intensity and credibility. Chang Wenxiu smiled triumphantly. It was finally settled. She just hoped that Jenny wouldn't be too shocked. This time, Yu Sheng was really just joking. He wasn't even at home. Chapter 60, Playing with Matches in a Gasoline Barrel. In the basement, the wire cutter is cutting the stone automatically, and Yu Sheng is manually polishing the stone. Some things don't need to be cut, such as the Fulu Shoshi, which was specially bought for carving. The skin is also useful, as it can be used as a base for carving, or to add a color to the whole sculpture. Yu Sheng was thinking while polishing the stone, and the whole rough stone kept changing shape in his mind. He finally found a shape that matched the color distribution of the rough stone. His thinking became more and more active, and he kept optimizing in his mind. He was surprised to discover that when he was in the fourth dimension, his brain activity was completely different from the third dimension. Especially when it came to something as complicated as this, his efficiency increased by 1,000 times. At that moment, the phone rang. Boss, Yanni is here, and she's brought a woman with her. The one speaking is Yang Kai, who is on night shift today. He lives in the second floor of the security guard's house in the corner of the garden, and the monitoring room is also there. Anyone entering will set off the alarm, so he immediately notified Yu Sheng. Ignore it. Yu Sheng withdrew from invisibility, pretended not to know, and continued working. Yanni can enter the villa without anyone opening the door by scanning her face, and her fingerprint and face scan can open the safe. Yu Sheng is not just licking the dog. He needs a backup plan, so if he can't open it in the field, he can let Yanni do some operations for him. Fortunately, Yanni's character is trustworthy enough to be trusted more than anyone else, and she is currently ranked first. Yanni and Chang Wenxiu, without any dispute, went straight to the basement. Because only the basement was lit. The two quietly entered the door and heard the roar of the oil cutter and the shrill sound of stone polishing. They followed the sound to the workshop and saw Yu Sheng polishing the stone. Chang Wenxiu was dumbfounded. Yanni, however, was not surprised at all. She looked at Chang Wenxiu with a smug smile and said, "Mom, you lost. Cancel the engagement." At this moment, Chang Wenxiu had the urge to kick Yang Shiji to death. She stormed out of the basement, stood in the underground garden, and called Yang Shiji directly. "Is Yu Sheng back yet?" "No." Yang Shiji replied casually. Chang Wenxiu was disappointed. "You weren't at the Imperial Garden at all. You went to kill Kwang Hui's wife and child, right?" "Auntie, don't get me wrong, I really wasn't at the Imperial Garden. The surveillance van had already left, but I didn't go to kill Kwang Hui's wife and child. That's something Yu Sheng would do. Do you know where I and Jenny are?" Yang Shiji suddenly felt extremely bad. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where?" "I was in the Imperial Garden. Yu Sheng has been polishing stones in the basement all this time. Can you frame me for it? If Kwang Hui's wife and child are dead, you take care of the aftermath yourself. Don't involve Yu Sheng, because that would mean involving Jenny, who just got Kwang Hui out of prison. Although I don't want to, I have to tell you that your marriage is cancelled. You can explain it to him yourself." Chang Wenxiu hung up the phone. In fact, she misunderstood one thing. Yang Shiji had not lied to her in the first place. The thermal imaging scan of Yu Sheng had really disappeared, but it was not said to have disappeared in order to frame Yu Sheng. But Chang Wenxiu didn't want to hear any excuses from a loser, especially since Yang Shiji didn't offer any. Instead, he confirmed that the surveillance car was not there. Damn, what a fool! Chang Wenxiu sentenced him to death. Being ruthless is not a crime, but being stupid is a death sentence. Who has the time to clean up his mess every day? The most intolerable thing is that he lost miserably after just one meeting with Yu Sheng. And when you look at what Yu Sheng did, there is nothing wrong with it. The difference is clear. Chang Wenxiu turned around and found that Yanni was eavesdropping behind her back. She slapped her daughter on the shoulder in anger. "Are you satisfied?" Yanni laughed happily. "Mom, I will always love you." "Forget it, I have to go back and explain to your father right away. This matter affects the whole family." Zhang Ji, either an ally or an enemy, must not be made to feel passive. By the way, tell Yu Sheng that he is not allowed to call me big sister anymore. There is no such thing as big or small. After that, she left like the wind. Yanni was stunned. How dare she call my mother big sister? Then Yang Kai heard the boss's screams, which came in an endless stream, shocking the heavens and earth and moving the gods and ghosts. Why don't you admit your mistake? Yanni was tired from hitting him and asked in puzzlement. You said she was your mother? Yes. Your real mother? Of course, my real mother. I'm impressed. Did you know that your mother was a virgin? Yanni was stunned, a little disbelieving, but in the end she chose to believe it. How did you figure it out? I remember that you could tell at a glance that Wen Shu was not a virgin. Yu Sheng said seriously, my secret is very valuable. If you want it, only your first night is barely enough to trade. If Yang Kai had heard this, he would have immediately understood why the screams never stopped. Never bow to a woman again. He vowed never to be a dog again, and to never make a deal with a woman. Of course, he couldn't possibly be so despicable as to hit a woman, so he just let Jenny vent. Yanni was exhausted and panting, finally giving in and exclaiming, okay, you're right, and I was wrong, okay? No, you're right too. We're all right. Yu Sheng smiled and said, if you can solve a problem with money, don't use love. If you can solve a problem with sweat, don't use tears. Yanni finally understood and asked with a smile, did Tong Lin hurt you so much? Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with her. Then how did you come to this realization? That's the secret. Do you want to trade? Just lie in bed with me and we'll cuddle all night and do nothing. Yanni gave him a big dirty look and thought to herself, you think I'm a child, looking at you like that? But she was a smart woman after all, and she knew that keeping a man at arm's length would only make him want to run even faster. She had to give him a little something to keep him from running off to other women's beds. Just cuddling is fine, but you're not allowed to do anything else. Of course. Suddenly, Yu Sheng picked up Jenny in his arms and hugged her. Yanni exclaimed, what are you doing? I'm hugging you, I'm not doing anything else. Ah. Jenny suddenly remembered what she had agreed to, but the scene in front of her was not what she had meant. She wanted to resist, but found that she was powerless. After struggling a few times, it was more like coquetry. She finally closed her eyes in shame and no longer wanted to fight for control. When the two of them lay down and Yu Sheng's passion flared up, Jenny panicked. She realized that she was simply playing with fire in a gasoline barrel. It wasn't a matter of catching fire, but of exploding. She hurriedly held Yu Sheng's hand and said, wait, I'm staying to talk to you about business. You have to be careful of Yang Shiji. Chapter 61, Revenge for the Rest of My Life. Jenny told him in detail what had happened that night. Yu Sheng was indeed distracted. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, Kwang Hui's wife and child must be dead, otherwise Yang Shiji would definitely have an excuse. The best way to deal with the aftermath is just like what he said. Silicone masks are so cheap that they are almost universal. There is enough time to make 2 masks from the mold. After dawn, find 2 people to wear them and leave directly. Yes, that's right. Yanni nodded in agreement. He will definitely hate you and will definitely retaliate furiously. He is a special forces officer who has followed the military officer promotion route, and his execution is super strong. He is much more dangerous than Kai Yuhua, that rich kid. After she finished speaking, she felt a little strange. I always thought that Yang Shiji would not make such a low-level mistake. Have you ever disappeared? Yu Sheng's heart tightened in an instant, his spine went cold, and all his desires vanished. Yang Shiji found that the time he disappeared completely matched the time he was invisible. He pretended to be completely unconcerned and casually said, of course not, I've been in the basement the whole time. By the way, how did he monitor me? I don't know. Either he saw it with his own eyes, or it was a high-tech method, like a thermal imaging radar car. It's useless for you to hide in the basement, it will be clearly displayed. But how did he make a mistake? Yanni stared at Yu Sheng with suspicion. Yu Sheng suddenly felt relieved. Seeing it with his own eyes was absolutely impossible. That would mean that his secret had been exposed. The best revenge would not be to plant evidence, but to spread the secret so that everyone knew about it. Then Yu Sheng would be in trouble. He would have to be locked up without a muzzle, and would become a tool. But if it is a thermal imaging radar vehicle, it will be much easier to deal with. It would be enough to remind young Kai once. With such a large object, anyone who drives it into the Imperial Garden will be discovered at the first opportunity. If Yang Shiji fails to clean up the mess and is found guilty, what will happen to your mother? Yu Sheng asked casually. Yanni was shocked and realized what Yu Sheng was going to do. This was revenge that didn't wait for the next day. She was so shocked that she realized what Yu Sheng was going to do. Yanni was a little resentful. I don't know, but my mother said that a single hair can move the whole body. She probably doesn't want to see such drastic changes. Oh. Is it possible that your mother wants you to stay? Is that what she means? You'd better ask her. Yanni was speechless. You really think the best of people. Although she didn't believe it, she immediately sent a text message to her mother. Do you want me to stop you from taking revenge on Yang Shiji for the rest of your life and convicting him of his crimes? Chen Wenxiu replied quickly, men are aggressive, and no one can stop them. Girls should stay out of it. Yanni was shocked and opened her mouth wide. It turned out that Yu Sheng was right. Zhang Ji was so cruel that he could not be united in marriage, so he turned his hand and stabbed him. Yu Sheng read the text message and smiled. He gently kissed her cheek and said, sleep well. Sleep a lot for good skin. Jenny had no choice but to be cute. Yu Sheng got up, turned off his phone and threw it on the pillow, then walked away. This is tantamount to admitting that he is not at home every time he turns off his phone, which is an unconditional trust in Yanni. Yanni felt a wave of warmth in her heart, and the scent of the man between her lips and teeth seemed even more intoxicating. Her beautiful cheeks slowly blossomed into a bright smile, and she whispered, silly, if you force me anymore, I'll give in. Yu Sheng only brought a bag of drugs and arrived at the entrance of Kwang Hui's apartment. In front of her was an old and dilapidated neighborhood, dark and gloomy, with no property management. Kwang Hui's home was on the first floor. Looking through the window, there was no light and nothing could be seen. The breath sensor showed that there was no one in the house, and there was no corpse. Obviously, the body had already been removed. But he was not at all panicked and continued to stay there. His plan was simple, to plant evidence. The simpler the plan, the less likely it would be to be discovered. Because the body double must come to Kwang Hui's house and leave a bunch of clues to prove that the mother and son were not in trouble, that they left voluntarily, and that they were alive. So, all he had to do was wait for the double to arrive, find an opportunity, and hide a kilogram of white flour in her luggage. Well, the rest is up to the airport. I don't believe it. Those wolves at the airport won't let her take white flour on the plane. I'm afraid they'll even arrest her for carrying sugar. 1 kilogram is enough to be executed 10 times. What else can't be confessed? How can she still care about Yang Shiji? And, the airport will definitely search her body. Drug dealers are not human, they must be searched completely naked, and the silicone mask will definitely be exposed. Then the blind man will get an eye disease and there is no cure. Yu Sheng believed that this blow would definitely catch Yang Shiji off guard. Perhaps an online anchor should be arranged to broadcast live. By the time Yang Shiji realizes that the truth has come out, it will be too late. At that moment, a taxi pulled up downstairs and a middle-aged man with a pot belly got out. The man glanced around casually, hurried into the building, and directly took out the key and opened the door to Kwang Hui's home. Yu Sheng was stunned. Why is there a man here? This is completely not according to the script. The middle-aged man looked around cautiously when he opened the door, and Yu Sheng took the opportunity to sneak in first. Kwang Hui's home was indeed very poor, with nothing of value, and the house of a family with children was always messy, and this one was no exception. However, there was no bloodstain inside or outside, so Yang Shiji had obviously done a good job. The middle-aged man was obviously here for the first time. He closed the door, puffed out his belly, and checked around in a circle to make sure no one was there. Then he took out his phone. Yu Sheng found that the name he dialed was Niu Chanxian. Chanxian, bring the child to my place. Number 103, the paper factory apartment building. Don't let anyone see you. Huan Zining, why did you ask us to go to that shabby place? Are you going to sell us? What are you talking about? If there's really something going on, come over and talk to me. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. I won't go without a clear explanation. What's the need to bring the kid? I'm warning you, if I die, a video will be sent to all major online platforms immediately, including evidence of your corruption, mistress, and all kinds of crimes. No one can hold back, and you will be buried with me. Only if we are alive can you live. Guan Xining's eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a cold murderous intent, but his tone was even more amiable. Shanshan, you've misunderstood. Am I someone who cares about money? I'll transfer another 200,000 yuan to you. You just do me a favor and bring the child over. Niu Qianshan was overjoyed at the prospect of receiving money. Great. Transfer it to me first, and I'll bring the kids over as soon as I receive it. Guan Zining hung up the phone and cursed, damn, this vampire. Then he gritted his teeth and transferred another 200,000 yuan to her. Niu Qianshan was very dedicated. As soon as she received the money, she called back, Master Guan, I received it. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Do you need to bring the blue tablets? There's no time, you'd better come over quickly. Don't forget to bring the child. Okay. Yu Sheng realized that this was still following the script he had designed. However, Yang Shiji did not assign the task personally, but instead assigned it to Guan Zining. In this way, if something goes wrong, it won't burn Yang Shiji, because he is protected by Guan Zining. Yu Sheng sneered in his heart. What if something happened to Guan Zining? Chapter 62 The Only Secret to Success Since Ancient Times. After hanging up the phone, Guan Zining began to look for his documents. This time, it was effortless. He found a whole bunch of them, including his ID card, household registration booklet, and property ownership certificate. He first picked up the property ownership certificate and carefully examined it. Yu Sheng stared at him in disbelief. Could it be that he was thinking of selling the house? If he really thinks so, that's really greedy. He's delaying for a little money, and he's completely out of touch. He's not good enough to succeed, but he's more than enough to fail. I guess he's going to make Yang Shiji angry to death. Guan Zining thought that keeping the house and not selling it was a huge loophole. Only by selling it would there be a reason not to come back. He lit a cigarette and sat there, repeatedly considering the details, trying to think of a way to make it watertight. The fastest way is to borrow money from a loan shark. If the mask can be delivered earlier, it will be done tonight, or at the latest tomorrow morning. Guan Zining muttered to himself. Yu Sheng suddenly understood, and was a little impressed by Guan Zining's experience. This really wasn't a waste of time, but it smoothed out the last bit of unreasonableness. Time was short, and the knock on the door sounded. A flirtatious and charming woman, leading a 7 or 8-year-old boy, stood at the door. Guan Zining quickly reached out to pull him in and quickly closed the door. Niu Qianshan asked in confusion, Is this broken house yours? No. You go put the child to bed first. Niu Qianshan didn't ask any more, took the child into the bedroom, and looked around. She was so angry that she shouted, Is this a place for people to stay? Keep your voice down. Guan Zining gestured with his index finger. The children were still young and fell asleep after a short while. Niu Qianshan came into the living room, sat down with a frown and said, What's going on? Don't ask why. It's not good to know too many secrets. Just do as I say. Tonight or tomorrow morning, someone will bring 2 silicone masks. One for you and one for the child. This is your ID. Afterwards, he gave Niu Qianshan the ID card of Kuang Hui's wife, which was written as Li Changjing. Niu Qianshan understood. She said very seriously, This is too risky. You have to pay more. Shit, Guan Zining stumbled, You don't have to do anything, you just get on a plane, what do you add to the money? Damn, don't think I'm stupid. This is a matter of beheading. The person is already dead, right? Otherwise, how could you have the house in your hands? Okay, I'm not done yet. After you put on the mask, call this number. It's a loan shark. Pledge the house to him. It doesn't matter how much you pledge. Then rush to the airport immediately. The ticket is already booked. After you get off the plane, find a place where no one is around to destroy the mask, take a taxi back, and change cars a few times. Relay, understand? Can you do this little thing? No problem. Niu Qianshan was overjoyed at the news that the money for the house would go to her, and everything went smoothly from there. Yu Sheng listened with interest. It turned out that Guan Ziming had never intended for the two of them to leave the country, only to leave Jianghai. But on second thought, it didn't seem like a big deal. The key is in the boarding record, which can prove that the two left alive, although no one can find it. Guan Ziming gave her a thorough explanation of the details, and only when Niu Chanqian became impatient did he get up and leave quietly. Yu Sheng was very sorry. This guy is too cunning, he left too early. If he had waited until the masks were delivered, he wouldn't have had to leave and could have arrested the drug dealers directly. Now is obviously not the best time to arrest someone. If Guan Ziming takes the blame for everything by committing suicide, it will be impossible to nail Yang Shiji. Niu Chanqian boredly checked the rooms, the bedroom, the toilet, and the kitchen to see if there was any money hidden, and finally found that she was poor as a church bell. But she never thought that she would not find any money, but Yu Sheng would. It was in the kitchen. There was a newly tiled wall. It seems to have been repaired after it broke down, and it doesn't arouse suspicion. It was 3 years ago. But inside the tiles, there were gold bars. Where did the gold come from? Why hide it in the wall? Why would someone who was so poor not dare to spend money? Finally, Yu Sheng found evidence that Quang Hui had deliberately killed someone. The gold bars together are worth 1.5 million, which is exactly 1 million if calculated at the price 3 years ago. Who is behind this? Yu Sheng could not figure it out. His parents were ordinary people with no power or influence, but someone was willing to spend 1 million to kill them? Unless they knew some secret, no matter how secret, I would find out one day. Yu Sheng secretly vowed. At this point, Niu Chanqian finally grew impatient and fell asleep on the sofa. Yu Sheng took her cell phone, turned on the silent mode, and sent a message to Jenny. Do you know Guan Ziming? From the city armed forces. Yanni knew it was Yu Sheng without asking. This person never took his phone, but he never lacked a phone. She was used to it. Yang Shiji had designated him to take care of the aftermath. He called his mistress and child to Quang Hui's house. The mask had not yet arrived, and Guan had already left. There were two options. First, you could arrest him after he delivered the mask. The advantage was that you could catch the person who delivered the mask. Second, you could let him and his child go to the airport, or they would be arrested for drug possession and everything would be exposed. This would clear you of any suspicion. After a long time, Yanni replied, My mother said the second plan is good. No problem. By the way, did you really investigate my parents' case? The tiles in Quang Hui's kitchen are so new, and the obvious flaw is so obvious, can't you see it? There is 1.5 million yuan worth of gold hidden inside. Who the hell investigated it? It's so unprofessional and perfunctory. Let him go sweep the toilets. Okay. We are all pigs. We can't calculate the value of gold through the tiles. Well, it doesn't matter, I can teach you. There's an old saying in the art world, if you want to learn, you have to sleep with the master. Really? Who does the man sleep with? The man worships the female master. The only secret to success since ancient times is to pair men and women. Why is Wei Xiaobo successful? Because his master is a nun. Why is Yang Wei invincible? Because his master is Xiao Longnu. So sleeping with your master is very important. If you can't do it, you won't learn well. Hey, Ling Hu Chang's master was Yu Buchuan, so even if he was sleeping with him, he still couldn't succeed. That's even more amazing. Ling Hu Chong slept with his master's wife. Although Jin Yong didn't have the courage to say it, he hinted at it. Why did Ning Zhongzi hold Ling Hu Chong tightly in her arms and rub against him before she died? Ha ha ha, it seems that I don't have enough insight. I'm afraid I won't learn well. What if I learn to be Yin Jiping? Let's forget it. Yanni laughed and her body trembled. Okay. By the way, do you know any anchors or the like? We could meet at the airport. No. My mother says that drug trafficking at the airport is impossible to hide. I see. I admire her so much. This woman is ruthless. She either doesn't strike, or she strikes to kill. He deleted all the messages, put the phone back in its place, and waited in stealth. Until dawn, the mask was not delivered. Why is it taking so long? Niu Qianshan was the first to get impatient. She was just about to call Guan Ziming when the knock on the door sounded. A melodious female voice came from outside. Check the water meter. Chapter 63, this time we caught the big fish. Yu Sheng heard the water meter checker and his heart tightened. Is it real? Once upon a time, checking the water meter was just checking the water meter, but now it has become a creepy profession. It has spread so much that even robbers dare to call themselves water meter inspectors, confusing the real ones. How can I prove that I am the real thing? But Niu Qianqian didn't hesitate for a second. What is a fierce woman? She didn't say a word and just opened the door. Outside the door was a woman, plain-looking but very capable. After making sure there was nothing unusual in the house, she casually placed the suitcase in the door and then turned and left, not saying a word. Niu Qianqian quickly closed the door. She didn't want any complications, and the house hadn't even been sold yet. When she opened the suitcase, she was surprised to find 2 pairs of masks. Not only could they cover the face, but also the neck and shoulders, so that even if the woman showed her neck, no one would be able to see anything. These masks are quite complicated to make. They need to be molded from a human face, then filled with silicone. After they have solidified, they need to be trimmed, colored, and implanted with hair. Finally, they need to be cut. It is already a miracle that 2 can be made in one night. When he saw the masks, Yu Sheng knew in his heart that Kuang Hui's wife and child were indeed no longer alive. Niu Qianqian finally got through to the loan shark. I need money urgently. Can you lend me 200,000? It doesn't matter how much you need, just tell me what you can offer as collateral. Securities are the best, followed by houses. Where do you live? Number 103, Paper Mill Family Building. Can you do it? If not, I'll find someone else. That house is not worth much, and 200,000 is a bit high. We're charging interest on the principal, so the interest will be deducted directly from the money you give us. How long do you need it for? I need to bail my husband out of jail. I'll get the money as soon as he's out. I don't know how long it will take. Okay, I'll bring the money over. Don't play me, or the consequences will be serious. Don't waste my time either. I'll wait for half an hour. If you're not here in time, I'll find someone else. Okay. The 2 quickly reached an agreement, and Niu Qianqian quickly lifted the child from the bed, put on a mask together, and changed into the clothes of Li Changjing and his son. After checking in the mirror to make sure there were no flaws, 20 minutes had passed and the knock on the door sounded. Niu Qianqian gestured for the child to enter the room, then opened the door alone. There were 5 men. She rolled her eyes, bringing so many people, are you going to war? She was really not afraid. Guan Zining was armed, and she dared to bleed Guan Zining, let alone these people. The man in charge also thought she was not simple, so he smiled gently, I'm used to it, I'm just bored. Then he led the men straight into the house, looked around, frowned, and didn't sit down. He just carefully checked the property ownership certificate on the table. Soon, the 2 signed the contract, a bag of money was placed on the table, and in less than 5 minutes, the loan shark left with the property rights certificate. Everything turned out as Yu Sheng had expected. The man didn't send anyone to follow Niu Qianqian, because there was no need for a mortgage. Niu Qianqian packed the money into a suitcase and put the documents away. Then she led the child out of the house in a hurry and walked all the way. When Yu Sheng returned to the imperial garden, he found the bed neatly made up and the fragrant meat buns gone. He turned on his phone and sent a message to Jenny. You went to the airport? If you don't go, people will suspect you. It's too late to clear yourself. What are you going to do? Well, that's a shame. Let me know if you hear anything. Don't worry. By the way, should we release Kuang Hui? With that gold evidence, we can retry him and sentence him to death. If you let him go and then arrest him, it will be easier for him to despair. Based on the confessions of Niu Qianqian and Guan Zining, you went to the scene of the crime and found the gold. Pay attention, they found the gold. You thoroughly mixed the 2 things together, let Kuang Hui see Guan Ziming's confession with his own eyes, and know who killed his wife and child. He will definitely collapse and confess without being beaten, and even directly testify that Yang Shiji was the mastermind behind the scenes. Then a closed loop will be formed, completely clearing you. Gee, you haven't slept all night and you're thinking clearly. No, I've been thinking about you. Are you coming over tonight? No, I'm afraid I'll be busy tonight. Jenny hung up the phone. No one can get away with it at the airport security check. Niu Qianqian was arrested in public and remained unconvinced until she was taken to the interrogation room. Although the suitcase wasn't hers, she had checked it and there were only 2 masks in it, not a single feather. It had never left her sight. Who put it there? When? She racked her brains, but only her son had the opportunity. But the 2 of them had already been separated and couldn't be asked. There were only 2 policewomen in the interrogation room, one in charge of the interrogation and the other in charge of taking notes. Take off your clothes. The female police officer in charge of the interrogation gestured with an electric baton. It could have been my son who put it there. I don't know. Niu Qianqian tried to explain. I said take off your clothes, let's check. The policewoman suddenly raised her voice 8 octaves. What are you checking? I'm afraid you'll feel inferior if you take off your clothes. Are you jealous that I'm older than you? Niu Qianqian also screamed suddenly. This remark really stabbed her in the heart. The female interrogator in front of her was as thick as a brick, and it was very likely that she was jealous of her, and she would probably never admit it. There are surveillance cameras recording everything. What are you afraid of? The policewoman wasn't angry at all, but rather excited. The more intense the resistance, the stronger the suspect's aura, the more excited she was. Maybe she had caught a super predator. Every drug dealer is a treasure to be discovered. On a smaller scale, her bonus for the second half of the year depends on her. On a larger scale, a promotion is also possible. So, this is just the beginning. Niu Qianqian obviously still doesn't understand this truth, and hasn't learned to act like a grandson. She continues to be domineering. I can't take it off because there's surveillance. What if you threaten me with the video? Gee, you talk so sweetly, your little mouth is like a mouthful of curry. The electric baton was plunged into her. Ah, Niu Qianqian screamed. She really didn't want to resist, but she couldn't take it off, because if she did, her mask would be exposed. The policewoman used unscrupulous methods. The female police officer in charge of recording wrote, conducting arduous policy education. As for the inconsistency with the surveillance, well, the surveillance was turned off. There was no drug dealer who needed to be educated about the law from the very beginning. Finally, Niu Qianqian expressed her willingness to cooperate. The surveillance was turned on. Everything goes into standard case handling. Please take off your clothes. We need to determine your gender. Okay. Niu Qianqian cursed the policewoman in her heart, but she dared not resist. She had already realized that she had fallen into a trap and that she had no choice but to confess today. She was very suspicious that the person who set the trap for her was Guan Yu, and only he had the motive. She cooperated by taking off her clothes, revealing 2 layers of skin. The 2 policewomen's eyes widened. Take off the mask. The interrogating policewoman's voice was trembling, and the recording policewoman forgot to write. Their hearts were pounding, and they knew they had really caught a big fish this time, probably a prehistoric giant. Chapter 64, I am pursuing simplicity. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it will take root and sprout. Before she confessed, Niu Qianqian asked 2 questions. Are you sure that the bag of stuff I have is really drugs? Is it possible that my son just put a bag of sugar in it? The policewoman smiled, surprisingly friendly. Whether you look at it with your eyes, taste it with your mouth, or test it with a lab test, your bag is not only drugs, but also has a purity of over 90%. I can say with responsibility that heroin of this purity is punishable by death for over 50 grams. You have a kilogram, so do the math. It's enough to execute you 10 times without any controversy. Do you think it's useful to say you don't know? Which drug dealer doesn't know these 3 words? I see. My son really doesn't know anything. Will he be implicated? Of course. He is a child, so even if he knows, he is not guilty. You can rest assured that we will not torture him. Okay. I'll tell you everything. Niu Qianqian gritted her teeth in hatred, her eyes bulging, and immediately told everything she knew about Guan Lei, who had framed her. She not only accused him of killing Li Changjing and his mother, and of making her wear a mask to get away with it, but also of embezzlement, bribery, keeping a mistress, and all kinds of evidence, including audio recordings and videos. As for the drugs, she really didn't know. She insisted that it was all a plot by Guan Lei, who wanted to get rid of her because she was too demanding. If Guan Leoi is involved, the case must be handled jointly. The airport immediately reported to the General Administration of Air Police for the record, making sure that no one could cover it up, and then directly reported it to the municipal police. It was impossible to hand it over to the municipal police. This was a huge achievement, and she had to be involved in the whole process. Jia Shoshan's long knife was already itching with impatience. He had already received hints from Jenny, monitored Guan Leoi, and even reported to Li Changqing. All he needed was an order, and the joint investigation team would be officially established. That's right, the Jingju Bureau can't touch Guan Leoi. And Li Changqing knew the key to this. He went straight for the big picture and brought in as many people as he could. He first set up a 10-person investigation team, with the airport only having one seat. In addition, a special inspection team happened to come from Yanjing and directly participated in the case, citing that it involved Yanjing. Yes, behind Guan Leoi is the Yang family. A storm is brewing. The female airport police thought that the two of them had caused a huge commotion. What they didn't know was that their status was destined to always be that of a pawn. The giant hands that were playing chess from afar were not at all visible to her. Even Guan Leoi was just a pawn. The real target of the big shot's long knives was the Yang family. At the order of Jia, Guan was secretly arrested. At the same time, Jenny led her team to the home of Kuang Hui, and the whole process was recorded on a law enforcement recorder. The most incredible thing is that through careful analysis, Jenny accurately locked in the tiles in the kitchen and predicted that there was gold hidden inside, even calculating the quantity. Those who followed Yin and I to get credit were stunned. They felt that if there was no gold after the hammer fell, they would have to kill themselves to atone for their sins. This is definitely not Yanni's fault, it's just that they were unlucky. Fortunately, the operation was fierce as a tiger, and a pile of gold bars was unearthed, which Yanni valued at 1.5 million. This kind of law enforcement video is the most useful and can be used in textbooks. It will be played repeatedly in various learning situations, so that Jenny's name will resound in the hearts of every well worker. The leaders will feel that it is not justified not to be promoted, and they will think of her first for any good things. While Yu Sheng was busy flying daggers at Yang Shiji from afar, Yang Shiji was also busy, and his desire to kill Yu Sheng was just as strong. In the antique shop, Wan Ting was leisurely drinking tea when a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance hurriedly walked in, sat down next to him without hesitation, and then opened a photo from his phone and pushed it in front of him. Wan Ting's face changed dramatically. The photo was of his son, the one who was studying for a doctorate at Stanford University. However, it was obviously a family photo, taken at home. A threat. A naked threat. What do you want? Wan Ting was a little out of control, his voice full of anger. Calm down. All you have to do is a trivial little thing, and after it's done, I guarantee that your son will be safe and sound. The middle-aged man replied in a low voice. Wan Ting couldn't believe that this was just a trivial matter. He thought quickly about how to respond, and asked casually, "What is it?" The middle-aged man took out a box from his pocket and slowly opened it. Inside was a brand new Patek Philippe watch. Even the most discerning man would find it hard to resist such a perfect temptation. Give this watch to Yu Xing in your name. In my name? Wan Ting was shocked. He was not stupid. If this was a good thing, would he still be able to give it to him? Yes, it is in your name. You can think about it. You have the right to refuse. I will give you 3 minutes. The middle-aged man even closed his eyes. If an outsider saw them, they would think they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Wan Ting didn't need 3 minutes. His son was more important than his own life. He immediately said, "Yes. I can do it. I hope you can keep your promise." He deliberately used the word "you" because he knew that the other person could not be one person, at least there was another one at Stanford. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and then got up and left. From beginning to end, Wan Ting did not know his name, nor did he have his phone number. He was completely passive. Looking at the watch, Wan Ting did not hesitate and directly called Yu Sheng. "I heard you moved to a new home, why don't you warm the pot? At least invite me to dinner." "Hey, Uncle Wan, I'm busy with the jade, but if you want to eat, no problem. We can get together. Come on, Royal Garden number 8. Okay. I'll go see your jadeite rough." Wan Ting put away the watchbox, closed the shop, and strolled toward the royal garden. That's right, he just walked. He needed time to think about it over and over again. How risky was this? Will it kill me for the rest of my life? Was it a frame-up, or was it a trick? There were no answers to these questions. He considered it from another angle. If this person can deal with Yu Sheng, is it necessary to go to such trouble? It is likely that in their confrontation, it was in fact Yu Sheng who was the victor. Unfortunately, Yu Sheng could not solve Stanford's problem. Wan Ting thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't come up with a good solution. If I do this, will there really be no next time? I'm afraid it's going to be one thing after another, until he crosses the line and becomes so evil that he'll do anything. Yu Sheng had already prepared food and wine in the restaurant. It was ordered from the hotel to show respect for Wan Ting, the leader, who was not at that level himself. Wan Ting arrived without any nonsense, and directly took out his watch and placed it on the table, congratulating you on your housewarming and presenting you with a gift. Yu Sheng was at a loss for words. Uncle Wan, do we still need this between us? In my opinion, luxury goods are not worth the money. What I pursue is simplicity. Do men really need watches? Don't you have time on your phone? Chapter 65, A Patek Philippe Bug. Wan Ting smiled. It's your choice whether to wear it or not, and it's my choice whether to give it to you. Besides, it seems inappropriate to define it as a luxury item. This thing can also appreciate in value. I remember a Patek Philippe that was auctioned off for a sky-high price of 200 million yuan. Yu Sheng laughed, then we're even. Yu Sheng's Rue porcelain really can be auctioned for 200 million, and saying that it's even is just asking him not to give things away in the future. Wan Ting was moved and finally made a choice. Yu Sheng, I came today to say goodbye to you. My son is studying for his doctorate at Stanford and has a house there. I want to go live with him. The property here is worthless. The house in the antique shop is rented, and most of the things on display are fakes. Yu Sheng suddenly became alert. Uncle Wan, is something wrong? He didn't believe that Wan Ting, a person with deep-rooted traditional culture, would leave his roots. Who would he communicate with in a foreign country? After Yu Sheng and Su Haoping became close friends with the Collectors Association, they all called each other brother and sister, but in front of Wan Ting, they always treated him as a junior. The reason was that he was different from others. Wan Ting had an air of a scholar, like a hidden great scholar, and one could see a strong cultural heritage in him. He is a very traditional old-school man. How can someone like this blend into the cultural atmosphere of another country? Wan Ting didn't explain, just shaking his head slightly. It's fine, I just want to be with my children and live a peaceful old age. Yu Sheng didn't pursue the matter any further, and the two of them drank and chatted about stories from the antique world. There was no end to the conversation, and Wan Ting's knowledge was too extensive, which was exactly what Yu Sheng lacked. The two of them chatted happily for the rest of the afternoon, and they made an appointment to hand over the shop the day after tomorrow. Wan Ting then left. He walked home as usual. But he didn't know that this time, Yu Sheng was following him. Wan Ting looked at the familiar streets all the way, as if in a final reminiscence, and finally walked back home. His wife had passed away, and he had always lived alone, without a woman or a mistress, but he was not lonely, because he had a vast spiritual world, always wandering in the ocean of traditional culture, leisurely and contentedly. At this moment, he suddenly felt lonely, and reuniting with his son could not dilute it. He picked up the phone and dialed his son in Stanford. Zhong'er, is it okay? It's fine, Dad. What's up? Wan Zhong knew that his father must be in trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have called at this time. Wan Ting paused for a moment and said, I want to move in with you. Huh? Didn't you say last time that you didn't like the atmosphere here? Dad, tell me the truth. What's going on? We're father and son. What can't we bear together? Someone took a photo of you and showed it to me. Wan Ting then told him the whole story in detail, and finally said, I can't be used as a gun for him anymore. This time, for your safety, I did something I shouldn't have done. This is the limit. I can only leave China and lose my value of use. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be blackmailed again and again. Wan Zhong was silent for a moment, then said, Dad, you don't need to be pessimistic. Everything will change with time, for the better or for the worse. You should come and stay for a while and see how things develop. The watch must have been equipped with a positioning device or a bug, so it's not as bad as taking your life. You don't need to worry too much. Okay. Then it's settled. Wan Ting hung up the phone, feeling much more relaxed. Yuxing returned home in stealth and picked up the Patek Philippe. He sneered to himself, what a big investment. A Patek Philippe bug? He was sure that Yang Shiji was behind all the high-tech work. As Wan Zhong said, everything will change with time, and it is not certain whether Yang Shiji can escape the fate of being accused of murder by Guan Laoi. It is estimated that Guan Laoran will not easily admit defeat. Just wait for good news from Jenny. Since you want to listen in, I'll let you listen to your heart's content. He took his watch into the basement, opened the cover of the wire cutting machine, and saw that it was automatically cutting the stone. Compared to the oil cutting machine, the advantage of the wire cutting machine is that the loss is small, because the incision is only the thickness of a wire, but it takes too long. It takes several hours to cut one, and it takes more than 10 hours to cut a larger stone. Yu Sheng placed his watch inside the machine and then closed the cover, letting him listen to it all he wanted. If he can last the whole night, I'll lose. Unfortunately, Yang Shiji would never do such hard labor as listening in on the conversation. Otherwise, he would have been vomiting blood. In the interrogation room, Guan Yu was sitting alone in a chair, and after 10 hours of interrogation, he was replaced by people with more and more power, who explicitly and implicitly said that he had no reason to kill Li Changjing and his mother, and that he should not take the blame for others, or he would die for sure. This made his scalp numb and his cold sweat almost dried up. This was aimed at Yang Shiji. All he could think about was the fear that consumed him. He hadn't eaten for 2 meals and didn't feel hungry. Yanni walked back in and said calmly, "Are you still waiting for someone behind you to save you? Don't be delusional. You saw the level of the joint task force. No one can cover it up. You can't get clean with just one drug. Where did it come from? Who gave it to you? I admit to the murder, but I had nothing to do with the drugs." Guan Laoi was at the point of tears. We believe no Chanshan more. After all, she was acting on your orders. You read her confession. Only you had the opportunity to put the drugs there. On the contrary, you admitted to the murder, which is very suspicious. Where is the body? Don't say it was destroyed. How could you make a mold if it was destroyed? Where did the mask come from? Guan Yu entered sage mode again. The more he said, the more holes there were. He could only shut up. Yanni said in a shocking way, "Did you kill him for the gold? How did you know that Li Changjing had gold at home?" What? She has gold? Guan Laoi was completely confused. You guys are really going all out. To frame me, you're using drugs and gold. Drugs are worthless to Jingfang, so that's understandable, but gold as evidence of a crime? That's too high a cost. Yanni sighed slowly. The gold hidden in the kitchen tiles, worth 1.5 million yuan, has already been found by the police. You admit to the murder, but say you don't know about the gold? Then what was your reason for killing? Can you tell me? If you tell me, you can eat. Guan Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had been wanting to drink some water, but no one had paid any attention to him. He really couldn't understand how Li Changjing, who was so poor, could have gold. He didn't believe that Yang Shiji would kill for gold. 1.5 million to Yang Shiji, is that money? It's more like 3 zeros. If you tell us who the mastermind is, we will not pursue your disciplinary violations. After all, they are not criminal offenses and are not within our jurisdiction. If you tell us, you can leave the police station. If you don't, you're ready for the death penalty. No one can save you. Can you bear such a heavy charge, drugs and murder? Yanni repeatedly hinted and guided him, saying that as long as he said that the drugs and the murder were all under the orders of someone else, everything would be fine. Violating the rules is not a death sentence. At most, you will be fired and your property will be confiscated. Chapter 66, Amateurs Meet Professionals. Just when Jenny thought that Guan Laoi was about to collapse and win a complete victory, she received a text message. The Yang family has made a major concession. Let it end here. Someone will make Guan Zining commit suicide. Don't be stubborn about justice, otherwise it will be impossible to explain the drugs. Yanni was suddenly conflicted. This meant that the Yangs had obtained the resources to rule, and they would reap the benefits for the rest of their lives. But she had to follow her mother's instructions and delete the text message, saying, "Let's feed him first." Then she took a leave of absence and left. After leaving the bureau, she took a deep sigh, feeling the need to vent, and took out her phone to ask Yu Shang. "What are you doing?" "Ancestor, I'm trying to make money. To put it simply, I'm a stonebreaker." "What's the point of making so much money? Have you changed the world?" "Oh, what should I tell the doctor when you're lying in the hospital bed and need money urgently? To pull the plug?" "Okay, that makes sense. Of course. You have to be like the gods, fighting the endless battle with the heavens. Victory and defeat are a matter of course, and you shouldn't care about the gains and losses of a single city or a single pool. You still don't see it clearly enough. Come on, if a woman wants to see clearly, she has to sleep with a man." Yanni laughed. "Damn, you said it, how can I go?" She said with a hint of sarcasm, "I'm not in the mood today, I'm not going. Besides, the case is closed, don't worry about it. Guan Yu will take care of everything and then leave this world." "I see. You think you moved the world, but in the end you only moved yourself. The world is still the same. No, I have to beat you up. Why are you more perceptive than me?" A warm welcome. The value of a man lies in his ability to relieve a woman's stress. Yu Shang laughed heartily. When Jenny arrived at the villa restaurant, Yu Shang had already prepared a candlelit dinner. Her heart was pounding, and she didn't know if she could escape tonight. It was too challenging. Yu Shang gave her a big hug first, but before he could take the next step, Jenny giggled and held his mouth. "Haven't you ever seen a gentleman? At least he should be polite. After finishing the wine, he should say a few words of love, make a bunch of false promises, and set the mood before he shows his fangs, right? The point is that I've never been pursued by a gentleman. I have no experience." Yu Sheng smiled and took her hand to sit down. Yanni first took a sip of the wine and smiled faintly. Newly opened red wine is not very good. It's best to let it breathe for a day, or use a wine decanter. "You really have no experience at all. You're like a greedy child. Didn't you drink with Tom Lin?" Yu Sheng smiled, "No. Maybe it's because nothing has been done, so it can be easily given up. Or the cost of giving up is too low, so it's not worth cherishing." Yanni nodded in agreement, and said softly, "Are you afraid of losing me because you are so eager to get it?" Yu Sheng found himself caught in a trap. He laughed and said, "No, I'm not in a hurry. I'm afraid you'll think I'm worse than an animal." Yanni smiled, then immediately put on her reserved and haughty goddess look. "If you dare to touch me tonight, I'll fight you. By the way, do you know about the crime of assaulting a police officer?" "Okay, then I'm relieved. You eat, I'll tell you the business." Yu Sheng gestured. Yanni calmly began to eat. Yu Sheng told him in detail about Wan Ting, and finally said, "I have an idea. You see, me and Yang Kai are pretty much the same, right?" "No, he's a military man, and he seems much more capable than you. The strange thing is, you look sloppy and obviously untrained, but you're actually much better than him." With a teasing smile, Yanni's cold and aloof goddess demeanor disappeared without her noticing. You mean, he can be exposed if he puts on my mask?" Yanni thought for a moment and said, "If it were me, I would definitely be able to tell at a glance, but I don't think anyone else would. Especially when he doesn't speak or walk, it's hard to tell. It all depends on who you're trying to fool. You can't fool Yang Shiji, he's a military officer, he's trained as a spy, he's most familiar with this routine." Yu's enthusiasm suddenly cooled. "Damn, I forgot he was a professional." After thinking for a while, Yu Sheng suddenly had a light in his eyes. "Hey, do you think it's possible that he could try to trick me?" Do you mean he could come to my door wearing a mask?" Yanni was stunned. Could he be that crazy? This is in China. For Yang Shiji, it was legal to kill people on a mission abroad, no matter why or how crazy. But not in China, where the law must be obeyed. Yu Sheng's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and he lowered his voice and said, "The thing that would make him go crazy the most is tonight, after he just took a big loss, and you're here. The key is that you're here. And his profession is to do this, so there's no difficulty." Yanni's eyes widened. She didn't know what to say. Who was crazy? It seemed like both men were crazy. She hesitated and asked, "But, in what capacity can he get in?" Yusheng said calmly, "You forgot that Wan Ting just came here. We drank wine all afternoon, and Yang Kai and the others are very familiar with him, so there won't be any obstacles. He can completely kill the person quietly and then quietly leave, and at the same time, he can prove that Wan Ting killed the person." Yani opened her mouth to say that the body type didn't match, but she swallowed her words because that wasn't a problem for Yang Shiji. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If Yang Shiji was going to take a risk, why not use Wan Ting? What's so strange about Wan Ting coming back again? After thinking about it over and over again, Yusheng suddenly said, "I understand. This was his plan all along. Kill two birds with one stone. First, he sent in the bug to monitor my movements, and at the same time, he made it seem reasonable for Wan Ting to come here. After Wan Ting returned home, Yang Shiji came to his house and knocked him out, took the mold, and began to make the mask. And Wan Ting won't wake up until tomorrow morning. If he kills me successfully, Yang Shiji will go back and make Wan Ting disappear, and there will be no evidence. If he doesn't have the chance to kill me, Yang Shiji won't touch Wan Ting. And Wan Ting has no idea what happened, he just suddenly fainted, and it is highly unlikely that he will make a fuss. Therefore, Wan Ting is already unconscious at home. All you need to do is go to Wan Ting's house to verify the truth." Yani was stunned by Yusheng's wild imagination. "This is crazy, is this possible?" Yusheng got up in a hurry and said to Jenny in her ear, "I'm going to go. Be careful. I don't think he'll come so early. It takes time to make a mask." Yani had to nod. After all, he wasn't there to kill her, so she wasn't worried about herself. But Yusheng didn't need her to worry. She had never seen Yusheng fail. Even if Yang Shiji is very powerful, she feels that he is still a long way behind Yusheng. Chapter 67, Kill and Be Done with It. Yusheng came to Wan Ting's home like a ghost, and was surprised to find that the door was ajar, as if it had been left deliberately for him. Could it be a trap? This thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. If Yang Shiji could predict his arrival, that would be too evil. This should be the door he left for himself. He carefully pushed open the door a crack. The living room was empty and lifeless. He tiptoed into the room and headed straight for the bedroom. Wan Ting was like a lifeless sculpture, lying quietly on the bed, not moving a muscle. He was obviously not sleeping, because his clothes were still on. Yusheng reached out and gently pushed Wan Ting's body a few times, as if touching a corpse, but there was no response. As expected. After carefully examining Wan Ting's head, there were no injuries. It is most likely that he was drugged or injected with something, but it should not be life-threatening. There was still some white residue on Wan Ting's hairline, which was obviously the trace left by the mold, and it had not been cleaned up carefully. Yusheng was sure that his deduction was correct, so he quietly left the bedroom. He was about to leave when the door suddenly opened. His pupils suddenly contracted. A woman in a black leotard entered, with short, neat hair, piercing eyes, and a body that moved like a cheetah, every step full of power and confidence. She held a sharp dagger in her hand, flashing a cold light. As the woman closed the door, she swept her eyes across the living room and, without stopping, entered the bedroom like a ghost. Yusheng was about to take action. If she was trying to kill Wan Ting, he had to save him. But the woman only went to the bed, checked to see if Wan Ting was still in a coma, and then left the bedroom. She searched every room again, especially the study, which took her a lot of time, as if she was looking for something secret. In the end, she found nothing. This was really a study, and there was nothing fishy about it. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Yusheng looked at it carefully. The name on it was Shaoning. "I am Luan Niao. I have found no evidence to prove that Wan Ting is a spy. Wait there in case someone unexpectedly comes to the door. The deadline is midnight. If I don't call you, it means I didn't find any evidence. If you do call, you'll give Wan Ting an injection of a heart attack-inducing agent." Understood. Luan Niao hung up the phone and sat down on the sofa. Yusheng clenched his teeth in anger. "Yang Shiji, I promise you won't have a chance to make a phone call." Luan Niao obviously didn't know the inside story. Yang Shiji is using public resources to settle a personal grudge, so he needs a reason. He claimed that Wan Ting was a spy, and it wasn't hard to find a reason. His son Wan Zhong was studying for a doctorate at Stanford, so there was a possibility that he had been bribed or coerced by the enemy. So, what is the big deal about taking a photo of Wan Zhong surreptitiously with the help of the huge state apparatus? It is the charm of power that makes countless people fall for it, chase after it, take risks, and never get tired of it, doing whatever it takes. I don't want to alarm the snake, and I don't want to kill the innocent. So I frowned. This is even more troublesome. I can't get out. He must return before Yang Shiji arrives. After thinking for a long time, he saw that Luan was still sitting there without moving, so he couldn't help but sigh to himself. She really is so stupid. Can't she just lie down and take a nap? She could also open her computer and watch some porn. Oh, that's right, there are no pornographic films on Wan Ting's computer. Yu Sheng had no choice but to go into the bedroom. Soon, Luan heard a sound of pata in the bedroom. She jumped up like she had been electrocuted, grabbed her dagger again, and was already at the bedroom door, pushing it open. She found Wan Ting still lying on the bed, motionless. When she searched again, Yu Sheng had already opened the door and left. Luan Niao heard the sound again. She was so scared that her scalp burst open. She rushed out again, but she still didn't see anything. The door was still closed. She couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, confused and puzzled, and finally suspicious and paranoid, a little bit like her mother. The elderly always have a good explanation for these supernatural things. When Yu Sheng returned home, he found that Yanni was still sitting in the dining room waiting for him. He couldn't help but laugh. Are you stupid? If I leave, you won't eat? Yanni pretended to be serious, but couldn't hide her smile. Can you eat a candlelit dinner alone? By the way, you must have made some progress. I'm waiting to hear about it. Yu Sheng didn't mention the phoenix, only that Wan Ting was in a coma and there were traces of a mold on his hairline. Yanni understood, and the two of them started eating again as if nothing had happened. After all, their minds were not on it, and they stopped drinking. They were just waiting for the thunderous blow to come. Will Yang Shiji come in person? I'm a little skeptical. Yen and I suddenly said. Yu Sheng was stunned and didn't know what her basis was, but he thought it made sense. After this lesson, Yang Shiji should be more cautious, and people like him don't lack die-hard followers. After thinking about the conversation with Luan Niao, he realized that Yang Shiji would definitely not come in person. Otherwise, how could he explain to Luan Niao after the success? Could pretending to be Wan Ting and killing Yu Sheng prove that Wan Ting was a spy? Wouldn't Luan Niao suspect him? On the contrary, Yang Shiji must have someone to prove that he didn't do it. No one can frame him. Then no matter what he says, everything can be explained away. After thinking it through, Yu Sheng suddenly lost interest and said lazily, "Go to sleep. It's enough to leave it to Yang Kai." He took out his phone and said, "Before 12 o'clock, a man wearing the mask of Wan Ting will come to kill me. You can shoot him dead without saying a word. The disguise is the evidence of the assassination. Remember, be careful. He is a professional." Understood. Don't worry, boss. Yang Kai was excited. He had finally waited for a chance to show off his skills, as if he had returned to the battlefield, filled with the intoxication of adrenaline. Yu Sheng took Jenny's hand and led her directly into the bedroom. Even if they didn't take the assassination seriously, they didn't dare to take off their clothes at this time. They both lay down directly with tacit understanding, acting like gentlemen and ladies. Don't be disappointed. I think this can be manipulated to make Yang Shiji eat his words again. Yanni looked at Yu Sheng's dispirited expression and comforted him. It's useless. No one can do anything about him if he doesn't admit it. After Yu Sheng finished speaking, he suddenly changed the subject. Maybe Big Sister has a way. Oh, I was wrong, it's Auntie. Stop it. Yanni finally found a reason to vent her anger, and wrote him violently. Then both of them felt much better. Yanni then sent the details of the incident to her mother. Soon, Cheng Wenxiu replied, "Kill him and get it over with. Don't let him live, and this will be over. Don't fight back, or it will be very troublesome. No one dares to guarantee that Wan Ting and his son are not spies. What if it's not today, but tomorrow? What if Yang Shiji produces evidence? At least he can nail Wan Zhong, that's his strong point. You have to learn to drag the enemy into your own familiar territory, don't provoke someone's expertise, read Sun Tzu's Art of War, learn what it means to cause harm to others without being harmed yourself, and don't let others lead you by the nose." The two looked at each other and thought for a long time. Yu Sheng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 68 I am ready to give myself to you. Chen Wenxiu's words, to cause others to be affected without being affected by them, made Yu Sheng suddenly realize something. To mobilize the enemy without being mobilized by the enemy is the essence of military strategy. You can't let the enemy lead you by the nose, but you have to lead the enemy by the nose. A bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. He looked at Jenny. I want to apply for a passport. It's too slow to do it normally. Do you have any connections? Get one for me and one for Yang Kaifeng in Taishan. No problem. Yanni also understood what Yu Sheng meant and readily agreed. Yu Sheng then changed the subject. Ordinary passports have too many restrictions. Can you get a service passport? A service passport has priority, visa-free treatment, diplomatic protection, and is much more convenient than a normal passport. Yanni laughed and pinched his cheek with her delicate hand, saying, Don't beat around the bush. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot get a service passport, but there are ways around it. For example, you can join the Jade Association first. Can you do that? Yu Sheng's eyes lit up. This is too easy for me. Don't worry about it for now. When I sell the jade, someone will offer it to me. Yanni nodded. She believed in this. She had seen Yu Sheng's ability to judge jade with her own eyes. He could easily outperform the experts at the Jade Association, so there was no need to rush. This kind of thing had to be sold on a hanger. Yu Sheng suddenly rolled over. To express my gratitude, I am prepared to offer myself to you. Just as he was about to do it, Yanni was already in a defensive position, and how could she not fight for 300 rounds? Otherwise, how could she talk to her children in the future? But just then, bang! The gunshot tore the night sky. The two of them jumped out of bed, put on their shoes, and then the phone rang. Boss, I've fulfilled my mission. The assassin is dead. Yang Kai spoke with the tone of a peerless master. Are you sure you're wearing the mask of the waning thunder? Yes. Yu Sheng was relieved. Leave the rest to Jenny. When the security guard comes, don't admit it. I understand. Yang Kai knew that it would be fine if he admitted it, but it would not be as good as if Jenny admitted it. She was really fine, and no one dared to do the normal gun inspection procedure. This was the prestige of Jenny. Yanni said with a smile, It's a pity that I can't satisfy your needs tonight. I'm leaving. Then she quickly fled the bedroom. Yu Sheng was unable to laugh or cry. He knew that Jenny would not be coming back tonight. He was so depressed that he didn't even have the interest to look at the corpse. It was just cannon fodder. He went straight to the basement. He took out the jade that had been cut in the wire cutter and replaced it with a new jade rough. But at that moment, he saw the Patek Philippe. He had a sudden thought and called Yang Kai, Come to the basement. There is a Patek Philippe bug here. Put it on the corpse. Okay. Yang Kai rushed over and took the watch. Then Yu Sheng began to work in stealth, polishing the cut jade. Yu Sheng's words were monitored through the wiretap and reported to Yang Shiji. Yang Shiji realized that he had lost. From the moment he sent the bug, he was exposed, and then the entire plan was exposed. This was Yu Sheng reminding him to take care of the aftermath, and it was also a sign that he would not pursue it any further. Yang Shiji was a little uneasy. Yu Sheng's reaction was too abnormal. Shouldn't he retaliate? He suddenly realized that he had lost the initiative and did not know what Yu Sheng was going to do. But Yu Sheng was able to see through all his moves. He looked gloomy and called Wan Niao to tell her to withdraw. Yanni's solution was simple. She just asked the Jing Bureau to come and take the body away, and then told Jia about what happened. She said that Yang Shiji was behind it all, and the evidence was the watch and the mask. Jia was not stupid either. He contacted the military directly and asked them to send someone to retrieve the body, saying that we had no right to dispose of it. The case was closed without a trace. After all, there was no victim. With so many big hands covering it up, nothing will come out. 8 a.m. Quan Hui slowly walked out of the prison through the heavy iron gate. His hair was messy and hadn't been cut in a long time, and his face was covered with stubble, revealing a sense of vicissitudes of life. The sunlight shone on him, but it could not dispel the gloom in his heart. He always had a feeling of foreboding, that something was not right. He looked back and saw that the iron gate had already closed. Did they really let me go? Is there such a huge pie in this world? Quan Hui shook his head, as if he had not yet adapted to the feeling of freedom. His eyes were hesitant and heavy. He thought of the millions of gold hidden at home. Suddenly, his heart burned with passion, dispelling the gloom. It was all worth it. He had only been in prison for 3 years and had already made $1 million. If I work as a truck driver, I'll have to work hard for 10 years without eating or drinking. Drip. A taxi pulled up in front of him. The driver was none other than Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not change his job, but instead asked Yang Kai to find a taxi driver, gave the driver 1,000 yuan, and agreed to pay 1,000 yuan per hour, with overtime pay. The driver immediately cooperated unconditionally and was extremely relieved, because he was sitting in the Mercedes-Benz and following, constantly sighing in his heart, "I can't understand the world of the rich. They don't want to ride in a Mercedes-Benz, but want to experience being a taxi driver?" Quan Hui had no money in his pocket, but he naturally got into the car and would pay him back when he got home. "Where are you going, boss?" Yu Sheng asked respectfully. Quan Hui felt that the driver looked familiar, but he didn't think much of it. He assumed the posture of a boss and said, "To the paper factory staff quarters." "Okay." Yu Sheng drove the car smoothly. Then, as if they were chatting aimlessly, they said, "The paper factory staff quarters? The police sealed them off yesterday." "Ah?" Quan Hui's reaction was a bit drastic, and he asked with wide eyes, "Why?" "I heard that a mother and her son died, murdered, and the murderer has not been found." Yu Sheng glanced at him casually. Quan Hui changed from the posture of a boss back to that of a model prisoner. His cheeks twitched and he asked in a hoarse voice, "What were the names of the people who died?" "Oh, you are neighbors, right? Maybe you know, the woman's name is Li Changjing, but I don't know the child's name." Quan Hui's head buzzed and he completely lost his train of thought. Yu Sheng slowed down again. He had deliberately chosen to drive in a traffic jam, giving way to every car and not competing with anyone. Quan Hui vaguely felt that his release must have something to do with this, but his mind was in a state of chaos and he couldn't make sense of it. After a while, Quan Hui asked, "Why did the murderer kill?" He didn't expect the taxi driver to know, but he had no one else to ask. Unexpectedly, Yu Sheng said casually, "I don't know the details, but I heard that Li Changjing's family hid 1.5 million yuan worth of gold." Quan Hui stumbled and nearly fainted. It's over. His wife and child were dead, and so was the gold. Only 2 people knew about the gold, one of them being himself and the other being the person who hired him. Even his wife didn't know. Quan Hui was completely desperate. He instinctively thought that it must be that person who took the gold. And in order to take the gold, he killed his wife and child. This is a normal thing to do. To get the gold from his house, you need to remove the tiles, so how could his wife not see it? Quan Hui no longer had a shred of doubt. At that moment, an uncontrollable rage surged up in his heart, as if it were going to consume him completely. His eyes turned red and ferocious, filled with endless hatred. His fists were clenched tightly, and his fingernails sank deep into the palms of his hands. But he was completely unaware of the pain. He decided to take revenge. The raging fire came so violently, surging like a flood, that he completely lost his mind. Chapter 69, The Mastermind Zhang Jinxiao. Yu Sheng was looking forward to the day when Quan Hui would seek revenge on the employer, so he asked tentatively, "Are you still going to the paper factory staff quarters? Is it still blocked off?" Quan Hui asked in a hoarse voice. "The blockade has been lifted, but I think there are still people guarding the place. After all, the murderer has not been found yet." "Yes," he decided. Yu Sheng was disappointed and his eyes grew cold. The murder of his parents was unforgivable. He really wanted to chop Quan Hui into pieces. But then he thought of Jenny, who was still waiting at Quan Hui's house. Maybe he could trick her into telling him. Yu Sheng finally resisted the urge. The key was the employer. If you don't hold back, you'll ruin your big plan. The taxi finally stopped downstairs. Quan Hui got out of the car and hurried to the door, only to find it wide open and 2 plainclothes guards standing at the door. "Who are you?" The plainclothes officer at the door shouted. "I'm Quan Hui, this is my home." "Hey, weren't you sentenced to 5 years? I was released early on parole." Quan Hui took the release certificate out of his pocket and handed it to the plainclothes officer. After carefully checking the certificate, the plainclothes officer nodded. "We just have a few questions for you." When Quan Hui entered the room, he saw a beautiful policewoman in a police uniform. She was so beautiful that he couldn't believe his eyes. "Are you Quan Hui? Please sit down." "Thank you." Quan Hui let out a sigh of relief and sat down carefully. Yanni asked straight away, "Did you put the tiles in the kitchen?" "No, when I went in, there were no tiles." Quan Hui skillfully denied it. After all, his wife and children were dead, and there was no way to prove otherwise. Yanni seemed to believe him and immediately changed the subject. "Where did your wife get the gold?" "I don't know." "Do you know that she and the child were murdered?" Quan Hui's eyes turned bloodshot, but he still said with a clenched jaw, "I don't know." "Okay. Do you have any enemies or suspects?" "Don't worry, take your time to think about it." Yen and I saw that he was emotionally unstable, so she gently comforted him. Quan Hui had no idea that the case had been closed and that he was being completely tricked. The real case they wanted to investigate was the contract killing 3 years ago. He had already decided in the taxi that this was an opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He pretended to think about it for a moment and said, "I think it was Zhang Jinxiao." "Zhang Jinxiao?" Yanni's eyes lit up. She had finally succeeded. Yanni believed that this person was probably the employer. Zhang Jinxiao's influence in Jianhai ranked above that of Tang Laoda, and could be said to be in the top 3. However, while Boss Tang's main business is drug trafficking, Zhang Jinxiao's main business is smuggling. Of course, they are involved in various industries on the surface, and they even have various honors. They also do charity work, and they are very well packaged, so if you don't look closely, you won't see anything. Quan Hui wanted to use the knife to kill, but he didn't know that this opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife was tailor-made for him. He just wanted to know who the employer was. Yanni asked with a piercing gaze, "What is your problem with Zhang Jinxiao?" "Once I went to his entertainment center to find a girl, but he blackmailed me and took 5,000 yuan from me." Yanni smiled and said, "Do you know what you're talking about? A famous social big brother personally extorted thousands of dollars from you?" "I believe in the fairy tale scam, but not extortion." "He set up the scam to get you to kill 2 people, didn't he?" Quan Hui's whole body shook violently, his eyes filled with fear, and a storm of emotions surged through his mind. A wave of panic washed over him, as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. In that moment, he came to his senses. From the beginning, he felt something was wrong when he was released from prison. Now, the truth has come to light. This is a carefully designed trap, a trap that is carefully laid out, just to make him reveal what happened 3 years ago. Under normal circumstances, even if his wife and children were killed, he would not admit it. Intentional homicide is a capital offense. But now, it was like a solid dam had been breached. It was only a matter of time before he collapsed, and now there was no stopping him. Yanni had already stood up and said solemnly, "According to our technical appraisal, the tiles were put down 3 years ago, when you were not in prison." "You don't have to talk, let's talk somewhere else." "Take him away." 2 plainclothes officers rushed over like wolves and tigers, handcuffed him, and pushed him into the police car. After receiving a call from Yanni, Yu Sheng was suddenly stunned and felt that something was wrong. If Zhang Jinxiao is the employer, this seems to be inconsistent with his identity. Which big brother doesn't have a few underlings who specialize in dirty work? Just like Meng Qingyang and Tang Laoda, they never use outsiders to get rid of someone. But why did Zhang Jinxiao have to hire someone else? And why spend so much? Yu Sheng vaguely felt that he had grasped the key to the problem. There must be a reason for this. But for the moment, he couldn't think of a reason. He simply stopped thinking about it. He only needed to keep an eye on him for a few days and he would know all his secrets. He immediately sent a message to Jenny, "I want to know where Zhang Jinxiao is. I just found out that he is in the Macau casino." Ah. No wonder Quan Hui was released without anyone caring. Has Quan Hui confessed? Not yet. Be careful, don't scare Zhang Jinxiao away. Don't worry, Zhang Jinxiao is not easily scared. He's more afraid that you'll run away. Good, no one should run away. Zhang Jinxiao has a casino, right? Is he cooperating with the Macau casino? I'm not sure. The casino is not open to the public. It's like a casino in a high-end club, and ordinary people can't get in. I suggest you ask Princeton. He's a local tyrant with a lot of money, and he's the most popular person in the casino. I see. In the luxurious room of the Lisboa Hotel, Zhang Jinxiao was immersed in the gentle embrace of a blonde beauty when suddenly, a sudden ring of the phone broke the tranquility. The woman sensibly got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Zhang Jinxiao leisurely lit a cigar and took a deep drag. He then slowly answered the phone. What's the matter? Quan Hui was released, but he was arrested again by Jenny. She is investigating the murder you hired him to commit 3 years ago. Zhang Jinxiao's brows creased imperceptibly, and he asked in a low voice, Did Quan Hui confess? He only mentioned your name, but he didn't admit to being hired to kill someone, so it's not a solid confession. Very well. Get rid of him. There will be an extra $1 million in your son's account at Harvard. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. But I have to warn you to be careful of Yu Sheng, who is by Yanni's side. He personally drove a taxi to pick up Quan Hui, so it's obvious that he planned the whole thing. You wouldn't know who he is, would you? The other party hung up after saying that. Zhang Jinxiao said to himself, Yu Sheng? Yu Wanli's son? He wants to avenge his parents? Then he let out a sneer of disdain. You little bastard, you weren't even born when I was ruling the Jianghai region. Wait, I will personally reunite your family. After that, the cigar was crushed. Chapter 70, Many Lice Don't Bite. Brother Wang, are you familiar with the casinos in Jianghai? Yu Sheng called Wang Zian. Wang Zian laughed. There are many casinos in Jianghai. If you want to talk about the most high-end, it would be the casino on the 3rd floor of the North Suburb Club. All the gambling equipment is shipped from Macau. However, you need a membership card to enter the club, and you need to pass the review. Who owns the club? Yu Sheng continued to press. No one knows about this kind of thing. The boss on the surface is Feng Laowu, but in fact he is just a lackey under Zhang Jinxiao. Apart from Zhang Jinxiao, the real bigwigs in Jianghai must also be involved in the profits. Otherwise, the place would have been taken over long ago. Who is the big boss? Yu Sheng's tone revealed a hint of curiosity. I don't know. Think about it, no one dares to touch that place, so you can imagine how deep the water is. It's really a gold mine. Wang Zian's voice carried a hint of awe. Oh, I want to see it. Can you take me in? Yu Sheng asked casually. No problem. But you can't bring your bodyguard in. There are rules. Princeton reminded. What if they kill me if I win? Yu Sheng's voice was calm, as if he was asking a very ordinary question. That won't happen. It's not uncommon to lose or win tens of millions. Princeton replied. What if I win 100 million? Yu Sheng's tone was slightly mocking. Well, the casino will assume that you are cheating, whether or not there is evidence. Princeton was a little sweaty and secretly thought to himself that this guy was probably serious. He might really have the ability. I was just asking. I don't have time to gamble. Let's talk again some other time. Yu Sheng hung up the phone, and already had a decision in mind. He wanted to test the background of the casino. He called Jenny directly. Can you find out if the North Suburb Clubhouse on the 3rd floor is the largest casino in Jianghai and why it can't be closed? Yanni sighed. If it's the North Suburbs Club, then there's no need to ask for permission. It's on the list of key private enterprises that need to be protected. Can you believe it? That club pays taxes, unlike other clubs. It pays hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes every year. Just think of it as legitimate. Yu Sheng's eyes nearly flew out. Can it be done like this? The casino license is too cheap. Yanni said again, this kind of high-end club is not accessible to ordinary people. It's all for the rich. Don't keep focusing on it. Okay, I won't touch the casino, but Zhang Jinxiao must die. It's useless to be under key protection. Yu Sheng's tone was calm, but he was not to be doubted. Yanni quickly said, it's best to have solid evidence of guilt. I'll carry out the execution, and you try to distance yourself as much as possible. Otherwise, the impact will be too bad. After all, he is a private entrepreneur with various honorary titles. No problem. I think the drug trafficking charge is good. For example, 20 kilograms. Which big boss would dare to come forward and wash his hands of it? Moreover, shooting him dead on the spot is the safest way to reassure all the big bosses that no one will be implicated, and the assets of Zhang Jinxiao can be confiscated. Everyone will be happy. What do you think? Yanni smiled. That's right, the amount of drugs is enough to confiscate assets, I support you. Yu Sheng hung up the phone and gave up on the casino. Since it was so tangled up and hard to shake loose, he decided to blow it up. But first, he had to find out the reason for the contract killing 3 years ago. In the evening, Yu Sheng didn't wait for Jenny, but instead received a call from her. Yanni's voice was a little disappointed. Kuang Hui is dead, food poisoning, and no one was found responsible. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Shouldn't we be celebrating his death? Come, my dear, let's celebrate. Master will comfort you. Get out. I'm in a bad mood. Jenny hung up the phone in anger. Yu Sheng snorted. He was really in a good mood. He had already avenged half of his parents' deaths, and only Zhang Jinxiao remained. Then he continued to polish the jadeite. It was finished by dawn, and it was ready for auction. Recalling his promise to Wan Ting, he finished his breakfast in a hurry and rushed to the antique shop with his 2 bodyguards. Wan Ting was already waiting. He looked normal, still gentle and refined, as if the events of the previous night had never happened. Yu Sheng, I originally only planned to give you the antique shop, and keep the house and the antiques I collected. But yesterday I thought, it's not safe for no one to be in the house, so I'll just leave it all to you, including the Ru ware. After all, first-class cultural relics are not allowed to leave the country. Yu Sheng understood that Wan Ting was still scared. He felt a little guilty. After all, he was dragged down by himself, so he said sincerely, I'll buy it at market price. You can just give me a quote. I'll give you RMB for RMB, or Bitcoin for Bitcoin. Wan Ting's eyes lit up. You have Bitcoins? That's much more convenient. He thought for a moment and said, what if we let Su Haoping come and give us an estimate? Friendship is friendship, and business is business. Okay. The 2 men were mutually deferential and agreed at once. Su Haoping arrived quickly. As a director of the Collectors Association, his expertise was beyond doubt. Knowing that Yu Sheng would not be short of money for the rest of his life, his valuation was completely unbiased and based entirely on market prices, with the exception of Ru ware, which was still valued at 1 million. After a morning of busy work, the final payment was made at Wan Ting's home. A total of 193 bitcoins, equivalent to 80 million yuan, including the house, antiques, and even the rare books, all belonged to Yu Sheng. Especially the Ru porcelain, which had returned to Yu Sheng. This made Yu Sheng feel a little sentimental. With his current reputation and status, he could not sell the Ru porcelain for less than 100 million yuan. And Wan Ting was indeed not living for money, and he actually gave the million back to himself, proving that he had indeed not been wrong in the first place. This is a respectable person. Wan Ting was in a hurry to leave the country, and he didn't even eat at the farewell banquet. Leaving his hometown and going to a strange country, he couldn't hide his sadness. This made it all the more necessary to leave quickly in order to maintain composure. Yu Sheng did not try to stop him, and he asked Yang Kai to escort him to the airport, and then come back after watching him get on the plane. Su Haoping, who did not know the inside story, sighed with regret, thinking that Wan Ting was confused and had actually left his own cultural soil to suffer in someone else's cultural circle. But he didn't say it, just smiled and said, don't be polite, you just took over too much work, I'm leaving first. Oh, by the way, Brother Su, I have a batch of top-quality jadeite to sell. Can you introduce me to some buyers? Yu Sheng suddenly said. No problem. When would you like to sell them? It depends on their convenience. They can't come one by one, they have to see them all at the same time. The highest bidder wins. It's worth about 700 to 800 million. Holy shit, 7 or 8 billion. Su Haoping was shocked and stumbled, and said with admiration, brother, the speed at which you make money is really terrifying. No problem, I'll make the arrangements and hold a private auction. After he left, Feng Taishan said, boss, it seems like someone is watching us. Let's not go out. Wait for Yang Kai to come back. Yu Sheng's heart stirred. Who are these enemies? After careful consideration, he had offended many enemies. The Wang family of Wang Chuan, the Sun family of Sun Tao, the the Zhao family of Zhaofuan, the Wei family of Wei Lianxing, and the Kai family of Kai Yuhua were not as bad as the others, but Kai Yuhua definitely wanted to kill him. There were also Yang Shiji, Xiao Haitao, and Zhang Jinxiao. Yu Sheng simply stopped thinking about it. There were too many lice to bite, so it didn't matter. After all, as long as he was invisible, no one could see him. Chapter 71, The Fairy Sister. Yu Sheng sat down and asked thoughtfully, "Are the people watching us men or women?" "There are both. It seems that there is not one group of people." Feng Taizhan was very solemn. "There are more than one that have been discovered, but what about those that haven't been discovered?" Yu Sheng suddenly smiled. "It's not my style to hide. How can I not give them a chance?" He immediately called Mao Zongyu, "Tell Guochun to stay behind, and you drive the Alpha over here and take the antiques back to the villa." "Yes." Mao Zongyu immediately carried out the order without asking where it was because the 4 bodyguards' cell phones could check each other's locations. Yu Sheng then told Feng Taizhan, "Wait here for Yang Kai to come back. Have him change the locks to fingerprint locks, or even better, face recognition locks. Anything is fine, just don't use keys. It's too troublesome and not safe." Feng Tieshan's eyes widened. "Are you going out alone?" "Yes. I'm going to the antique shop." "That's too dangerous." Feng Tieshan's eyes widened. He knew that the boss was very powerful, but this was not the same thing. In his impression, Yu Sheng was always a character with a feather fan and a silk hat, and he had never seen Yu Sheng fight with anyone. In fact, Yu Sheng could not fight openly with people either. That would be too foolish. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is after all a high-end luxury residential area, with cameras everywhere. It's not suitable for hand-to-hand combat." Then he went downstairs alone. Sure enough, he got to the front door and got into a taxi without any problems. In fact, Yu Sheng's main strategy is to catch people off guard, because everyone knows he has bodyguards, but now he is out alone. The people watching him would definitely suspect that it was a trap, and that the bodyguard might be wearing a mask. And taking a taxi didn't fit his status, so they were suspicious. But this trick won't work a second time. If he dares to play this trick again, he will definitely be caught. When he is not invisible, he is a target. When he arrived at the antique shop, he opened the door and calmly surveyed the place. There are surveillance cameras here, and every shop must install them. They are connected to the police station, and the police can immediately check the footage if an alarm is triggered. Yu Sheng turned off the surveillance camera. He hated surveillance cameras the most because they could detect his invisibility. Wan Ting does this business not so much for the money as for the fun. He doesn't even have a waiter, and the accountant he needs is a part-time worker who comes in once a month to do the books. It can be said that Wan Ting has reached the highest level of freedom. He can open and close the store whenever he wants, and he can close it for a few days whenever he wants. This is also why Yu Sheng respects Wan Ting. He doesn't live for money. Yu Sheng is not either. When he took over the shop, the first thing he did was not think about how to run it, but to make himself a cup of tea, imitating Wan Ting's style and pretending to be a hermit. Just when he was feeling good, a hot and sexy woman walked in. Yu Sheng's heart jumped. "Mad, you're too much." It was Luan Niao. There was no doubt that this was the new task that Yang Shiji had given her. "Who are you?" "I thought the boss was Wan Ting." Luan Niao pretended to be a regular customer and asked in surprise. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Yu Sheng had seen her before. All this pretense became a joke. He smiled and said, "I'm the new boss. Uncle Wan has gone abroad and left me the shop. Sit down and have a cup of tea. You're at least my first customer." This sounded a bit strange. It sounded like a duck selling itself. Luan Niao didn't hesitate, and sat down. She looked around and asked, "Are all the items here authentic?" "No, almost all of them are fakes. A few pieces of porcelain from the Republic of China are not worth much. To put it another way, the total value of everything in this shop is capped at 100,000 yuan. Yu Sheng said this with a calm and composed manner, as if he were a keyboard warrior commenting on someone else's online shop and giving a bad review without any courtesy. The Phoenix was a little surprised, looked at Yu Sheng deeply, took the teacup, and asked with a lowered gaze, "So you're going to sell the real ones?" "Of course. I can't have a single fake in my hands. It's my reputation in the industry." Yu Sheng said it as a matter of course. The bird was stunned for a moment, surprised again, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Is your reputation worth a lot of money?" "Of course. My fee for appraising an artifact is 500,000 yuan. You can look it up. My name is Yu Sheng." Yu Sheng was becoming more and more like a master, and he didn't even ask Luan Niao's name, saving her the trouble of making it up. Luan Niao seemed a little confused. "Someone who doesn't sell fakes is a spy?" She asked with a vacant look in her eyes. Why did Wan Ting leave when he was doing so well? "He was dragged down by me. Someone took a photo of his son and threatened him with it. He didn't want to hurt me, so he left." Yu Sheng sighed and thought to himself, "Don't you have any sense? Do you have to make me say it?" Luan Niao was indeed silent, and after covering up with tea, she asked, "His son is abroad, who did you provoke?" "I didn't provoke anyone, but my girlfriend is very beautiful, so that's a crime." A man without a crime is guilty of carrying a precious stone, and any crime is possible, depending on who is judging. When power speaks out, money must retreat 3 steps. Yu Sheng sighed. The bird froze, and after a while, she covered her hair and took another sip of tea. Her profession did not allow her to drink things given to her by others, but for some reason, from the first time she met Yu Sheng, she believed that the tea was clean. If she knew that Yu Sheng was best at drugging people, she would not know what to think. At that moment, a young man walked in as if nothing had happened. Yu Sheng's heart tightened, and she whispered, "My killer is here. You should leave." The bird was startled, suddenly sobered up, and its temperament changed in an instant. It seemed to be full of the explosive power of a cheetah, and without moving its body, it lightly touched its toes and turned its body in a direction, looking at the young man. In just a moment, Luan Bird determined that the other party was a killer, and that he was carefully disguised. At the same time, the young killer felt extremely dangerous, as if he was being stared at by a wild animal. He wanted to reach for his gun without thinking, but the bird was faster than him. It was as if it had magically added a dagger to its empty hand, and at the same time, it suddenly spun around. It looked like he was dodging, but in fact he was spinning to increase his speed. The young killer had misjudged the situation for a split second, and the dagger had already been launched into the air and was flying towards him. He relied on his well-honed instincts to make a quick move. But he was still a little too slow, and the dagger missed the throat, but cut the neck. Blood spattered, the killer retreated. He immediately retreated from the shop and disappeared without a trace. The dagger, with its crimson bloodstains, was nailed directly to the wall. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded, and all he could think of was that he had to practice throwing knives. "This thing is perfect for me." The phoenix casually picked up the dagger, sat down again, looked at the stunned Yu Sheng, and smiled, "I know this trick." Yu Sheng suddenly smiled and, like a waiter, poured her a cup of tea, saying earnestly, "Immortal sister, can you teach me? I just need to learn this trick." Chapter 72, The Joy of Buying for 0 yuan. The phoenix suddenly felt both embarrassed and amused. There is no skill involved in this. I just play with it when I have nothing to do. It becomes more and more skillful with time. You are really brave, knowing that the killer is going to kill you, but you still come out alone? She was also surprised by Yu Sheng's judgment. She knew at a glance that he was a killer. Could an ordinary person do that? Yu Sheng said with a smile, "I'm used to being assassinated every day. By the way, fairy sister, I've also practiced flying daggers once, but I can never land them on the tip of the blade." "How do you control them?" Luan was both surprised and helpless. How could one get used to being assassinated every day? She could only explain the flying dagger technique to Yu Sheng in detail. First, she taught him the basics of finding the center of gravity, then the techniques of the single-handed, double-handed, controlled, straight, and spinning throws, and the various angles of throwing. Finally, she talked about spinning to increase speed, which was her unique special skill. It was extremely deceptive and had greater power. It was difficult for people to react when they encountered it for the first time, thinking that she was trying to dodge. It was a miracle that the killer could leave alive. Yu Sheng listened with shining eyes. 1,000 volumes of false teachings, 1 sentence of true teachings. You can learn without actually learning, as long as you practice hard. But she directly pointed out the trick, which saved Yu Sheng 99% of the time spent on trial and error. Once you have mastered the center of gravity, throwing knives is just a tool. You can throw anything, even a screwdriver or chopsticks. After Luan Niao finished speaking, she felt ridiculous. What was I doing? What was my mission? Yu Sheng was determined to give young Shiji a hard time, so he worked even harder to be attentive. Sister, you saved my life today and taught me a unique skill. I don't have anything to give you, so I'll give you a mansion. It's Uncle Wan's house. I don't live there, so don't mind it. It's not been transferred yet, so it'll be in your name. He was serious. If he could turn the bird, what did a little money matter? If it could be solved with money, it wasn't a problem. It also conforms to Yu Sheng's code of conduct, which is to reward the good among the wicked and reward the good. He is not a slave to money, but rather uses it as a weapon. And it is the most powerful weapon. The phoenix widened its eyes in surprise. You're too generous. After Wan Ting leaves, can you transfer the house to yourself? Of course. Rules are for ordinary people. The powerful can break the rules. The rich follow the unspoken rules, or make peace with power, and then each takes what they want. Yu Sheng said casually. Luan Niao nodded in agreement, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. She said softly, I can't take your house. Your girlfriend will be furious. Ha ha ha, Yu Sheng laughed, impossible. We'll go over the paperwork as soon as my bodyguard gets back. Luan Niao's gaze grew softer, but she said seriously, I really can't take it. If I suddenly have an extra house in my name, it will be investigated. Yu Sheng slapped his thigh, I understand, it was my poor consideration. Shall I take my sister to the jade market? We will go together to the Naypyidaw jade market in July. Myanmar is the place where jadeite is produced. The Naypyidaw public auction is held 3 times a year, in March, July, and November. Luan Niao smiled brightly, you're not going to make me lose everything, are you? Yu Sheng looked at her with a strange expression. Without supernatural powers, how could one become rich? Wealth comes from skill, not hard work. It is the right time and place that brings success, not hard work. All you need to do is get the money ready. It doesn't matter how much it is. Just prove that you bought it. I'll take care of the rest. Okay. It's settled then. Luan Niao didn't hold back either. She didn't have much of a grudge against money. Why not make money legally? With money, at least you can fire your boss. By the way, my name is Yi Hongmei. Don't call me sister. If your girlfriend hears you, she'll get the wrong idea. Call me Hongmei. Okay, Hongmei, what's your phone number? The two of them each saved the other's phone number. At this point, Yu Sheng's phone rang. It was Su Haoping. Brother, as soon as I mentioned the jade, they couldn't wait to see it. I didn't agree, but I had to get a few more big clients, so we'll set it for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Is that okay? No problem. It's settled then. Yu Sheng called Mo Yaobing again in front of Yi Hongmei, Ms. Mo, tomorrow at 10 a.m. at number 8 Royal Garden, is that okay? I will definitely be there on time. Mo Yaobing was very happy. Yu Sheng hung up the phone with a light heart. Yi Hongmei sighed in her heart, this is really a masterstroke, and she is hopelessly out of reach. She was convinced that Yu Sheng had been framed by young Shiji, because he didn't need to be a spy to earn that kind of money. Suddenly, another person came in. This time, Yi Hongmei didn't react at all. It was obvious that this person was just an ordinary person. Yu Sheng, however, smiled and got up to greet him. Brother, what a coincidence. The person who came was the stall owner who sold Yu Sheng Ru porcelain, the famous Sun Honglei. Sun Honglei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a stern face. What a coincidence. Someone went out of their way to tell me you were here. Ever since you bought my Ruware, our names have been famous. But yours is a good name, and mine is a terrible one. I become the biggest joke on Antique Street. Every day, people come over to chat, and when they get to talking, they ask about this, and then they offer me their kind words of comfort. It's better not to comfort me. It's all just a way to see how miserable I am. Do you know how painful it is for me? Shouldn't you make it up to me? Yi Hongmei smiled. Yu Sheng laughed heartily, blame me? Well, Mr. Wan has gone abroad, so the shop is now mine. Take whatever you like, and take as much as you can. This is a one-time offer, and it won't happen again. Sun Honglei's eyes lit up. You said that. I can take it. He didn't expect Yu Sheng to really compensate him, and his mood suddenly became excited. He suddenly said cunningly, "You said you could take as much as you could take at a time. I'm going back to get 2 sacks, and you can't go back on your word." Yu Sheng didn't care about a few fake goods, but pretended to be in pain and said, "Don't go too far." "Don't worry, I can't carry much." Sun Honglei comforted him and hurriedly left. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Hongmei, spread his hands, and smiled. If I'm not suffering, he's suffering. If I'm suffering, he's happy. This is human nature. Yi Hongmei finally laughed heartily. She realized that she had not been so happy for a long time. Not long after, Sun Honglei came back panting, carrying 2 large bags in his hands, and began to unpack. Yu Sheng reminded him, "Big brother, I can't guarantee that these are real antiques. You won't misunderstand, will you? Don't worry, I'll tell you the rules of the antique business. I just want to find a psychological balance, so that when someone comes to laugh at me, they can see it." Sun Honglei said very clearly. Then he packed as hard as he could, putting the large items inside the small ones until there was no more room. He carried the 2 large bags with difficulty and moved out of the room step by step. His heart was filled with the joy of buying something for 0 yuan. He didn't forget to turn around and say, "Brother, I'm leaving. Don't see me off." Yu Sheng followed behind him with a look of pain on his face, almost bursting with laughter. What a life! Those few pieces of porcelain from the Republic of China were the only real ones, and he deliberately passed them by? Chapter 73, Bodyguard Yi Hongmei. Yu Sheng sat down again, his mouth slightly raised, and he smiled and said, "Hongmei, I need a bodyguard. Would you be willing to help me?" He knew that Yi Hongmei's mission was to spy on him and report his movements to Yang Shiji at any time, so he thoughtfully found her a job. In this way, he could in turn spy on Yi Hongmei and indirectly learn about Yang Shiji's plans. It was also a gamble on Yi Hongmei's kindness. If Yi Hongmei can save him, she won't harm him. When he goes to Naypyidaw, it will be the time for a decisive battle with Yang Shiji, and he will know whether he is right or wrong. Yi Hongmei smiled happily. "It's fine. You don't have to pay me a salary. Just let me make money. No problem." Yu Sheng naturally understood that her account could not have more money for no reason. Suddenly, he had a thought. If Yang Shiji died in the decisive battle in Naypyidaw, and Yi Hongmei made money, she would also be suspected. He asked casually, "Hongmei, do you have a Bitcoin account?" Yi Hongmei was taken aback and said no. Yu Sheng had a sudden idea. Wouldn't it be perfect if he transferred the money to her boyfriend? He suddenly asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Yi Hongmei was a little confused by his thinking and asked, "What do you mean by that?" She didn't believe that Yu Sheng had a crush on her. She was very clear about herself. She was only slightly better built, and her looks were at best an 80, which was nothing compared to Jenny. The only thing she could win was her fighting ability. "I'm just asking, you follow me every day, will your boyfriend come and kill me?" Yi Hongmei smiled and said, "No, don't worry. I'm not as charming as your girlfriend, and even if I were, I wouldn't kill you." Yu Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "I can tell by looking at your palm. Do you want to try?" Yi Hongmei suddenly looked doubtful, and she didn't believe it at all. She simply reached out her hand to show him. Yu Sheng naturally took her hand, and at that moment he understood. He smiled and said, "So you're still a virgin." Yi Hongmei was shocked and opened her mouth wide. This completely changed her worldview. "Aren't we the same species? How did you figure it out?" "You can understand it as a sense of breath. Everything in the world has its own breath. When I held your hand, I sensed your breath. This is the same as when you are testing a gemstone. This is my secret. Don't tell anyone." Yu Sheng gave her a look that said, "I'll only tell you." Yi Hongmei understood, and nodded repeatedly in excitement, almost in awe of Yu Sheng. "Thank you for telling me this secret." Yu Sheng nodded, thinking to himself that it was useless to know, and that it would not help him in his practice. He was about to persuade Yang Kai not to miss out on Yi Hongmei. Now, virgins were as rare as pandas, and she was so kind that he should cherish her. If that doesn't work, there's always Feng Taizhan. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked into the shop, with a big head and neck and a big belly. Yu Sheng smiled, and he met an acquaintance again. The middle-aged man also brightened up when he saw Yu Sheng. "Ha ha ha, we meet again. Do you remember me?" We met at the ghost market. Of course, Yu Sheng remembered him. This was the man who sold fake porcelain at the ghost market. The porcelain he was holding was only the base that was real, and the top was fake, a fake made by splicing. What a coincidence! Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. Yu Sheng warmly greeted him. The middle-aged man slapped his buttocks on the chair, glanced at Yi Hongmei and smiled. My name is Xu Fangquan. What's your name, little brother? What's your relationship with Mr. Wan? My name is Yu Sheng. Mr. Wan went abroad and left this shop to me. Yu Sheng poured him a cup of tea and said with a smile. Xu Fangquan was a bit surprised, and then sighed. What a coincidence. I am the owner of this house, you know? Yu Sheng was taken aback. I didn't read the rental agreement. So you're the landlord. That's a coincidence. Are you here because the rent is due? Xu Fangquan couldn't help but laugh. You don't even know when the rent is due. It's true, it's due in half a month. If you want to continue, it's fine to renew the lease later, but if you don't want to do it, you have to tell me in advance so that I can contact the next tenant. I understand. Yu Sheng thought for a moment. This place has 2 floors, designed for both commercial and residential use. The upstairs can be used as a warehouse or for living, and the area is large enough. Nowadays, it's hard to do business as an ordinary person. As you know, if I were to do it, I would go all out, only going for the high-end market, renovating the whole place, and selling things that are worth at least 1 million. So, either you sell the house to me, or you find a new tenant. I won't renew the lease. Xu Fangquan smiled. Brother, I've always had faith in you. You're really bold. How much do you want? 12 million. He was calculating on the basis of 12 times the rent. Brother, if you ask around, you won't get it for less than 15 million. I'm only selling it to you because I want to be your friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell it at all. Xu Fangquan said sincerely that he believed that with his expertise in identifying cultural relics in the dark, he would become a giant in the industry sooner or later. Yu Sheng also knew in his heart that unless he quit dealing in antiques, the antique street would be the best place in the city. Just like a restaurant only makes money when it is open with a hotel, it is not good to be separated. Yu Sheng didn't care about the money, but rather the time. He immediately agreed. Okay, let's do it today at the price you said. Xu Fangquan was also straightforward. The 2 of them drafted a contract, and Yu Sheng transferred the money on the spot and went directly to the transfer office. After the transaction, Xu Fangquan enthusiastically invited Yu Sheng to dinner. Yu Sheng smiled and said, Brother, I can't today. I have a date with my girlfriend tonight. Don't misunderstand. This is my bodyguard. Yi Hongmei smiled. Xu Fangquan laughed heartily. I was wondering, that one was so beautiful, and, of course, this one is also beautiful. He didn't believe that this was a bodyguard, and only admired Yu Sheng for being so smart. After easily getting rid of Xu Fangquan, Yu Sheng and Yi Hongmei returned to the Imperial Garden and formally introduced them to Yang Kai and the others. This is Yi Hongmei, she is also a bodyguard, she will be living here from now on, you take care of each other. The 4 of them suddenly looked strange. Yu Sheng had to explain, don't think too much about it. She's just a bodyguard. Yi Hongmei also nodded. But the 4 of them obviously didn't believe it. A bodyguard is more like it, the point is that it is close to the body. Yu Sheng saw that the binding plan was impossible, and they all decided that it was his woman. This was before they even said anything, and it was stillborn. He simply took Yi Hongmei upstairs. You can stay in any room except my bedroom. You can eat with us, even if Jenny is here. Yu Sheng is going to keep a close eye on her. Good. Yi Hongmei was straightforward and unembarrassed, not at all feeling the need to avoid taboos. As the saying goes, a person with integrity is not afraid of a crooked shadow. She was just that pure. Oh, right, didn't you say you had a date with Jenny tonight? She asked again. Silly, I was just trying to get out of a social engagement. What's the point of having dinner when the transfer is already done? The reason why socializing is tiring is because everyone tries to show qualities they don't have, but I don't need to. Yi Hongmei was speechless. You don't need to, but you need to be a fairy, and if you don't, you're a fool. She asked again, is Jenny coming over? Yu Sheng's heart stirred. Is this also her target of surveillance? Chapter 74, fulfilling your greatest wish in life. How are you feeling tonight? Yu Sheng sent a message, like throwing a stone into a calm lake, with a long aftertaste. Tonight, I will fulfill your greatest wish in life. Yanni's reply was like a huge pie, slashing the night sky and smashing into his head. The aftertaste exploded, splashing oil and grease all over his face. Yu Sheng smiled faintly. Could there be a more explicit hint? His smile was like the warm sun rising in the spring, warming and then shining brightly. He looked at Yi Hongmei, his eyes shining. When she comes back tonight, will you cook for her? Yi Hongmei was a little surprised. Her tone was tinged with disbelief. You're so rich, and you still have to cook for your girlfriend? I thought you ordered takeout every day. Yu Sheng's mouth curled up, as if he was disdainful, and his smile gradually became meaningful. If I order takeout every day, I'll end up dying from poisoning. Once a pattern is established, someone will take advantage of it. If we want to survive, we have to be either tolerant or ruthless. Only in this dirty society can we stand firm. Yi Hongmei's expression became a bit unnatural. Of course, she understood this truth, and she knew that Yu Sheng was guarding against Yang Shiji. His words were like a sword, piercing her heart. Yu Sheng had no defenses against her. He even let her cook with peace of mind. She felt a myriad of emotions in her heart, complex and indescribable, surging and surging endlessly. This trust, which was as heavy as Mount Tai, made her both moved and ashamed, and she also felt a sense of confusion about her own situation. Her kindness was easily aroused by the light of motherhood, but the embarrassment of facing a crying baby without milk was unforgivable to her. It is never age that matures a person, but suffering. Eventually, her gaze became firm and radiant, and she said softly, "If you don't mind, I'll do it." It was as if a breeze had gently brushed away the dust, and everything was destined to happen. Yen and I walked into the restaurant with long hair and light steps. She didn't see the sincerity on the table at first, but she saw Yi Hongmei, who had a body that exploded. Her delicate body suddenly froze, as if she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water on a hot day. The killing power was not too great, but the key was in the elbow, and she was caught off guard. Do you want me to provoke you? Scumbag! How dare you touch my cheese? Trashy girl! At that moment, Yanni's reaction was the most authentic instinct. She was domineering and overbearing, tearing off the civilized veneer and entering a state of existence dominated by the law of the jungle. But the deep heritage of the big family and the art of hiding a knife and a smile were perfectly embodied in her. She was the first to reveal a flawless smile, welcoming the embrace of the rest of her life, then pinching his waist and saying in his ear, "You're dead." Yu Sheng also said, "I'll explain tonight." The two then each put on an Oscar-worthy performance. Yu Sheng enthusiastically introduced, "Baby, this is my new bodyguard, Yi Hongmei." Yi Hongmei dared not sit down, and had already followed her over, smiling and saying, "Hello, Jenny." "Hongmei, you have a great body, I really envy you. Men like bodies more than faces," Jenny said admiringly. This made the honest and kind-hearted Yi Hongmei speechless. Yanni, however, smiled and took her hand, as if to say with deep meaning, "You lack social experience at first glance. Many women are repeatedly cheated by men for a long time." Why? Because their requirements can only be met by liars, not by normal people. You have to be careful. Cough cough cough, Yu Sheng quickly interrupted, "Baby, did you receive a call from the hospital today? Was there a man who was hospitalized or died after being stabbed in the neck?" Yanni's heart sank, and she immediately returned to normal. She thought for a moment and said, "No. A knife wound is not enough to call the police. The patient could be said to have had an accident. Unless the hospital finds that someone is threatening the patient." Yu Sheng quickly told her about the assassination attempt he had encountered today. Yanni understood that there was no such thing as coincidence in this world. The killer might not have been arranged in advance, but Yi Hongmei was definitely a spy sent by Yang Shiji to get close to Yu Sheng. She immediately changed her attitude and sincerely expressed her gratitude without any sarcasm. But she was convinced that without Yi Hongmei, Yu Sheng would have been fine. If she wasn't so sure, she wouldn't have gone alone to lure the snake out of its hole. The meal was harmonious and happy. Jenny praised Hongmei's cooking skills, although she sneered in her heart, "Is this it?" But at least it was acceptable on the surface, and Yu Sheng was relieved. Hongmei was even more at ease. She didn't want to compete with Jenny for a man, so she wasn't at all nervous. After dinner, Yu Sheng immediately said he was going to go online, leaving the two women alone to communicate. He turned on the computer. Search for flying knives on Taobao, but there are none. I changed it to a sharp knife, and a large number of results came up. The pictures were all slippery and smooth. According to Yi Hongmei, it doesn't matter what kind of knife you use, even a kitchen knife. He chose the most expensive one, a 6-inch Damascus boning knife for 267 yuan, and ordered 10 of them. Then he bought a vegetable peeler, but this time he chose the cheapest one, because he was worried that the expensive ones wouldn't fit in, especially the ironwood vegetable peeler, which made him feel exhausted just by hearing the name. Recalling Jenny's promise, Yu Sheng's heart was burning with passion. He hurried into the bathroom and took a shower for the first time to show his seriousness. When he came out, Jenny was already lying down in her pajamas, smiling at him. Yu Sheng was about to jump on her, but Yan and I stopped him with a palm up. Did you forget something? No, I was just about to explain to you. Yu Sheng hugged her again and whispered in her ear, she was sent by Yang Shiji to spy on me and you. Don't blow her cover. You don't have to worry about her either. She should be on our side. I promised to take her to Naypyidaw to gamble on stones. She is a kind person and must be rewarded. Yanni thought for a moment. Is this a bribe? She whispered, after chatting for a while, she does have a bottom line. At least she won't kill you. What happened to the assassin? She must not be in league with him. She was really going all out when she stabbed him in the throat. The killer only dodged just in time to save his life. What if the killer had ignored her and shot you instead? Yanni suddenly asked. Yu Sheng smiled confidently and said nothing. After he became invisible, his physical abilities had improved far beyond those of ordinary people, including reaction speed. Dodging a gunshot was no problem. The only thing he lacked was a long-range attack weapon, but pistols and invisibility didn't go together, so throwing knives were the ideal choice. Yanni already understood, and smiled sweetly. Forgive you. Stop. I haven't finished yet. Have you forgotten that I want to fulfill your greatest wish in life? Yu Sheng froze in his tracks, dumbfounded. That's my wish. Yanni shook her head slightly reprimanding, shouldn't your wish be to avenge your parents? After that, she glanced at the time. There was still half an hour before the plane landed and Zhang Jinxiao returned. Shit. Yu Sheng jumped up and quickly changed his clothes. Yanni smiled like a ghostly flower demon, her beauty breathtaking. She kept on inviting him to stay. Honey, why are you leaving? Come on. Yu was so angry that his teeth were aching. Damn it, you wait. Then he turned off his phone and threw it to Jenny before rushing out of the bedroom. Chapter 75, Getting Closer to the Truth. Yang Kai drove the Mercedes-Benz like an arrow leaving the bow, speeding to the airport. At this time, the flow of people was like a tide. No need to look for anyone, just look for the black Rolls-Royce. Yu Sheng said decisively. He had once asked Zhu Fangquan about Zhang Jinxiao, but unfortunately, Zhu Fangquan and Zhang Jinxiao were far apart in terms of social status and had no relationship at all. Yang Kai drove around quickly, taking a deep breath. No. Was he too late? No, the old fox may have changed cars. Yu Sheng was a little impressed that he had done his homework for nothing. This is really a headache. Yu Sheng frowned and looked carefully. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a group of people like an eagle's. One of them was surrounded in the middle and couldn't be seen. They got on 4 Mercedes-Benzes. Take a chance and follow. Yu Sheng pointed his finger and decided to follow his instincts. If someone was more ostentatious than Zhang Jinxiao, then he would give up. Yang Kai carefully trailed far behind. As long as the car in front did not turn a corner, there was no need to get close. Boss, how can someone of his rank be so wary of you? Yang Kai said with a piercing gaze. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and guessed, he's not wary of me. For someone like him, he probably has enemies everywhere, so he probably does this every day. Yang Kai suddenly screamed, no! There was another car behind the Mercedes-Benz, and it could have overtaken it, but it kept a fixed distance, just like we did, except that we were further away. Yu Sheng frowned. Yes, I'm afraid the person in the BMW has also discovered that we are following him. He was worried that something else might happen. Such tailing will inevitably lead to misunderstandings. He said decisively, pass it. Yang Kai accelerated smoothly, like a cloud flowing over water, and with a beautiful curve, he easily inserted himself between the Mercedes and the hover. The hovercraft slowed down and changed to tailing the Mercedes-Benz driven by Yang Kai. The young man in the driver's seat, with a cold expression on his face like a cold sword, took out his mobile phone and quickly dialed a saved number. Check a car number. Soon, the reply came, the owner is Yu Sheng. The young man in the Mercedes hung up the phone, his eyes deep and cold as a pool of water, and muttered, "Trouble, I was too slow." The 4 Mercedes-Benz cars were all moving at the same speed. Zhang Jinxiao, who was sitting in the lead car, also received a call from the younger brother in the car behind. "Boss, there are 2 cars following us, a Mercedes and a BMW. Oh, the Mercedes is probably Yu Sheng, that arrogant little bastard. But we have to be careful of the hover." Zhang Jinxiao's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision: split up. Cars 3 and 4 will go to Jinshui Bay to distract the hover, and we'll discuss it later after I've dealt with Yu Sheng. Zhang Jinxiao didn't believe that the tyrant knew he was in car number 1, because he had used a trick to distract people. The person surrounded by the others in the middle was not him, but his younger brother. And that younger brother was in car number 3. Sure enough, when the troops split into 2 groups, Overbearing did not hesitate to follow the number 3 and number 4 cars. Yu Sheng, however, made a quick decision and chose to follow the car in front. The reason is simple. The only mansion in that direction is the Golden River Bay. That's where Wan Ting's house is, and there are no detached villas there, which doesn't match Zhang Jinxiao's ostentation. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. There were only 2 Mercedes left. I hope we didn't bet on the wrong horse. It shouldn't be wrong. But I suspect that the people in the BMW are from out of town, otherwise they wouldn't have been so easily hooked. Yu Sheng's intuition was unusually keen. Then, he had a flash of inspiration. It seems that Zhang Jinxiao lives in Dream Manor. Okay, find a place without cameras to park, let me get out, and you go straight back to the Royal Garden and wait for my call. Yang Kai was suddenly worried. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. He couldn't understand why Yu Sheng always went it alone at critical moments, as if Yu Sheng was protecting them, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Yu Sheng explained with a smile, if our car doesn't leave, Zhang Jinxiao will know that I'm here, so only if you leave will I have a chance. And, you go back and wait for my call. If the investigation is clear, I may need to plant some evidence, so you can bring it to me then. Go back first. He left in such a hurry that he didn't have time to pick up the drug case. But there might not be a chance tonight. Before he could find out the cause of his parents' death, he could only continue to spy on them. Yang Kai had nothing to say, so he chose a hidden place to let Yu Sheng get out of the car, then quickly overtook Zhang Jinxiao's Mercedes and sped away. Zhang Jinxiao, who had just arrived at the Dream Manor, was shocked. This kid knew I lived at the Dream Manor and left? He couldn't believe it. Did Yu Sheng go back to let Jenny catch me? He thought that he would be able to end Yu Sheng's life tonight and put an end to all the trouble, but he never expected that there would be a twist. He quickly called his contact at the police station. What was Jenny doing now? She's already gone home. She left work on time today. What did she do during the day? She's been investigating you. Don't worry, her investigation is meaningless. As a private entrepreneur under key protection, Jia has no right to touch you, and Li Changqing dares not act arbitrarily. He must go through the regular meeting and vote. Any proposal to touch you will definitely be rejected. You just need to solve the rest of your life as soon as possible. This is the only unstable factor. He will never give up his revenge. Okay. 3 days at the most. Zhang Jinxiao hung up the phone, got out of the car, and was escorted by his henchmen into the villa. At this point, Zhang Jinxiao finally let out a sigh of relief, as if he had entered a bunker, feeling completely safe. After sitting down on the sofa, he called the stand-in for car number 3 again. What's the situation over there? Boss, as soon as we entered Jinshui 1, the car drove away. He probably guessed that we were chasing the wrong car. Zhang Jinxiao hung up the phone and sat there in a daze. After a long time, he muttered uneasily. If that person really sent someone to clean up after us, it wouldn't be difficult to find this place. Just check the surveillance cameras. I guess they'll be here soon. Killing me is the best way to clean up after him, so that I will never know the truth for the rest of my life. The rest of his life would be like a ghost, listening to everything, and his heart would be in turmoil. It turns out that Zhang Jinxiao was also being manipulated. Yu Sheng was stunned. The person who ordered Zhang Jinxiao was obviously not from Jianhai. What exactly was that person trying to hide? Why didn't he just kill me? Did he kill my parents to keep me in the dark? Yu Sheng felt that he could not figure it out. How could this be possible? Yu Sheng's thoughts became more and more chaotic, and he was only one step away from a brain short circuit. At this point, Zhang Jinxiao's eyes turned red, and he ordered his subordinates to strengthen their defenses, drawing their swords and loading their guns, vowing to make sure that the killer would never return. The entire villa was filled with murderous intent. Unfortunately, he was completely unprepared for Yu Sheng. Chapter 76. You can start the performance. In the mansion in Golden Bay. The 8 younger brothers are researching takeout. Zhang Jinxiao never lived in this house, so there is no food supply. That's enough. All you know is to eat. The man who spoke slapped the table and shouted. He was wearing the same clothes as Zhang Jinxiao, and he didn't look much like him, but he was a good likeness. His name was Ji Xiang. Because of this name, Zhang Jinxiao asked him to be his stand-in, for good luck. Ji Xiang had already walked to the window and looked out. The view was excellent, but he still couldn't find the domineering figure. He had really gone. He completely relaxed. He was both happy and sad about this job as a double. Although it was dangerous, it also gave him enough glory. He was a bit addicted to this false glory. After a long time, he got too involved in the role and really thought of himself as a big shot, giving orders and calling people in and out. The younger brothers were used to it. Before long, there was a knock on the door. So soon? This is probably the fastest takeaway I've ever had. I have to give it a bad review, it was too fast. One of the underlings opened the door with a smile, completely unprepared. The moment the door opened, the gun at his waist was removed, and his throat exploded. The killer flashed past like a ghost, and the door behind him had already closed. The killer's gun was already pointed at the 7 men of the Ji Xiang. Don't move, your life is your own, not Zhang Jinxiao's. The 7 brothers froze. Ji Xiang's cold sweat instantly ran down his back. He dared not compete with this man in speed of drawing a gun, not to mention that he was a poor shot, while the man who came was a seasoned killer. His eyes were calm and terrifying, and his movements were sharp and terrifying. The bodies of the brothers who were instantly killed made them despair. In just one encounter, they all lost their fighting spirit. Zhang Jinxiao arranged everything and went straight upstairs, walked into the master bedroom, lay down on the bed in his clothes, lit a cigar, and let himself relax completely. Even when the cigar was burnt out, he still couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. The killer was secondary. The key was the person behind the killer, who made him afraid. Finally, he reached out and pressed the switch on the lamp, but his eyes were fixed on the wall. The invisible killer widened his eyes. 3 seconds later, the relief decoration on the wall silently slid sideways, revealing a door that could only be entered by one person. Inside was a space similar to an elevator shaft, with a sliding column in the middle. This is the same design as that used by the fire brigade. When the fire alarm goes off, all the firefighters rush out of the bedroom and slide down the pole to the first floor, which is much faster than going down the stairs. Yu Sheng looked at it in wonder. It must not be a fire truck, but a safe house for saving lives. But how could he get up there? Zhang Jinxiao had already hugged the pillar, then reached out and pressed it, and the decorative painting slid sideways and returned to its original state. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. Yu Sheng looked at the relief decoration carefully and tried to push it with a little force, but it didn't move at all, and there was no flaw. If the killer came, he would probably not be able to find the entrance to the safe house, let alone kill Zhang Jinxiao. Yu Sheng was simply in awe. Zhang Jinxiao really treasures his life. At this point, he must have slipped down. Yu Sheng followed his lead and pressed the lamp switch. 3 seconds later, the decorative painting moved sideways. He looked down and saw that the light was coming from below, very deep, not to the first floor, but to the basement. Yu Sheng held onto the pillar and pressed the switch on the wall, and the decorative painting returned to its original state. In the darkness, he slowly slid down. Until he landed, silently. Then, the scene in front of him made him stare in amazement, his mouth open and his saliva almost dripping. This is indeed the design of a safe house. Although there is only one room, it is complete with all the necessary facilities. In addition to the essential bedroom area, there is also a kitchen area, a sanitary area, and a storage area, all separated by glass partitions. The storage area is neatly stacked with all kinds of canned food, including red and white wine, and everything else. What really surprised Yusheng was that on top of the ivory bed was a naked blonde beauty. The visual impact was too strong. From her figure to her appearance, she was simply peerless. If Yusheng had not been invisible, he would have had a nosebleed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the woman had a very thin metal chain attached to her feet, which was connected to the bed. However, the length of the chain did not affect her going to the bathroom. At this moment, Zhang Jinxiao was standing in front of the bed, staring at the blonde beauty lying on her back. The woman's eyes were full of coldness, as if she no longer felt humiliated, and only endless hatred remained buried deep in her heart, waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Zhang Jinxiao suddenly smiled. "Helen, how have you been thinking these days? I said I would get you, and I did. I said I would let you ask me for you. Are you ready?" "No, you haven't got me. I'm going to be your grandmother. Please call your grandfather." Helen sneered. What she meant was fuck your grandfather. She probably hadn't passed the HSK-8 exam and didn't understand the essence of these 4 words. It sounded weird. "I'm sorry, my grandfather has been dead for many years. What I said still stands. I won't force you, but I'll give you one last hour." Zhang Jinxiao glanced at his watch. "After an hour, if you haven't knelt down and begged me, I'll lose my patience." Helen's body stiffened, her pupils constricted, and her thoughts whirled. Suddenly she said, "How about we play a game of escape in an hour? If you win, I'll do it." "Oh, you run first." Zhang Jinxiao's eyes were full of ridicule and sarcasm. "That chain is not made of ordinary material, and it can't even be broken with a hammer. There's no cell phone signal here. How are you going to escape? Since it is a game, it must be fair. You are a man, how can you not have gentlemanly manners? That would only make women look down on you. You open it for me first, and see if I can escape. This is your lair. What are you afraid of?" "Ha," Zhang Jinxiao laughed, "don't be so whimsical. You are already my prisoner. What more do you need to be gentlemanly? No, if you give me a glimmer of hope and then make me despair, I'll give up." Helen said seriously, "Anyway, we have to try everything. If we don't give up, we won't be able to give up. What if we succeed?" Zhang Jinxiao thought about it and thought it was possible. He said with interest, "Shall I give you a hammer?" "No, let me see what the key to this chain looks like." Helen lifted her leg. Yusheng then discovered that there was a lock on the back of her ankle, holding the chain in place. It turns out that the chain can be opened. Zhang Jinxiao thought, just to see what it looks like, can she make one out of a tin box? He immediately took out the key, which was very small. He held it between his thumb and forefinger and showed it to Helen. "Do you want to see where the key is and try to grab it?" "No problem, I'll give you a chance. Look carefully." Then he threw the key in the air, and it fell to the other side of the room. Helen suddenly felt cold all over. Even if she killed Zhang Jinxiao in one fell swoop, she wouldn't be able to get it. The length of the chain was just enough for her to reach the bathroom, and it was impossible to hook the key. "You can start your performance now." Zhang Jinxiao looked at her desperate expression and said mockingly. Chapter 77, It only takes a split second to kill you. Helen's heart was filled with endless remorse, as if it were shrouded in a thick layer of leaden clouds. She had been lying stiffly in order to paralyze Zhang Jinxiao, like a statue, but in the end she missed the only opportunity to escape. The moment Zhang Jinxiao took out the key was the best time. All she needed to do was jump up like a cheetah. In the end, she was not satisfied with this opportunity. Then the opportunity was gone. "You are a despicable demon." She was furious, feeling that she had been tricked. There was no point in lying there any longer, so she sat up abruptly, glaring at Zhang Jinxiao like a tigress, ready to fight to the death with him. Zhang Jinxiao was not afraid of her, but he did not want to fight with her either. It would be an insult to his intelligence. He took a step back, his lips curled up slightly, and said with a half-smile, "Don't be impulsive, the time is not yet up. How about I give you another chance?" "Good." Helen was overwhelmed with a sense of surprise, and her eyes quickly scanned the corner for the key. She was full of hope, waiting for Zhang Jinxiao to take back the key. Zhang Jinxiao said slowly, if you drink with me once, I will keep the key with me. Whether you can get it or not depends on your ability. Helen thought for a moment. The wine here has not been opened, so even if he has the intention of drugging her, he won't have the chance. So she nodded and said, okay. But you have to tell me how much to drink. I absolutely don't touch white wine, I only drink red wine. Don't worry, we'll drink a bottle together, 1/2 for each of us. After we finish, I'll keep my promise. Zhang Jinxiao said as he walked towards the storage area. He opened the box, picked up a bottle of red wine, and then returned to the table and sat down before uncorking the bottle. Helen saw all of this, and there was nothing fishy about it. Seeing Zhang Jinxiao pour 2 glasses of wine, Helen's last shred of doubt vanished. She was sure that the wine was fine. Zhang Jinxiao raised his glass and gave a slight nod, as if to show Helen his elegance. I didn't want to force you, it would have taken away the pleasure of conquering you. But today is a special occasion, I need to relax. Whether you like it or not, life needs a sense of ritual. Cheers. Helen completely let her guard down and, in order to confuse Zhang Jinxiao and get the key, she took a big sip without hesitation. The wine flowed down her throat like silk. She didn't notice anything wrong with it for the rest of her life. However, after she had finished drinking, Helen suddenly felt that the wine was not right. This is not how red wine should taste when it is just opened. It seems to have been opened before. She asked warily, what did you put in the wine? Zhang Jinxiao replied with a sly smile on his face, you see, this is just opened wine. Helen's body felt more and more wrong, but you didn't drink it, you motherfucker. Her anger suddenly made her realize the essence of the Chinese language. Some words cannot be expanded at will, otherwise the meaning will change completely. Unfortunately, it was already too late. At this moment, she felt as if her whole body was on fire, her desire burning fiercely, and she only wanted to indulge herself and sink into depravity. Zhang Jinxiao smiled slyly and said softly, you are really stupid. How could I drug you in front of you? Of course, I drugged the wine first and then sent it down. He slowly reached out and supported Helen's body. It was as if the straw that broke the camel's back, and Helen's will collapsed in an instant. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around his waist, clinging to him like a vine. At that moment, Yu Sheng was burning with rage and could no longer bear it. Let me do it. Bang, the red wine bottle smashed Zhang Jinxiao's back of the head. Zhang Jinxiao fell like noodles, and Helen fell into Yu Sheng's arms. 10,000 words omitted here. It was already dusk and I was alone and sad. No, it's the middle of the night. Yu Sheng wanted to express his sadness and prove that he was not a scumbag, but he couldn't find the right words. Okay, he's happy. Finally, he is no longer a virgin. It was already midnight, and Helen finally quieted down and fell asleep. Yu Sheng got up and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When he came back and got dressed, he finally woke up from his dream and remembered where he came from and what he was doing. He turned around to look for Zhang Jinxiao, but he was still lying there. He walked over and touched it. It was finished. He didn't expect the red wine bottle to be so strong. In his limited impression of movies and TV, when a bottle is knocked over, it makes a loud noise and the bottle falls to the ground, but the person is fine. In some movies, the person faints. But Zhang Jinxiao died instantly. Obviously, he died from watching movies and TV dramas. These stupid screenwriters are really harmful. Yu Sheng walked to the corner, picked up the key, and returned to unlock Helen. He thought Helen's clothes should be on the second floor. He guessed that Zhang Jinxiao should have a foothook, the kind used to climb telephone poles, which could be worn on the feet to climb up. But he didn't bother to look for it. He could easily climb up by himself. Sure enough, Helen hadn't drained him, and he soon climbed back up to the second floor. After listening carefully, he realized that there was no one outside, so he pressed the switch. The small door slid open silently. He jumped out. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing in front of the bed. The figure turned around when it heard the sound. The two people met each other for a split second. Then they both froze. The domineering killer never expected that the secret room, which he had been unable to find, would open by itself. What's more, he didn't expect to be able to live the rest of his life. But he instantly decided that this person was the tyrant killer. The strange thing is that neither of them moved, but it seemed like they both had something to say. You seem to be wearing a mask. You're here to kill Zhang Jinxiao, aren't you? Yu Sheng asked tentatively. Have you killed him already? The domineering youth asked in return. What he really wanted to know was whether Yu Sheng knew the truth. Yu Sheng lied, Zhang Jinxiao had already confessed, so there was nothing to hide. But the domineering youth laughed, it turns out he's dead. Yu Sheng was shocked. Damn, was it that obvious? He had let him think that he didn't know the truth, and then he had deduced that Zhang Jinxiao was dead. He had to ask, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. My mission is to kill Zhang Jinxiao. I don't care about anyone else. I'm going to take a look downstairs. You're not going to stop me, are you? Of course, you go ahead. Yu Sheng stepped aside, but did not move far away. The domineering youth shook his head slightly. You go first. Then you don't need to go down. Yu Sheng was about to act, but Helen was down there, so he couldn't let him go down. Besides, if he wants to capture her alive for interrogation, he can't reveal his invisibility. He also wanted to test his current physical fitness and see how far he had improved. The domineering youth's gaze became even sharper. He said slowly, you think too highly of yourself. It only takes a moment to kill you. Are you ready? Yu Sheng was a little scared by his words, and couldn't tell if he was being overconfident. I'll see how fast you are first. He waved his hand. Chapter 78 I have a girlfriend, don't get any ideas. Both of them stared at each other, neither backing down, nor making any repeated probing movements like epileptics on a martial arts ring. They were both seeking a kill with a single blow. If they don't move, they will die. Only this time, Yu Sheng couldn't kill, and it was even more difficult. The arrogant youth's belittling of Yu Shan was just a psychological tactic to tear down his opponent's mental defenses, not that he really didn't take him seriously. At least Yu Sheng was able to find Zhang Jinxiao first and find the secret room, which made him extremely vigilant. But he couldn't shoot, there were too many people downstairs. Croak. The sound of a crow came from the night sky. The domineering youth moved, like a light smoke, and was in front of Yu Sheng. The finger pointing at his throat was a feint, but it would be fatal if Yu Sheng did not block it. Yu Sheng was shocked. This person was even faster than the killer from the day before, but he still saw clearly and definitely did not feel like he couldn't react. This proved that his reaction speed was still better than the other person's. Unfortunately, he had not been trained in combat. He chose to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, relying on a collision to win. He just slightly turned his head to avoid the throat and directly crashed into the domineering youth. This was too unexpected, but the domineering youth didn't need to think at all. It was all instinct, honed through countless battles. He spun around and smashed Yu Sheng in the temple with an elbow. Shield technique. Yu Sheng finally realized the difference. He was a complete novice. He could understand the fighting moves he saw on TV, but that was useless. That requires muscle memory formed through thousands of hours of practice. Otherwise, even if you are faster than your opponent, you can only take a beating passively, and you will be dead if you keep fighting. As he retreated rapidly, he suddenly disappeared. The domineering youth thought he would kill him in the next second, but he was shocked when Yu Sheng suddenly disappeared. He instinctively drew his gun in an instant, but he didn't know where to point it. How could Yu Sheng still be in the same place? In just a split second, Yu Sheng's invisibility advantage was fully displayed, and he stabbed the domineering youth in the temple. The gun fell to the ground, and the man fell. The battle is over. The domineering youth died with his eyes wide open. Yu Sheng calmly closed his eyes and said, "You didn't die in vain, because you weren't my match at all." There was no way to capture him alive, so he had to die. But Yu Sheng pulled his clothes open and sure enough, he was wearing a silicone mask. He took off the mask, but still didn't recognize him. This was not a surprise. All he wanted was to expose this man completely. Then he would let the Jingfang take over, and they could always find out who it was. He then began to look for Helen's clothes, and soon found a bag in the closet, which contained everything, including her shoes. He carried it back to the secret room and threw it down. He took out the bully's phone and sent a message to Jenny. He told her everything that had happened, except for the unspeakable part. Yanni replied quickly, "Then there's no need to catch the drug dealer, just Helen is enough. I'll lead the rescue of the hostages. Who dares to stop me?" Of course, Zhang Jinxiao and the killer resisted and were shot dead. Yu Sheng wanted to buy time until Helen woke up, but this had to be communicated in advance so that his presence would not be revealed. You'd better ask your mother. The killer's phone has Yanjing's number saved in it. It's possible that she's behind this. Send it to me. Yu Sheng sent the phone book over and then began looking for evidence of the crime. After a round of searching, he found nothing. There were 3 safes, but none of them could be opened. He didn't believe in evil, so he turned on the computer. It was cleaner here. Obviously Zhang Jinxiao didn't use it much, it was just for show. Yu Sheng had a feeling that all the important things were not in this villa. This was just one of Zhang Jinxiao's dens. What a pity. Yu Sheng sat down and waited, not looking for it anymore. Finally, Yanni's message came. Mom said to make the killer disappear, otherwise you will have endless trouble. That person is a top-level agent, so don't investigate any further. Helen quietly rescued him, and this matter must not be exposed, as it concerns the reputation of the Helen family. It would be best to make Zhang Jinxiao disappear as well. The younger brothers will pin the blame on the killer, and the disappearance of the killer will be pinned on Zhang Jinxiao. Note that the disappearance must be a real disappearance. Yu Sheng froze, I'm going to hell. But then he thought, this is even better. The killer and Zhang Jinxiao's deaths are so in line with his style. A blow to the back of the head is very reminiscent of Boss Tang. The killer's temple stab was even more of a trademark of Yu Sheng, and that's how Biao Zi died. Yu Sheng quickly found a large box and put the killer inside. Then he closed the door to the secret room. He put on the killer's mask, carried the box, and slipped downstairs. Fortunately, the little brothers on the first floor came and went, allowing him to move unhindered. After he came out, he didn't care about being exposed with his mask on, and went straight out. He got into a taxi at the entrance to the Dream Manor and said, go to the steel mill. Hurry, I'm in a hurry. Brother, it's too far, we can't go. The driver was mainly a little scared, afraid that Yu Sheng wanted to rob him. This temperament was too scary. Is $1,000 enough? I'll give you another 1,000 when I'm done. He handed him $1,000 in cash, which he had found on the killer. He didn't carry any cash himself, and he couldn't scan the QR code to reveal his identity. Brother, you are a man of taste. The taxi driver was overjoyed and quickly started the car, and he was gone in a flash. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the morning that Yu Sheng returned. He re-entered the secret room and found Helen still sleeping. Yu Sheng prayed in his heart, hoping that Helen would not take any action before he returned. He found the leg shackles in the box, tied them to his own legs first, and then put Zhang Jinxiao in the box and carried him. With the foot buckle, it was much easier to carry the box, even though it was beyond Yu Sheng's physical strength. Until dawn. When Yu Sheng returned to the secret room, all traces had disappeared, including the cell phone and pistol, which had all been melted down. Only Helen was left. This is the most troublesome thing. At this point, Helen finally opened her eyes, stared blankly for a moment, and then sat up. Then she saw Yu Sheng, but he was wearing a mask. Who are you? Helen was shocked. She thought back to last night, and she vaguely remembered being drugged by Zhang Jinxiao, but then it didn't seem to be this person. Yu Sheng pointed to her feet. Helen then realized that her chains had been removed. She was a little surprised and a little scared, afraid that she had fallen into the hands of another demon. Yu Sheng said, I opened it. Can you trust me? Yes. Helen had no choice. Yu Sheng threw the bag to her. Helen looked at it and believed it even more, and quickly dressed. Yu Sheng, however, rolled up the bedsheet and placed it in the box to take away, so as to avoid being found through DNA identification. We have to leave quietly and quickly, otherwise they will soon find out that Zhang Jinxiao is missing. The way out is simple. I am wearing a mask of one of their own, and you hide in the box. I will take you out. Helen was a little panicked. Hiding in the box meant she was at the mercy of others. Just as she had escaped from one evil, she was now falling into another? Yu Sheng was impatient, just say yes or no. There's no time. Finally, Helen nodded and chose to trust Yu Sheng. But then she asked, was it you last night? Yes. But you took the initiative. I saved you and we're even. I have a girlfriend, so don't get any ideas. Okay. Helen felt that this person was even more evil than Zhang Jinxiao. She was ashamed and angry, and she squatted down in the box. She asked again, unwillingly, "Where is Zhang Jinxiao?" "Dead." Yu Sheng pushed her down and zipped up the suitcase. Chapter 79. Thank you for letting me see your private parts. Yu Sheng left the secret room and threw the foot buckle back. Before the decorative painting could be restored, a tough-looking young man had already entered the bedroom. He was Zhang Jinxiao's right-hand man, Black Mamba, who specialized in smuggling. Like Feng Laowu at the casino, he was Zhang Jinxiao's right-hand man. Because the phone didn't work in the morning, he felt something was wrong and rushed to the Dream Manor to check it out. He was surprised to find the door to the secret room open. He didn't even know the secret room existed. Yu Sheng sighed, "This is what they call looking for death." Just as Black Mamba was peeking into the secret room, Yu Sheng kicked him in the back. Black Mamba fell backwards, screaming, and splashed into the secret room. It is estimated that his iron head technique would be broken. Yu Sheng took off his mask and threw it down as well. This was to frame the overbearing killer. He pressed the button on the lamp again, and the relief decoration painting was restored. Yu Sheng left the villa and entered the park, away from the dream mansion. Only then did he release Helen in an unoccupied area and abandon the box. Helen stretched her arms and enjoyed her freedom. She was overjoyed. Her beautiful eyes in the sunlight were like the blue lake, her long eyelashes were like butterfly wings, her ripe lips were so beautiful they were about to drip, and she had a smile that was both noble and elegant. She looked at Yu Sheng and said, "Now you are your true self. I vaguely remember that you are much more pleasant than the mask." She felt mixed emotions towards Yu Sheng, including gratitude for saving her life, admiration for his ability to sneak into the secret room and kill Zhang Jinxiao, resentment for his ruthless and indifferent manner, and a strange feeling after a night of passion, lingering in her heart like a thread, and finally, with a strong curiosity and desire to explore, she really wanted to understand this person, who was elusive and decisive, like the swashbuckling Zorro, so mysterious. However, Yu Sheng was very simple. Compared to the complexity of a woman, he was like a child. He just nodded and asked, "Where are you going?" "I lost all my documents. I need to call my family. Can I stay at your place until someone comes to pick me up?" Helen's beautiful eyes contained a hint of resentment. "Do I need to say this?" "Okay. My girlfriend is called Jenny. She has a bad temper, so don't argue with her. Also, she knows about you, so don't explain." Yu Sheng specially reminded. Helen nodded obediently. "I understood. When I returned to the Imperial Garden, I just happened to catch Yin and I and Han Mei finishing breakfast. Jenny, you're awake. Come, sit down and eat." Jenny saw Helen and took the initiative to greet her. Yanni of course knew her name was Helen, and said that Jenny was on guard against Yi Hongmei. If Yi Hongmei reports this to Yang Shiji, it will be trouble. Yang Shiji can easily connect all the dots and deduce the truth. Helen was a very smart person. Since Yu Sheng would not speak for the rest of her life, she would pretend to be Jenny and sit down with a smile. She was a little surprised. Yen and I was so beautiful, even by Western standards, she was the most beautiful woman. No wonder Yu Sheng was not shaken at all, and was actually afraid that Miss would rely on him. "Jenny, this is my bodyguard, Yi Hongmei." Yu Sheng casually introduced. "Hello." Helen smiled and greeted her. She knew that this bodyguard must have problems. "Good. Jenny is really pretty," Hongmei said with a blank expression on her face, thinking to herself, "Who is Jenny? Did she sleep here last night? Then when did she come?" Yanni and Helen were laughing and chatting, as if they were very familiar. Just after finishing dinner, Yanni's phone rang. "Tin Yan, I have a message. This morning, there was an underground cultural relics auction in the presidential suite of the Jianghai Hotel. It is said that there are national treasures among the unearthed cultural relics. Should we arrest them?" Yanni sighed, "This is a bit brazen. What if it's a fake? What if we arrest the wrong person? Let me confirm first." She hung up the phone and asked Yu Sheng hopefully, "Do you have time?" Yu Sheng smiled, "Didn't Hongmei tell you? There's an auction of jade at our house at 10 o'clock. Yanni gave him a look and said nothing, then went straight to work. Yi Hongmei chuckled, "You're so silly. You didn't tell her?" You had to emphasize that I knew she didn't know? Helen also said that Yu Sheng was too simple-minded. A woman only cares about you when she is jealous, which is a clear indication of the distance between you. Yu Sheng asked in return, if talking between partners requires thinking, it's fine for a single conversation, but if it's for a lifetime, isn't it too exhausting? The most correct approach is for everyone to either not be together or not bring their brains, so as to avoid the pain of being torn apart. Therefore, the one who needs to change is Jenny. The two women both felt that something was wrong, but they were speechless. They had to admire her eloquence. The rest of the day, he said smugly, Hongmei should tidy up and Jenny should come into the bedroom with him. Hongmei looked at him speechlessly. It was broad daylight, and you were a bit shameless. Jenny winked at her and said with a low laugh, he didn't think it through. Then followed Yu Sheng. Hongmei felt uncomfortable. You two women are his wives, but I'm the outsider? Yu Sheng went into the bedroom and turned on his phone, but he called Yang Kai, go buy a new phone, register it in your name, put 1,000 yuan in the phone bill, and bring it to my bedroom. I understand. Yang Kai accepted the order. Yu Sheng explained to Helen again, my phone may be bugged, and people often check my call records, so you can't use my phone to make calls. I never take my phone with me when I go out at night. Understand. Helen nodded. She also felt that someone like Yu Sheng needed to be strictly monitored, especially at night, so that he wouldn't go looking for women in secret rooms one by one. Then said, I'm going to take a shower, and went into the bathroom. At this moment, Feng Tieshan's phone rang again. Boss, your online shopping package has arrived. To my bedroom. When Helen came out of her bedroom in her pajamas, she found Yu Sheng hanging a vegetable stand on the wall. She asked curiously, why hang a cutting board in the bedroom? Doesn't it completely ruin the aesthetics? Yu Sheng looked at her and said, please note that the cutting board is not the point, nor is aesthetics. The point is the flying knife. In addition, the bedroom is private, as is the flying knife, and both are not to be seen casually, so they are placed together. Helen was very happy. I understand. It's not the private parts of a skilled woman that are private, it's the place where she lives. Thank you for letting me see your private parts. Yu Sheng stumbled. Damn, there is still a lot of room for improvement in your Chinese. At this moment, the sound of knocking came from the door. Yang Kai brought the new cell phone he had just bought. Helen excitedly went to the balcony to make a call. Yu Sheng had no intention of eavesdropping and continued practicing his flying dagger. Soon, Helen walked over to Yu Sheng and said softly, with a hint of melancholy, the embassy car will come to pick me up this afternoon, and I will leave. I may never see you again in this life. Don't you have any wishes now? Chapter 80, Seeing Through the World of the Ancients. Yu Sheng looked at Helen and said seriously, wish? What is that? Oh, you mean love? I'm sorry, I don't have any. We had a deal, you gave me your beauty and body in exchange for my freedom, and now the deal is over, that's all. Helen smiled, like a bright pearl, emitting dazzling light. She said in a low voice, you are pretending to be cold and ruthless, but you are only making it worse. A truly cold person doesn't need to do that. Perhaps a woman left a fatal wound in your heart, and you are protecting yourself and being overly cautious, but that doesn't change your true nature of being sentimental and loyal. She subconsciously touched her nose and suddenly smiled, asking indifferently, so, what are you trying to say? Do it again? Helen's expression became more and more interesting, do it again. I just want a beautiful ending, and then we can all be happy. Her pajamas fell to the ground. 10 o'clock sharp. The guests who arrived one after another were stunned by the rest of their lives. He never expected that more than 100 people would come. Su Ge, did you invite all these people? Yu Sheng was surprised. No, I only invited 7 people. I don't know how the word got out. Some of them I don't even know. Of course, there are bodyguards and experts, but this is crazy enough. The market is so short of top-quality jade. Su Haoping quickly greeted everyone and introduced the bigwigs to Yu Sheng one by one, including the head of a jewelry company, an expert from the Jade Association, and the head of the Collectors Association. The constant greetings and enthusiastic business-to-business flattery created a lot of noise. Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan nervously watched the group of people, worried that there might be assassins among them. Helen had not planned to show up, but when she saw how lively it was, she decided to come out and see for herself. She was already used to this kind of scene and didn't care at all. She had Hong Mei by her side to keep her company. Tong Lin came with Mo Yaobing. Her emotions were extremely complex. At first, she followed her mother's arrangement and ended her relationship with Yu Sheng without a word, choosing to marry into a wealthy family. She originally thought she had done the right thing, abandoning the fleeting love and gaining wealth and glory. Now it seems that she has become a big joke. The man she gave up, whether it was wealth, women, or social status, far exceeded her husband. Mo Yunsong is just a member of the Mo family, and he doesn't have the final say. The funds he can use are only a few million. Yu Sheng himself is a big boss who always keeps his word. He bought a villa worth over 100 million yuan himself. He can casually hold an auction for jade, and before it is even publicized, more than 100 people come. And the beautiful women around Yu Sheng, not to mention his official girlfriend Yani, the one who is currently having an ambiguous relationship with Yu Sheng, is 100 times better than her. Have I abandoned him or helped him? Maybe it was my abandonment that allowed him to complete his transformation and become a butterfly from a cocoon. Tong Lin's heart grew more and more bitter. There is nothing more painful than making a wedding dress for someone else and watching them become a bride. Even if she had a husband, it wouldn't stop the pain. Mo Yaobing looked at her and said solemnly in her ear, "I didn't expect so many people to bid. I'm afraid I have to rely on you. You have to get along with him later. This is extremely important for the Mo family. If we don't get the best jade, we'll become a second-rate jewelry company. So, any price is worth it, even if he has to sleep with you. Just promise him. As long as you don't say anything, I won't say anything." Who knows? Tong Lin was stunned. She never expected Mo Yaobing to say such things. She is Mo Yunsong's aunt. Mo Yaobing added, "You're not a little girl, so what are you afraid of? A woman's greatest asset is her body. Take what you have and give what you want. This world has always been like this, it's cruel, but it's also fair." Tong Lin was embarrassed. She didn't want to bow her head to Yu Sheng, and she wanted to preserve her dignity. But she had to bow to Mo Yaobing. Facing her aunt's piercing gaze, she was powerless to resist, because Mo Yunsong was also powerless to resist. She felt sad. This was the path she had chosen, and she would walk it to the end, even if she had to kneel. She finally bit her lip and nodded. Ma Qubing was slightly relieved and walked over to Yu Sheng and said with a smile, "It's almost time, let's begin." "Good." Yu Sheng's voice suddenly rose, and the audience was stunned. He continued, "Today there are more friends, so the jade will be placed in the basement. Because of limited space, the bodyguards don't need to follow the crowd, okay? Follow me." Yu Sheng led dozens of people into the basement. When they saw it, they realized that it was really professional, with all kinds of equipment. On the long table in the middle, neatly arranged were the cut jade, all polished, with a variety of colors and types, including imperial green, ice-type jade with floating flowers, and the best violet jade. Whatever is lacking in the market, you can find it here. It makes people's hearts beat faster and they exclaim in amazement. Even if they are not the best jadeite, they are still eye-catching, and they are even rarer as carving materials. Especially the four-color jade material of the four gods of fortune, happiness, wealth and longevity, which is so even and perfect that the few carving masters from the Jade Association can't help but want to grab it. They have made up their minds to win it no matter what. Everyone first looked clearly, figured it out, thought it over, and after 20 minutes, the auction began. Yu Sheng said a few words, and everyone was not polite, taking out the mold and starting to measure. How many bracelets could each piece of jade produce? This had to be calculated clearly, otherwise the value could not be accurately calculated. Tong Lin seemed to have arrived at Yu Sheng's side without meaning to, and said carefully, "Yu Sheng, can I ask you a question?" "Oh, go ahead." Yu Sheng said casually. "If you had to choose between hurting me and hurting you, what would you choose?" Yu Sheng was stunned. This question was so familiar because Tong Lin had asked it when they were in school. Yu Sheng's answer at the time was to hurt himself without hesitation. The result was as predicted, and he was hurt badly. But Tong Lin is now asking again, obviously wanting to know the answer now. Yu Sheng still casually said, "There is no such choice. Because we are no longer in the same dimension, what you can't solve may be basic operations in my eyes, not worth mentioning. If there really comes a day when you are in a dilemma, just tell me the truth, no matter who it is or what it is." Tong Lin never expected such an answer. A storm raged in her heart. What had I missed? What had I done wrong? Even if I hurt him, he was willing to shield me from the storm. She was moved, and subconsciously asked, "Do you still love me?" This sentence was very light, but she heard it for the rest of her life. He looked at her in surprise and said lightly, "You think too much. With money, you can be your true self, but without money, you can only be the person who is pleasing to others. You still need to pretend to like me, but I don't need to be pleasing to others anymore." Passion is a capital offense, and infatuation is a capital offense with a death sentence. Where is true love in this world? It's all about a good working relationship. I'm helping you, of course I need a reward, but the reward is simple, you just need to take off your clothes. I'm not going to touch you, I just want to pay tribute to my dead love, so that I can rest in peace. Yu Shang sighed, as if he had seen through the world. Tong Lin was suddenly speechless with shame. It turned out that the wealth she had gained through betrayal was just a joke in his eyes, and she was still a poor person who needed to be liked. The most heart-wrenching thing is that the person she has to please is still him, and she has to take off her clothes to please him, but he still won't touch her. It is even more humiliating than being touched. This is disdain, this is humiliation. She finally regretted it. This time, it was her mother who was wrong. It was already too late. If I had known, why did I do it?